We'll be starting shortly, so, excuse me, we'll be starting shortly, so if anyone could please find a seat. Excuse me, if you could please find a seat. We will be starting shortly. If there's no seats in the council chambers, you can go out into the poinsettia room, and there is some overflow seating there. Thank you.
Coming through?
Now it is.
Can you hear in the back? Good. Okay, great. We'll call this meeting to order, and just make sure everybody's got a seat, no standing back here. The fire marshal will come talk to you. There is the overflow room next door if there aren't enough seats, but I think there's still some open seats out here. So if you can please make sure you take a seat, unless you're all the way in the back. I think Chief Gordon will let you know if you're in the wrong place. So with that, we will do the ceremonial swearing in of council member from District 4, Marco San Antonio.
Yes, we'll be doing this ceremonial.
We'll do that
swearing in
first.
This evening, and just to note that he was officially sworn in my office on January 24th, 2025. And Deputy City Clerk Weikers is going to be doing the swearing in. My
Okay.
voice is coming and going, so.
I, Marco San Antonio, do solemnly swear that I will support and defend the Constitution of the United States and the Constitution of the State of California against all enemies, foreign and domestic, that I will bear true faith and allegiance to the Constitution of the United States and the Constitution of the United States, the State of California. I will take this obligation freely without any mental reservation or purpose of evasion. And I will and faithfully discharge the duties upon which I am about to enter. Thank you.
Cool. So, sworn in. Absolutely. Do we have anybody to take an official picture? Rachel, go ahead. Yeah. Take plenty. Good. There you go. Yeah.
Rachel, can you take one more?
Gee. And then we'll get to it. Yeah. Now, this is important. We want to get him officially sworn in. This is his first meeting, newly appointed. Thank you.
All right, does anybody else want one?
Yeah, really, yeah. Now the whole, no. So item 2, we'll proceed with roll call. Sounds like it's.
Councilmember San Antonio,
Present.
Councilmember Schaefer,
Here.
Councilmember O'Hara,
Present.
Deputy Mayor Lyons,
Here.
and Mayor Ehlers.
Here.
Record will show that all members of the city council are present this evening.
Item 3, if you can rise, please join us in the Pledge of Allegiance. Ready? Begin. Okay, the next item would normally be special presentations and proclamations. We don't have any tonight. And so item number 5 is oral communications. How many?
23.
Wow. I hate to do it, but at 23, I'm pushing up on that hour, and we have a lot of people here for one item. We purposely put the one item, the appeals, both appeals together. So I am going to cut it down to 2 minutes. And then all I ask is if people that she's going to call out multiple names, if you can come up to the front of the room so we don't have to wait for you to come from the back of the room, and it'll speed things up.
All right, excuse me, I'm gonna call, can you call these? Sorry.
First 3 speakers, Jim Desmond, followed by Richard Smith and Christine Schindler.
I think I can do it in 1 minute. I just want to say thank you, Mayor and the City Council, for the opportunity to speak to you this evening. I'm Jim Desmond. I'm a San Diego County Supervisor, former mayor of San Marcos, and I'm currently, I don't represent Encinitas. However, I'm hoping to represent Encinitas in my run for Congress, and I'm here tonight to kind of listen and hear what the issues and challenges you have, and it looks like I picked a good night for that here this evening, but I'm just going to be a fly on the wall and listen and hear what's going on in Encinitas. I will say, without picking any sides, that I am a big fan of local control. Thank you very much.
Richard Smith. To be followed by Christine Schindler, Evan Bickner, and then Todd Beach.
I'm Richard Smith. I own the property at 396 North Coast Highway 101, the Leucadia Glass Building. We need to put up a yield to traffic sign at the intersection there. There's one on Leucadia Boulevard at High Meadows. There's one at Hygeia. On Santa Fe, there's one. I sit there all the time watching people zoom by, and they think they have the right because they're going straight on 101. And somebody's coming to the intersection on El Portal to come out. They look at it, and I've seen 2, 3 traffic accidents within the last 6 months. The fingers yelling at them angrily. It's a safety issue. So that's why I'm pleading. Traffic says that when they built this latest roundabout, it wasn't mandatory that they put them when they built Leucadia Boulevard in Santa Fe. Well, just because it's not the mandate of the law, it's a safety issue. It really is. And people are coming down. When school gets out, luckily there's a crossing guard. If there wasn't. So please put a yield to traffic in the circle.
Okay,
you.
and oral comments, we can't respond and discuss, but I can refer it to staff. So if you could go to the clerk and give your contact info, we'll have somebody from staff contact you.
Boy, thank you very much.
Good evening, Mayor, Council, staff, and neighbors. My name is Christine Schindler. I live in East Encinitas. Wanted to mention 4 things this evening. So safe routes to school and safe routes to everywhere. I have these reminder sheets that I want to give to all of you, and I'd love the public to see them as well. Top reminders for young riders and all riders. On the other side, top reminders for motorists. We all have a part. We all need to slow our roll and look out for each other and make our streets safer. I wanted to invite you all to a community bike ride. I'm part of an organization that's called Encinitas Bike Walk, but I'm pretty much doing these on my own. Our next one is on Sunday, February 23rd. It's called Bikes and Barks. It's having a community bike ride with a bunch of dogs safely along. So I'd love you to come. I'll give you a flyer as a reminder. Third thing, I just want to acknowledge once again, former council and mayor, present council members and mayor for supporting city cycling education. City of Encinitas is doing more than any other jurisdiction across San Diego County, twice a month, generally. City cycling classes, 3 hours, an hour in the classroom, an hour out doing parking lot drills, an hour on the roadway. Riding in our community and talking about and showing and telling a lot of helpful information. I invite you all to engage in a class. Most of them are teenagers and parents. Hundreds of teenagers and parents have gone through these classes. With that said, adults probably don't want to go through a class with teenagers. So we have done one special class for older adults, and I hope that we'll do another one. And I have to cut it off there. Thanks so much.
Thank you. Evan?
Following Evan will be Todd Beach, Linda Rose, and then Glenn Medwin.
Hello, I'm Evan Beecher. I was born and raised in Encinitas. I've seen it change a lot over the years, most for the better. There's an ADU coming in on the behind my street. It's coming in as an attached ADU, but it's being built on stilts. So to demonstrate, here's the house. This is where the ADU's going. It's supposed to share a wall. It does not. It shares a corner. It's going to be an eyesore. It's going to block the view for a lot of people. It shouldn't have gotten this far, and I'd like to file a complaint, I guess.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, thank you.
Thanks, Evan. I'm Todd Beach. Thanks for letting me speak. I think I can speak for several of us here. We all live on San Diego Drive, which is just above Cornish. This house is on 1151 Cornish. And yeah, I think it's the same thing. The first thing I saw is the guidelines for most cities when they talk about attached ADUs is they're supposed to share a wall. And so I think the definition of share a wall to me is the majority of the wall would be like this. It's not to lift the ADU up to get a view above an existing two-story house and then share an edge of the wall in order to give them a view and, you know, have to put an elevator and everything to get it up there. All they'd need to do is drop it down like all the other neighbors have done. We've all been putting in ADUs. We understand the need for the state and the city to add more affordable housing, and so we're trying to do that and also respect the character of the neighborhood. So would appreciate your consideration on this.
Thank you.
All right, thank you.
And I think we've gotten emails on it, so I know from you for sure, I saw it, and probably quite a few others too.
You'll probably hear a few more of us.
Yeah, and staff is looking at it already, so keep tuned, stay tuned.
Good evening. I actually planned this for 3 minutes, so I'm going to do it in 2. Good evening, everyone, especially Marco. You're in my district, so what I've got to talk about tonight, you're in my eyesight. My name is Linda Rose. I represent several homeowners from Windsor Country Estates. I'm here because there is a 12-bed drug rehab and alcohol facility called SD Wellness Center, which is operating in clear violation of the RR-2 zoning. We reported this last year to the city in November. The Code Enforcement Department agreed with our interpretation of the RR2 zoning, and the drug rehab has basically countered, and it's now up to you to do the right thing. Mr. Attorney, I think you understand the rules that the state has set forth with regards to separate licensing and facilities of 6 beds facilities, and that you can have those in this state, you can have them in the city of Encinitas. But state law does explicitly prohibit facilities from sharing residents or treatments among facilities that are working right next to each other. And that's exactly what's happening here. We have a house with 6, we have an ADU with 6. They're operating as a 12-bed facility, not as 2-6. 2-6s, they're sharing services, they're sharing residences, they're sharing the people that are taking care of them. That is clearly in violation of state law, and is something that you guys can use to uphold the RR-2 zoning that's in place that specifically says if you're a 12-bed facility, you belong on a major arterial road, and Chelsea Lane is a cul-de-sac. There is no way we can handle that kind of traffic. It is a zoning violation. It violates fire laws and insurance laws, and we hope the city will look into this because there's an appeal in place, and I know you're ruling on it. Thank you so much.
Next is Glenn Medwood, followed by Andrew Taylor, Natalie Satoon, and then Meenal Patel.
Good evening. Thank you for the opportunity to speak here tonight. My name is Glenn Medwood. I'm going to address the drug rehab facility on Chelsea Lane. State law allows a drug rehab facility serving no more than 6 beds to operate within a residential neighborhood. However, the entity which is renting the property and operating the facility has 2 6-bed facilities on site for a total of 12 beds. Under the city's R2 zoning, a 12-bed facility would require a conditional use permit and be on a major arterial road in order to get such permit. Chelsea Lane is not a major arterial road. The city did issue a zoning violation, which the rehab operators have appealed. We respectfully ask the city council to not approve their appeal. Even though they have 2 facilities with 6 beds, the facility operators claim they are not a 12-bed facility. They are using this perverse logic to circumvent the law. The auditor of the state of California called this out in their audit report, stating the healthcare services current practice of issuing separate licenses to facilities that essentially work as a single operation may circumvent local regulations and state law. That's a quote. This specific language, circumventing the law, is also on page 55 of their audit report. The 2 facilities cannot function as separate facilities because they share facilities. They should not be allowed to circumvent zoning laws by applying a state licensing sleight of hand. We had an attorney look into this situation. The most relevant court case is City of Malibu versus Kent. This court case, though it is unpublished, non-binding, and non-presidential, explicitly states that local zoning could apply to bar the use in question, that is, multiple buildings on the same lot with 6 beds apiece. City Council needs to do the right thing and enforce the zoning ordinance. Otherwise, 12-bed facilities will proliferate throughout the city.
Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Andrew Taylor, followed by Natalie Satoon, Meenal Patel, and then Victoria Fulton.
Thank you for your time. I appreciate it. My name's Andrew Taylor. I also live on San Diego Drive. I'd also like to thank the Planning Department for the professionalism that they've showed in dealing with the comments that we have. In addition to those raised by Todd and Evan Beecher, I'd like to raise the fact about the floor area ratio. In the underneath this ADU on stilts, the patio underneath, which is walled at least 50% on both sides, is being excluded from that floor area ratio. So I think this ADU being raised is permitting the owner to build himself a mansion with an ocean view, and this is not only going to affect us, it's going to affect all of Encinitas, because I think this will set a very dangerous precedent to allow people to build much bigger properties than was intended by the original zoning via the ADU back door. So I think something's got to be done to make sure that ADUs are being built so that there is additional housing, but maintain the character of the beautiful neighborhood in which we live. And, you know, if we build a single-story, ground-level ADU, that would be just fine. But we don't see why it has to be on stilts. Thank you so much.
Wait, am I next?
Yep.
I have a photo, please. Hi, Natalie Satoon Cardiff. I'm here tonight to ask the council to address public safety on behalf of my friend Candy. Both my daughters worked at Flashbacks and they were subjected to behavior that no young lady should have to endure. Taking out the trash was risky. My younger daughter cleaned blood from a display case when a homeless man was enraged and Flashbacks refused to purchase his clothing. Following an attack on another lady downtown a few months ago, my friend Annie from Gracie Baja and I walked the 101 offering free real-life scenario self-defense classes to women working on 101 businesses. Almost every business downtown reported safety concerns, and many must take accommodations to ensure employee safety. Actually, Annie's classes are open to any female who is interested. Here is my friend Candy, who works at the 7-Eleven on D Street. 2 years ago, Candy was beaten. This was the result of her being beaten. She had suffered a head injury that nearly killed her. Once again, this past Saturday, Candy and her coworker were robbed at gunpoint by two men. I saw Candy on camera after it happened and just after the robbery, and no lady should have to be subjected to this violent memory. A cursory search revealed Encinitas has minimal LPRs compared to our neighboring cities. People with ill intentions identify vulnerable communities that lack consequences, and we are one of them because of the choices previous council ignored. 3 years ago, I came to former council requesting LPRs because of rampant theft. Carlsbad had 137 to R7, and council was hesitant because of Big Brother and civil rights privacy concerns. Never mind, we have these that track us. We really need more LPRs downtown on main roads. Not only is having them preventative, but it also resolves deaths. Please consider partnering with the Sheriff's Department to put more in place. Thank you.
Next speaker is Mino Patel, followed by Victoria Fulton, Madison Rapp, and then Maria Al-Shama.
So a picture of where I'd rather be, but tonight I felt it important to be here. To our newest council member, your appointment marks a milestone for our city, the first Encinitan of Asian descent to hold this seat. As an immigrant of Asian descent myself, I wanted to feel so proud of this moment, but sadly I don't. Next slide, please. The night of your appointment, my district's council member, Luke Schaefer, urged us to revere your service as a reserve firefighter while ignoring the fact that you misrepresented yourself on your resume. If you are proud of your experience, why would you falsify it? Councilmember O'Hara, why did you have a random friend wearing a t-shirt displaying an AR-15 over the American flag vouch for candidate San Antonio? I questioned the entire interaction and the judgment of everyone involved. Why didn't the candidate vouch for himself? A person of integrity would have spoken for themselves. Next slide. By accepting this appointment, Councilmember San Antonio pledged to represent everyone in his district, yet behind a keyboard he maligned the majority of Encinitas residents who voted differently than he did in the last two elections. Next slide. And at our last meeting, during the appointment process, Councilmember Schaefer insulted people in nearly every demographic, newer locals, older residents, and those without young children or no children at all, implying they have no skin in the game. Next slide. It was offensive and makes clear that your political motivations may not entirely be aligned with serving this community. What's happening here is troubling for sure, but I have faith in our beautiful city by the sea. Last slide. The antidote to weak leadership, strong community. To the District 4 candidates who showed up and expected a fair shot, Farhad, Julie, Paul, Eli, Michael, Denise, and Brad, thank you for stepping up and expressing your care for your district. And to every concerned resident listening, be ready for the challenges ahead. Come the 2026 election, let's not forget what happened in this chamber on January 22nd. Nothing about it was funky.
Good evening. I'm going to have to cut out my pleasantries in my introduction due to time constraints, but I would like to extend a little bit of gratitude to Deputy Mayor Lyons for responding to an email that I sent previously. Tonight, I'm here mostly to address Councilmember O'Hara. Before I begin to outline my case, I'd like to point out that as a D2 resident, I've been appreciative of your investment in the Clark Avenue density issue, as this is where my husband and I have made our home for over 15 years and where we raise our young boys. To make my point clear, I think it's important to address your hypocrisy regarding unanswered emails. I met you at a campaign event, and in the short time I had to speak with you, you made it a point of bringing up Kelly Hinsey's tens of unanswered emails in regard to city matters. I had to remind you that Ms. Hinsey had been on maternity leave after delivering her second baby. You, sir, the last time I checked, are not nor have been on maternity leave. And it's been nearly 3 weeks since I sent you an email to express, and I'm going to reread it again because in case you have not, my astonishment, disappointment, and disapproval at the council's appointment of Marco San Antonio. Councilman San Antonio, I did not know anything about you prior to last month's meeting, but in addition to representing yourself as completely ill-prepared for your stump speech and uneducated about city matters, I was left speechless to find that you had perjured your resume and had boldly and proudly aligned yourself in MAGA ideology through your social media catalog with transphobic, violent, and bigoted tweets. All of you ran your campaigns on bipartisanship and claimed to be independent. Mr. O'Hara, your campaign website quotes you as saying that Encinitas should be bipartisan and not agenda-driven. I'll reread original statements from my email. My friends and I sat for nearly 5.5 hours waiting our turn to speak about two extraordinary and engaged citizens who care deeply about our town and understand the opportunities and challenges it faces. My participation feels duped because it's now obvious that Mr. San Antonio's appointment was the plan all along. I'd like to emphasize that I'm not writing this letter out of disappointments. I support, but that...
Thank you.
Thank you.
Yeah, sorry.
Next is Madison Rapp, followed by Maria L. Shama, Richard Solomon, and then Kip Sturklevin. Oh, thank you.
All right, good evening, Mayor Ellers and City Council members. I am here tonight to share a critical issue regarding the health and safety of our children and the importance of smoke-free environments in our community. As a parent of 3 young children, ages 7, 4, and 1, and someone who lives in multi-unit housing, I urge the City Council to consider adopting a smoke-free and vape-free multi-unit housing policy. Recently, the American Academy of Pediatrics emphasized that there is no safe amount of first-hand, second-hand, or third-hand smoke. They strongly recommend preventing exposure to any tobacco or marijuana smoke for children, as it can cause severe health risks. Second-hand and third-hand smoke can lead to a range of serious health problems in children, including respiratory issues, lung damage, and even learning disabilities. For instance, secondhand smoke can increase the risk of asthma, respiratory infections, and ear infections. It can also cause wheezing, coughing, and slowed lung growth. These are just a few of the many harmful effects on developing children. But the dangers don't stop there. Third-hand smoke, which is the toxic residue left behind after smoking, poses a significant threat as well. Even after a cigarette or e-cigarette is extinguished, harmful chemicals remain on surfaces like walls, furniture, clothing, and even pets. These chemicals, which can't be eliminated by just airing out rooms or using fans, contain over 250 toxic substances known to cause cancer. Infants and young children are particularly vulnerable to third-hand smoke due to their frequent contact with surfaces they may put in their mouths. This means that they are at a much higher risk for exposure compared to adults. Given these risks, I urge you to consider a smoke-free and vape-free multi-unit housing policy for Encinitas. This is not only essential from a public health perspective, but also a necessary step in protecting our children and safeguarding the environment. Thank you for your time and consideration.
Thank you.
Good evening, Mayor Ellers. My name is Maria Alshama, and I'm a resident of District 4. I live in Village Park and have lived there since 2001, and before that in another part of Encinitas. So before you became our mayor recently, you stated that you favored an election over the appointment process, which you said was biased and prevented diverse perspectives. At that last meeting, you let the community know that the cost of a special election was too much, and that was your reason for the appointment of a council member to represent D4. So you just went ahead and appointed somebody instead of your original saying that an appointment was not the process that you preferred. In the UT, you stated that you would prefer to pick someone who lives in New Encinitas. That makes sense, right? Because you're from Olevenhain. We had multiple strong candidates. Many of us wrote in letters in support of those candidates who live right in our community. And they could serve and represent the issues unique to us right in New Encinitas. So instead, you went ahead and appointed someone who's from Olevenhain. So now we have 2 people from that area, not New Encinitas. So there's overrepresentation from Olevenhain. In the UT, you stated that you would prefer to pick someone who is nonpartisan like you, which you claim to be. So you appointed somebody who we saw as extremely partisan. In the November election, 67% of the people in Encinitas voted for Kamala Harris, yet you appointed someone who does not at all align with us. Mr. Ehlers, you also said in the past that you would only support appointing someone who vowed not to run for re-election, but my understanding is that this gentleman has not taken that vow. So I'm really disappointed. I don't feel represented in New Encinitas right now. We pull in a lot of the money from Encinitas because we're on the El Camino Real corridor, and I feel like we need proper representation. Thank you.
Thank you.
Good evening. My name is Richard Solomon. I live on Cornish Drive. I'm here about the ADU that's being built down the street. My first point is that I've lived in Encinitas a long time. There are letters that go out. I think they're on green paper when there is someone building an ADU or something going on down our street. I'm here to tell you that myself and a number of other people in the area, I saw the list. The list's got to be 30, 40 people on that list. Most of us did not get the notice. So first I would ask that the city send out a proper notice on this. Second of all, I'm also concerned about the structure itself. It is like a watchtower. ADUs, I was on the Affordable Housing Task Force. We discussed ADUs a number of times, ADUs, JADUs. We never, ever dreamed of putting an ADU on stilts. If that's allowed, the whole area of Highlands can then have watchtowers all over the place. I don't think that's part of what an ADU is. Last thing I'll reiterate what someone else said earlier. I have a problem getting a response to emails that I send to council members. It's happened before the election. It's happening after the election. I know you guys are busy. I know you guys have other jobs. That's fine. I mean, just an email back saying, I've got it, I will get to you, is all I'm asking for. I'm not getting the courtesy of a response. Thank you.
Kip.
Following Kip is Dave Dean, Nancy Muthart, Darius Degger, and then Sheila Cameron.
Kip Sturdivant. I live at 1135 Corniche, 2 houses down from the ADU that's been discussed. 2 items. First, in terms of the ADU, I just asked that when you look at it and you have your staff look at it, there was the intent of what was the city wanted to have built, and then there's sometimes a letter of the law, and people can get around the intent. I'd ask you to take a look at what the intent was and what's being proposed. Does that meet the intent of the law? Does that meet our needs? A lot of my neighbors are upset. The second item discusses process. I appear to be the only one that got the message. I got the letters from the city. I started talking to all my neighbors, and nobody was getting the notice, or a lot of them did not. And the unfortunate aspect of this, I used to work for the city of San Diego. I know how hard your staff works. I know what you have to put up with. But when something like this happens, and all of a sudden rumors start, oh, they did it on purpose. Oh, they're trying to sneak this through. They didn't let us know. They're afraid we're going to respond to it. That sort of builds a very negative thing. You know, people, I think, feel that they've been let down by the federal government, they've been let down by the state government, but they got their city governments. You can come in and talk to people. So in a case like this, and it may have just been a simple error, maybe the post office made a mistake. I don't know. But a lot of people were not noticed, and they feel they were left out of the process, and I would urge you in some ways to be able to try to do what Richard said, to go back, start over, and make sure that they feel like they're included in the process so they don't feel they've been steamrolled. That's all I ask. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. And I know staff is looking at this, so, already.
Hello, council members. Dave Dean here, and
Hey, start again from the microphone so we get it on tape.
you got it. Hello, council members. I'd like to thank you for your service, and I'd also like to thank the members who do the landscape maintenance along B Street heading down to 101. For the last several years, their work was somewhat what I would consider substandard. They have increased the quality of their work tremendously over the last couple months. So if word can get back to them, that's a shout out and a thank you to them. The second point I'd like to raise is I would like to see the council members challenge themselves to do what they can to give more support to the American Legion. We had a meet and greet with several of the council members here, and that was great, but continued support for our veterans would go a long way for the veterans and improve our city, I believe. So if you can do something within the city to increase support of the Legion, that would be great. And I would like to invite everybody here to please come and check out the Legion. We're doing great remodel there, and it's getting better all the time, but city support for the American Legion would be a good drop for the veterans. Thank you.
Good evening. My name is Nancy Moodhart, and I live in Village Park. I'm a D4 resident, and I am here to express I've been there for 25 years too. And I would like to address your responsibility to consider the needs and preferences of all Encinitans. I want, and we all deserve, a city government that works to consider and support all of our community members. I don't want leaders who only look out for the best interests and preferences of a few, or one that has an outspoken political agenda like your recent choice to appoint Mr. San Antonio. As a longtime resident of D4, I would like to make clear that your choices do not represent my values or views, and I'm very disheartened by your action. In the recent campaign, all three of you made promises to listen to all residents, yet your appointment to the council is not reflective of a nonpartisan stance or considering the views of a majority of Encinitas residents who voted almost 70% for Kamala Harris, and you appointed an outspoken Trump supporter. I'd like to highlight this for the record and to state my disappointment in your lack of integrity. I've worked in the mental health field for over 30 years, and I want leadership that prioritizes a sense of community for all our residents, not just for those of us with financial and other privileges. I'd like to quote Maya Angelou. If it is true that a chain is only as strong as its weakest link, isn't it also true that a society is only as healthy as its sickest citizen and only as wealthy as its most deprived? Research shows that communities that create a sense of belonging for their most vulnerable residents are stronger and safer because of increased tolerance and trust that neighbors have for each other. Thank you.
Thank you.
Following Darius will be Sheila Cameron, Lisa Provenzano, Andy, and then Ron Dodge.
Darius Dager, Leucadia. Good evening, Council. You're a newish group, and I wish you all the best going forward. But I've heard recent comments from the dais suggesting that some of you believe there's been a great sea change in local politics. I'd like to present a counter-narrative to that. You see, you three gentlemen who won in November won on a single issue, NIMBY housing. And that does seem to be the view of many Encinitans, so I'm not here to relitigate that. But support for a single issue is a very, very different thing from some sort of grand swing to the right or a broad refutation of previous councils. Encinitas has always been a liberal, do-your-own-thing kind of place. Ignore that, and you're swimming against the tide of the place. While Encinitans may reject new housing projects, They do not reject bike and pedestrian infrastructure improvements and investments in the arts. So stalling the Santa Fe Bike Safety Project would be unwise and dangerous. Attempting to slow walk streetscape short-sighted, and undermining the Pacific View Arts Center would be counterproductive. We locals like these things. See, I believe there's an Encinitas essence, which consists of nonconformity, compassion, spirituality, surfing, environmental stewardship. And at the heart of that, along with a clean ocean, are bikeways and sidewalks that are safer because they lead us to a less car-centric future. That's our best way to reduce both traffic and emissions. And that's what Streetscape and the Santa Fe Project are about. Also crucial to the Encinitas essence, the arts. We longtime locals insist on keeping Encinitas artsy and love Pacific View. These are the thoughts of someone who's lived and loved here for over 50 years, but who sees some of the magic fading, not from more houses being built or more people moving in, but from a lack of understanding of the Encinitas essence.
Thank you.
Sheila Cameron?
Good evening, Mayor Ehlers and council members, and congrats to Marco San Antonio for your appointment to serve. At the last city council meeting, it was clear that you, Councilman Schaefer, had not read nor understood the value of Proposition A, the right to vote initiative, which is the law in our city. You commented that you thought it should be amended. 15 words changed. You used that as a basis for dismissal of candidates when they did not agree to that very wrong concept. You campaigned on supporting the Right to Vote initiative, which earned you the votes to be a member of this city council. The developers put a lot of money into their campaign against the initiative when it was on the ballot, and they lost. Why are you listening to them now? Our Right to Vote initiative, Proposition A, has been upheld by the courts. It is constitutionally protected. I am asking each of you to read these mere 8 pages. You're all going to get a copy. It's part of the important backbone of this city. I also suggest you start reading the general plan. It's our city's constitution. Use it for guidance. Councilman Schaefer, you also dismissed candidates with a disrespectful insult of no skin in the game, which is a gross expression. Well, several of them have been involved for many, many years. Citizens like them and even me continue to volunteer our time, money, energy, and expertise to guide this city. I'd say we have skin in the game. It is not limited to a demographic that you, Mr. Schaefer, happen to belong to. It has taken a lot of caring people of all ages and backgrounds to create this city of Encinitas that everyone loves and wants to live in. During your tenure of this council, I hope that each of you will strive to do the same. Thank you.
Thank you.
Good evening, Mr. Mayor and City Council members. My name's Lisa Provenzano. I'm speaking regarding the traffic problem we have in Encinitas, Leucadia, Olivenhain, and Cardiff by the Sea. Traffic control is dynamic and uses real-time data to adapt to changing conditions. That means as variable change, such an increase in population, whether people visiting, which we need tourism because they pay for a lot of our projects. The influx of residents, rush hours, amount of road work being done simultaneously, which was poor planning and continues to be. And when schools are in session, different waves at the beginning and ending of school and breaks, just to name a few. The changes affected by these variables are not being considered. The traffic engineering department is aware of poorly timed stoplights, which Abe confirmed with me quite a while ago. The stoplights controlled by the city are not being adjusted. Caltrans does not control all of our lights. Except for the stoplights directly by the freeway. This is a big problem, most evident on Encinitas Boulevard. Why haven't changes been made to the timing of the lights? One nightmare intersection is right down from the city public works yard, so we know that the city knows and experience it themselves. When considering changes in our city that will affect traffic, are we using outdated techniques to guess the outcome? Because the outcome of what's being done right now is failing. Maybe because changes were too close together in time and location, enough time was not given to see if the changes were effective and needing change before they end up costing us taxpayers more money to correct. Last year, I wondered if money for traffic engineering had to be spent by the end of the year because everything was being squeezed in at the same time. That's not the case. I know poor decisions were made.
Thank you.
My name is Andy. I should have prepared better. I did not, so I'm just going to wing it here. And I have to say I don't pay attention to really local government anymore because one person that everyone should become familiar with, everyone who is here right now, is Rosa Corey, Koire. I have these flyers available, and they're up there if anyone would like to take pictures or take a flyer. She exposed everything that you are seeing happening to your city right now. She has been speaking about this for years. She was a former government employee, a whistleblower, and when she discovered this whole eminent domain thing and government taking over cities, and it was all for the billionaire corporation developments and whatever they wanted to do, it had absolutely nothing to do with the local governments. But she did speak out about everyone should get involved with their local governments, so that is great what everyone is doing today. But you have to start talking with one another. The government is getting paid by our tax dollars, but this has been a plan. Everything you see done now to your city, this has been a plan for years. In 2020, when they locked everyone down, that's when they started the complete redesign of the city. When everyone was locked up, scared of this virus, I'm out filming and taking photos of the complete redesign of the city that they never announced on the news. And I was like, what the heck is going on? What are they doing to the streets? What are they doing with these buildings? And nobody was paying attention because they were all scared of the virus.
Thank you.
Next speaker is Ron Dodge, followed by Scott Campbell, Rachel Graves, Elena Thompson, and then Patty Stottlemyre.
Good evening. Ron Dodge, New Encinitas and District 1. First of all, Mayor Ehlers, congratulations on your election. Councilmember O'Hara and Schaefer, congratulations on your election. And Joy, Deputy Mayor Lyons. Too many years, I guess. Congratulations and thank you for your efforts on the council and to our community. It's much appreciated. And congratulations to Councilmember San Antonio for your welcoming into the dais. I also want to thank Councilmember O'Hara for his overt request for civility and mutual respect among and between audience and speakers, etc. Here in the council chambers, and actually also from the podium last fall. I remember you speaking about everybody being able to be heard and to speak. So we live for that sort of thing, and. Mayor Ehlers, thank you for keeping decorum and things at the podium. I do want to say finally that I am profoundly disappointed as a New Encinitas resident that we didn't pick a New Encinitas member of the council. There were 4 of them. I went through and did my own selection and pulled 4 and down selected 2 that had public service. and selected one that looked like they did their resume like they were writing a proposal for a customer and really wanted the job. Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay, 2 minutes is tough. Welcome to the council. Tough night. Okay, so tonight we're going to talk about RENA. We're going to change the subject a little bit, try to be more positive. Let's see if we can get this thing to work. The state has mandates, all sorts of numbers. Overall, the state is less than 10% completed with their numbers for the RENA. We're 50% through the cycle. What are the odds that the state's going to complete their deal? It's not going to happen. The state doesn't build. The county is a little bit better. What are the odds that this is going to happen? It's low. As a city, we're much better than the state and the county. Much better. In fact, we actually have completed our total allocation. Not if you divide it into the subgroups, but we have made our total allocation already. We are the poster child of success for RENA. Truly, we are. So maybe we should back down a little bit and let the others catch up. Now here's a chart, shows in comparison the state and the city and the county. Once again, Encinitas is doing really good except for the one category, low, but I think above moderate and moderate should more than mitigate that. If the state comes calling, we have a lot of data on our side that says, look, we are doing everything. The city doesn't build houses either. Compared to the other cities in our region and the county, once again, we're in the top tier. We should not be so scared. What's the big problem? What is the big rush? This is going to come up later. Housing numbers, number of low ends. This is going to come up, huge thing later on. I think that's all I got. There's a source for this. This is the HCD website. Do you have any questions for me?
We can't ask right now anyways.
You can ask, but
because this is oral comments.
Under 2 minutes. That's awesome.
Thank you.
Hi, I'm Rachel. I just wanted to say it's really neat to see the San Antonios and the Schaefers, the elders in the audience tonight. It's really neat. I have parents here too, and it's really neat to just know that there's people up on the dais who do have parents in their 70s who are looking out for our parents too. And I do trust and appreciate that all of you and all your new positions, including Deputy Mayor Lyons, are going to keep partisan politics out of our city. I think that's all of our goal, and that's, I think, why all of you are here right now, that were recently elected. For the past decade or more, too many people sitting on our city council and their appointed commissions have been carrying out the missions of the politicians up in Sacramento. Many people have moved to Encinitas or invested in Encinitas to capitalize on the financial windfall being given to developers, architects, and contractors, while our neighborhoods endure their destruction. After finding out that our Planning Commission chair had a source of income conflict of interest for the hearing you're going to hear later tonight, and that Joy Lyons moved into town and readily locked arms with the developer of that project, I spent just a few minutes this afternoon to look at a few Form 700s. For all those who don't know, those are the economic interest forms. I did not get far. Councilmember Schaefer, don't fall over. You're going to hear something really quick. I looked for 4 or 5 minutes and found out that the very council member sitting in your seat that you ran a campaign against has accepted during her short term from March 2023 till December 2024, when you unseated her, had accepted between $40,000 and $400,000 from Lennar Corp., who you fought the Piraeus project on. We have a problem here. We have a problem here.
Thank you.
Elena Thompson, followed by Patty Stottlemyre, and then Donna Westbrook.
Hi, everyone. Happy Valentine's Week to you. And it's so nice to see you all here, the newly seated full council, and welcome, Marco. So there seems to be a renewed sense of optimism in the air from what I'm seeing and speaking with many Encinitans. And I think the thinking is that change is good. So the pendulum has swung, and practicing resistance politics may not really be appropriate here. I think practicing acceptance is really key. So I hope we can do that as a city. We've all had to do that over the years with different people in office. So the pendulum has swung, and I really do welcome a return to common sense policies and the return to a focus, in fact, on the residents of Encinitas, businesses, the taxpayers, economic development, and quality of life initiatives. I think the last council tended to wander from the reservation. We were focused on global things, national agendas, and otherwise. So the key here is the return to local control and the focus on Encinitas, our town. So the prior two city councils burdened the residents, myself included, and voters with partisan and even controversial policies mirroring these national agendas and statewide agendas, and brought to our city many unwanted and undesirable changes, ranging from, in my opinion, the 4 cannabis retail shops here now, a problematic homeless policy, increases in crime, the DEI inclusion, the DEI agenda, dysfunctional mobility designs, ruinous housing approvals, succumbing to state housing dictates. I just really look forward to all of your focus in moving our town forward, the change, and also, like in the hallway, in the lobby, the reason that the city incorporated in 1986 is to maintain local control. Thank you.
Wow, yay for local control. And nice to see Supervisor Desmond here. Okay, is Encinitas in line to be a 15-minute city? The Planning Commission chair said in November, we have to, for net zero, we have to drive less. Did anybody ride their bicycle here tonight? He said we have to stop using single-occupant cars, and to make trains more desirable, maybe there needs to be congestion at an intersection. And also incentivize maybe people to just jump on their bikes. The mobility element, combined with high-density housing, narrowing of car lanes, and reduction of car lanes, is much like the Livable Communities Initiative for Los Angeles, with 3 to 5 stories of gentle density above retail, walkable, bikeable, 15-minute communities. Here's from their website, 2 kinds of mobility, bad and great. Why is that bad? There's cars on the road. Great. No cars on the road. Oh, here's Westwood Boulevard before and after. It looks kind of glum on the left, but on the right, oh, beautiful trees, clear sky, not a chemtrail in sight. And 10-mile-per-hour speed limit there. We're getting those lower speed limits too, aren't we? Oh, to no cars, a walking, biking, utopia 15-minute city. And they even suggest in their summary tearing down freeways to replace with parks. One way to eliminate dissent, get rid of the cars. No one can come to the council meetings then.
Thank you.
Final speaker is Donna Westbrook.
We have one more.
Donna Westbrook.
Donna Westbrook, Encinitas. I just learned something that I think maybe none of you know, and that it really wasn't put into place. It's called residential permit parking. Now, when you have a residential area that is overrun by density, as we have in Encinitas, which is the resort, I believe. And they were included in getting residential permit parking. And apparently, there is no number on the number of permit parking stickers you can have. So basically, if you have 10 people in an apartment, which is not necessarily what you have in a single-family resident, they get 10 permit parking stickers. Now, if you have in the apartments 10, 20, 15, 20, more people in an apartment than you're going to get in a single-family resident, and they all get to get a permit parking sticker, then what have you accomplished? If you're going to do permit parking so people don't have the apartments in front of their house, and they were having a problem because they were having gardeners with their large, I don't know what you call it, holes of grass and everything else in the back, and parking there. And then they'd come out and do all sorts of things, happy things at night while they drank and, had a nice party. And so they thought with permit parking, that would be finished. Well, obviously, if you're giving everybody in that apartment complex a permit sticker, you're not accomplishing anything. You're just making them legal. Why should they be legal? They're creating the problem in the first place. Now, I really think you should look into this, whatever you make of it, but they need some help. Thank you.
Thank you.
And that concludes oral communications.
Well, and it grew in there. It went from 23 to 27 total. So normally we allow 30 minutes for oral comments. That's why they kind of dialing it down to 2 minutes. I thought we could get through maybe in 40. It took almost, a little under an hour. So I want to control it. What we may end up doing in the future, just heads up for anybody out there, we may do a half hour in the beginning, and then anybody that comes in last, it's typically first in, first out, would have to wait till the end of the meeting. So just heads up, I wanted to put that out there. But we got to get to the business at hand that most of you are here for. So with that, we'll move on to report from closed session. We had none, so there is none. Or did we reported out for our last closed session after the closed session here publicly? And there was nothing to report, as I recall. And so item 7, changes to the agenda. Any changes to the agenda?
There are no changes to the posted agenda, but going to the consent calendar, item 8D has been pulled by Councilmember O'Hara and members of the public. Item 8E and item 8H. So D, E, and H have been pulled.
Okay, and I'll entertain a motion to approve the remaining items.
Motion to approve the remaining items.
Second.
Great. Call the question.
Just be one moment. It's too slow. That motion carries unanimously. That takes us to item D.
B. And that was pulled by,
Councilmember O'Hara and then members of the public.
okay. How many people from the public?
2.
2, okay. Do they want a staff report?
Don, yes.
Yeah, okay. So we'll have a staff report to start.
Good evening. I think Abe probably will be running in the door now. Here he is. We'll let Abe give the staff report.
Good evening, Council, members of the public. Abe Bandigan, City Traffic Engineer. A short presentation on the El Portal roundabout improvements. A little bit of history. We had, as you know, a bunch of collisions after the roundabout was implemented. We evaluated those collisions, looked at them, and tried to look for enhancements to the roundabout for improving safety purposes. In October, we presented an option to improve the intersection to the Mobility and Traffic Safety Commission, and in November, we brought those improvements to the council. Council directed us to evaluate the intersections a little bit more, dig deeper, find out the root causes of those collisions, and possibly find some alternative options. Based on the direction we received from the council, we evaluated all those different collisions with the reports that we received from the sheriff's office. One by one, we identified the approaches, identified how those collisions happened, the time of day, the date, the root cause of the collision, and then we created this diagram that shows how these collisions happened. Now, interestingly, I guess it's on record, out of the 18 that were identified and we received the reports, 12 were DUIs and 2 were hit and runs, which can be assumed that those were also related to DUI, and only 4 were non-DUI collisions. The majority of the collisions happened at the northeast corner and the southwest corner, and as you know, we had a few very severe collisions at those 2 corners where once a vehicle got on fire and the other one there was a vehicle that basically entered the sidewalk area. Because of that and the sensitivity of the location, we have school kids in this area from Paul Ecke, and we have a high volume of bike and ped activity in general. Staff recommendation was to add rigid posts. These are not flexible posts. These are solid, non-collapsible posts that should, based on design, be able to prevent a vehicle from entering the sidewalk area. The spacing of these are based on the angle of impact, assuming a vehicle would at least hit two of these before entering the sidewalk. If they're at I guess a very heavy vehicle or a very high speed, they might be able to brake, but with the design currently is assuming it would be able to stop a vehicle from entering the sidewalk area. There's also rumble strips at both approaches to warn the drivers that might be unfamiliar, might be impaired otherwise, to notify them if they're approaching a different intersection control, and they should slow down to be able to navigate the intersection better. Some pictures, we do have these rigid posts currently in front of Leucadia Glass. As you can see, 4 of them here in this picture. These are concrete posts with concrete foundation. These are not flexible. We do have the option of adding delineation to them. They're off pavement, but to increase visibility, we can add reflective tapes on them to make them more visible. These are the rumble strips that City of Solana Beach currently has on their 101. They're very, very thin. The total thickness after 2 layers of thermoplastic paint would be about 1/4 inch. Not much impacting vehicles with regards to suspension. It's not like a speed cushion or anything. They're very minimal. They do create some noise, but luckily we don't have that many residential houses and residential properties in that area. There is a hotel, there's a motel, I think. We do also have the option of using 6x6 or 8x8 posts with a foundation. This we do not have on our proposal right now, but it is an option. And another option that was discussed was potentially using boulders. This one we do not recommend. 2 main reasons. One is that we cannot anchor these down that easy into the ground, and we have the concern of these being projected into the sidewalk or into the business. And the other one is that there is really minimum width. There is a small grass area. It's about 3.5, 4 feet wide. If we want to have a boulder large enough to absorb an impact of a vehicle at 30, 40 miles an hour, it has to be large enough, and we don't think there is room unless we redesign that corner. Thank you, Council. I'm open to questions.
Public speakers?
Yeah, we do have 3. Donna Westbrook, Scott Campbell, and then Dennis Caden.
Question. Okay, was that 2? The
Do you
clock
have
was
a
at 2.
question of clarification from staff? We could start with that.
No, my
and then go to
question
public.
was just on the time. The timer wasn't changed, so I wanted to make sure.
Oh, okay, yeah, it should be 3 minutes.
Donna Westbrook, Encinitas. Did he say we had 18 DUIs at that roundabout? 12? 12 even 12 DUIs. I mean, first of all, this roundabout maybe should not be there. You may think it's great, but if you've got 12 DUIs, and just everyone knows, I never understand it, but somebody who has a DUI is involved in an accident, they have the least injuries. It's the other people that have it. So if you've got 12 DUIs, you're putting a lot of people into harm. Second, this was never brought out. I have never seen this in the newspaper. Maybe it was. I didn't look close enough. But that many accidents, and it's only so many months, I would be just absolutely, incensed would be a good word. But to have a roundabout that had that many accidents, maybe it's time to look at, the good old traffic light. Doesn't sound great? Yeah, they run through it, but maybe they get through and they go up to the next one, and then you hope God they don't hit anybody. But this thing is crazy. I mean, anybody look at a roundabout like that? I couldn't. I looked at this and I thought, who is keeping this information from us? Who? Traffic? Well, I don't usually go to the traffic. Don't always read them. But if this was in the newspaper and I said, you have a lot of trouble there with that roundabout, maybe you should look at something else. And cement bollards, honest to God, I can imagine somebody hitting those, and if they're going whatever speed they're going, hitting that, go high up in the air, and God knows then what happens. Maybe it's not the best idea. But I don't know. I think you have a really bad design there, and look at something else, because that many accidents, it should not be. Other than that, I could say more. I'm disgusted with it. Thank you.
Okay, good evening. My name is Scott Campbell. I live in Encinitas District 1. People talked about that. It's not new Encinitas, it's districting. If you want to talk about that, let's revisit the districting. Anyways, let's back on topic here. These are the incidents. It's really hard to read on the chart. They are all late at night. This isn't so much a design issue. This is an enforcement issue. But I do have a couple questions. I hope this is discussed. First off, why there's 15 on the southbound lanes where there was less accidents compared to 5 bullards on the northbound where there was been much more accidents. It just seems backwards to me. And then I have to ask, since this is a redo, and rework is much, much more expensive than doing it right the first time, and I hope we do it right the first time on Streetscape Segment C coming up. What is the restraint capacity of these metal poles? Last week there was a truck, it jumped the freeway. The whole truck and the trailer jumped the railing on the thing. So how do we know that's not going to happen? How do we know this? I just say it's going to may. What is the percentage estimation? Is it 1 sigma, 2 sigma, 3 sigma probability of safety? Now, the next question is, what were the number of accidents before this went in? There's been a significant number of accidents. This is bad design. Who do I blame for bad design? Is it bad implementation, bad concept? This comes back to the traffic engineer, really, covering his butt to save city property. Okay, next page, please. Now, over a year ago, I came up here and I talked about this, and my slideshow messed up, and I just had to talk. But this was a slide from this, from September, and it shows the light pole gone. It shows the water controller box gone. I'm not even sure where it is now, but it's not there anymore. This has been known for a long time, and now we're finally getting around to doing something about this? Once again, who should I blame? Let's go to the next page. Now, I've talked about reins at work. We've had so much of this. The oldest roundabout, we had to fix it, repainted it, we moved it, we tore it out. We have lane alignments currently that don't match up. Encinitas Boulevard, the green paint in front of OG's, that was a mess. Sheridan speed bumps, they had to be fixed and then replaced. Thank you for that. Leucadia Boulevard, the PCI, fixed a little bit, but it's still horrible. San Alejo, the new striping, the bikers love it. Cars are literally this far apart from each other at 45 miles an hour. Approve the safety. Thank you.
Next speaker is Dennis Caden, followed by Rick Smith.
Good evening, council members. Dennis Caden, Encinitas. See, on that roundabout, could I suggest that they put the flashing things, the beacons, because I go by that thing a lot in the morning, usually just after a lot of the kids have transferred through. On one occasion, the crossing guard was crossing someone, a parent, through the sidewalk, the crosswalk, and they all had to jump out of the way because an SUV came through, didn't even see her with the sign or anybody else. And I believe that they were innocent of the crime because if you're driving and you're coming to a roundabout, your eyes are looking for cars in the roundabout, not people. And it's just, maybe it's human nature, but the way I drive. But next time any of you go through a roundabout, including the general public here, where do your eyes go? And if you had the flashing beacon so that the pedestrian can give you a warning, I would think of all the places in Encinitas that need a beacon, that's the place. Because you got children walking, and for my instance, I pulled over, stopped with the crossing guard and said, could you use a beacon here? And she goes, well, then I would probably lose my job. But she admitted more than once, people don't see her with the sign. So that's enough said. You can act on that. Thank you very much.
Okay. Oh, we have one more? I thought we had three.
I just love speaking here. I am in agreement with him about having the flashing lights, just as a safety issue. But again, it's, having the yield to traffic. But Abe brought the stuff by us to look at all the plans, and one of them was like the 8x8 railroad ties. It's very, very low profile. My building is all wood. It would kind of just blend in. That's the Leucadia style. I don't want big metal poles. I have old ones in there, but they've been in there 25 years, 30 years, 40 years. They've been ran into a couple of times, but I think the wood would be enough deterrent because the people that come in, even the two that burst on fire, they were going maybe 30 miles an hour, but they went up and then they crossed into the concrete seat, and then that's when they burst onto fire. So I don't think anybody's going to hit it at 55 miles an hour. I can't stop them from going 55, but it seems people have slowed down. I think with the rumbles, that's a good idea. Thank you.
Okay, I think that concludes public speakers. Good. And I don't have any current. I'll hop in if nobody wants to. And let's see, first thing, I think the data was taken over 2 years. So, and Abe, if you could clarify something, I think you said maybe in my briefing, it was 12 impaired DUIs, but there were also 4 hit and runs that all likelihood were DUIs also. Is that what you said earlier?
Yeah, that's what I have on this slide. 12 DUIs and 2 hit and runs.
2 hit and runs.
So 14 total
So it
out
could
of
be
18.
14 out of 18, so it could even be worse. And I agreed with the comment about this is probably an enforcement problem, a DUI enforcement problem, a speed enforcement problem. And so one of the things I plan to advocate for during budget time is more enforcement. Because we need to get the police out there and slow the illegal behavior down.
And I'm not sure if it's in line with what you mentioned, but out of the 4 non-collisions, one of those was happened during a pursuit.
Oh, okay.
So 3, basically.
And then somebody asked the question about why the difference between northbound and southbound. And I think when you briefed me, there's a significant geometry difference where between northbound and southbound. Can you comment on that?
Absolutely, yes. As you can see in the diagram, because of the angle of approach, all those northbound collisions are kind of concentrated on that northeast corner where we have a very, wide angle. It's about 150, 160 degree angle. So just those 5-6 bollards or whatever we put in there in that stretch would prevent vehicles from entering the sidewalk area. Whereas on the southwest corner, we have a very wide curb return, and we've had as you can see, a very a lot of distance between the points that these different vehicles entered the sidewalk. We want it to be safe, basically cover the whole corner.
And going on to the number of accidents before implementation, I thought that was a really good question. Do you have any data that would have said what a 2-year period, how many accidents we might have had at this intersection? And I suppose we're talking about just accidents that go off the road.
I do not have it with me.
But could you?
I can easily get it.
Yeah, I'm thinking that with just the straight through, it was pretty small, right?
Absolutely. I mean, even if there was people under influence, if there's nothing, if there was a stop sign, they'd probably run it, but that's about it.
And then somebody characterized it as there are a lot of people getting injured, but the truth is these are DUIs hitting fixed objects, which I'd prefer they hit fixed objects rather than people or other cars. So you could argue that it's getting some DUIs off the road. It's an expensive way to do it, but it's not at least injuring people, right, other than potentially the DUI driver. I think one of the oral comments people, although I think he's still here and he got up and spoke, mentioned something about a yield sign, and I think it was the El Portal. Mr. Smith? Cliff, okay. Leucadia Glass. Is that something that could be done, you would consider? What's your recommendation?
For a yield sign?
For, I believe, a yield from the El Portal direction so that it's clear, yield to, I think that, did I get that right? Anybody want to comment?
They say yield to the traffic in the circle on 101.
Yeah, we can add, those signs I think were removed from MUTCD, but it's not wrong,
Yeah, it sounds like we use them other places. If you could contact staff afterwards and explain exactly, so and then ultimately it would be Abe's authority and decision that would implement it. And then anybody else? Councilmember O'Hara.
Sure. I pulled this to send it essentially back to engineering for a redesign. I feel that I don't think the residents want the bollards. In fact, I think my predecessor in this seat expressed her disinterest in them and a more aesthetic result. We spent an awful lot of money on the landscaping on this project. To throw these bollards in seems unnecessary given the information we've heard. Mr. Smith, the wood that you've put out has been successful for how long?
That's what Abe recommended.
Well, he said someone recommended.
So the question, you said you've had wood out there for a long time.
No.
Okay.
His building has it at the base of the structure.
This is what currently, oops, I passed.
No, I understand that. There you go. I get that. It's okay, I was going back to his comments. Regardless, I also think at this point, bollards are starting to cause a little bit of tension in our community. People are seeing them and identifying them as a traffic concern more than a traffic safety. I think it's a popular standpoint. I think we can do better, so I'm just going to motion to send this back for a redesign with something a little more aesthetic that will still do the job we want to do. I would approve of the 6x6 or 8-inch posts or something to that. I think that's a pretty reasonable thing to do. I think that falls with why this was sent back the first time. And I'm just going to motion to go ahead and do that if anybody will second.
Let me recognize Deputy Mayor Lyons. And then if you want to make a motion, just go ahead and punch in.
Thank you, Mayor. I'll go ahead and second that. I do want to I do want to ask a few questions and maybe provide some other thoughts that I would ask Councilmember O'Hara if he's aligned with the thinking. First, the question, Abe, is it sounds like you have already given some consideration to the posts or something like the railroad ties. Do you have anything you'd like to share about that, that we should be thinking about as we further evaluate those railroad ties? And was there a reason that didn't move forward already?
Sure. So bollards are a cost-effective way to achieve what we're trying to do. So we have enough funding in our budget that that's something we could deploy. I don't know that we'd have enough money in our engineering department budget to move forward with a wall. So we'd have to come back and ask for funding for a wall. So,
would you consider the railroad ties right next to each other a wall? Is that what you're saying?
Yeah, they'd have to be embedded in concrete. Mm-hmm.
Yes, but the poles are too. So
they are. So we'd have to do. So these are a standard design. So the Abe has a picture. The timber wall that we have a picture of there. Yeah. In that's a design in the city of Del Mar. So we'd have to kind of connect with them and get some more information on who their wall designer was.
Okay, I understand now.
Yeah, so it's not, this is a solution that would need to be engineered, whereas bollards already have a standard engineering design behind them.
Understood. Thank you for that. It's always good to know the detail behind it. I'm still in favor of moving forward with looking at that and evaluating, is that the right decision for us? I believe also that it's more aesthetic, and I think I want us to do this right. As far as the aesthetics for the community, as long as it's also safe, because safety is the top priority. The other thing I want to say is back in November when we looked at this, I know that you were listening, and I appreciate that you brought these options forward. One of the things that I appreciate seeing here is the rumble strip, or the rumble strips. And my primary concern was there wouldn't be these accidents if the traffic slowed down. I mean, I'm assuming, I don't know, but I think it's speed that as someone tries to navigate the circle, that's the problem. So getting the traffic to slow down before they come to that intersection, I think is the first priority. We just don't want them to hit these poles either. We just don't, so slower. So the rumble strips, I think, are really important for that. I do agree with more signage, especially here, the yield to traffic in the circle would be valuable. I do want to acknowledge the flashing crosswalk for the children. This is a unique situation. We have a lot of different users, children, adults, people crossing. It does feel like you're vulnerable when you're in the sidewalk, and I don't want us to feel like we're vulnerable in the sidewalk. Now, we didn't bring that up before, and I think now is a good opportunity to ask for that to also be considered, to look at helping the children, especially in the crosswalk, and the adults who are helping them cross, not feel vulnerable. So if you could evaluate how to do that best. I don't want to tell you how to do your job, but that is, I think, also a very important aspect. So I've added a few ideas to what the motion might be.
No, I agree, and I'll follow up. I think addressing this crosswalk will actually be helpful in the moving forward of Segment C Streetscape, where we have a similar setup coming up to help us avoid any redesigns there that we can come up with to make it more efficient. So in the first implementation of that, we can get it correct. So I do believe making it safer is great. I love our crossing guards. I don't think any of us have any intention of removing them with flashing lights. I think they provide more of a service than just getting kids across the street. So, but adding to that safety for our crossing guards as well. I know when you're in that circle, flashing lights would help you realize what's going on as you exit. It's a great idea.
Okay, I think check with staff, see if you've got enough input on where to go, and we have a motion and a second. I don't see anyone else.
And I'm just going to clarify, the motion is to refer back to the traffic engineering for a more aesthetic redesign and to include additional safety of the crosswalk.
Correct.
Is that correct?
I think I also articulated the yield to traffic in the circle signage to be considered. It appears to be a valuable comment that I'd like to see our professionals give us that feedback and whether it's appropriate here.
Does that concur with the motion maker?
One question. Do we, can we simplify it by mentioning the post in the motion, or you do want us to come back other than post with other options? Or no, if you all like the post, instead of saying evaluate other options, just direction be use posts and the wall as a design?
So I think that's a good question. I looked in the notes from the briefing, and it said that other options were considered, but you were worried about them becoming airborne should there be a collision.
The boulders, correct. That's the last slide that they have been used. We have two concerns. One is the possibility of them being projected into the sidewalk, and the other one is the narrow width of the landscape area that we have doesn't allow us to put something heavy enough that would even stand the impact.
So I think anything that is not going to be considered safe or sturdy would be ruled out and would not be part of this design.
Correct. That's our assumption, that we don't want to use something that we're not sure about the safety. We don't want to do it just for the sake of doing it. We want to be sure that it's going to be added, that safety element that we're after. Because of that, I mean, we can think more to see if we can find something other than the wall, but out of these options, from what I'm hearing, seems like council likes the post.
A question from the chair. Are the motion maker and the seconder interested in staff coming back with a wall option, like in particular the wood wall, and for at least coming back with a cost option there? Was that part of the motion?
Yes.
Okay.
Yes.
Good. I just wanted to clarify that.
Okay, so the motion is to refer back to the traffic engineering department for a more aesthetic redesign, such as a wood post wall, to include safety of the additional safety for the crosswalk, and also consideration of a yield to traffic signage in the circle. Is that correct?
Correct.
Yes.
Thank you.
So we have a motion and a second. No more speakers. Call a question.
That motion does carry unanimously. That takes us to item 8E. And we do have one speaker, and that is Donna Westbrook. Would you like a staff report? Donna Westbrook, yes. Staff report, yes, please.
Good evening. My name is Leah Cabrera. I'm the principal engineer of the Land Development Engineering section. Okay. The item before you today is the summary vacation of waiver of access rights to El Camino Real for the City of Encinitas tract number 4255, parcel B. On October 1st, 1987, subdivision map Encinitas tract number 4255 was filed in the office of the County Recorder of San Diego County. This map created 19 lots, including Lot 1 and Lot 2, both with frontage on El Camino Real. Lot 1 had a 15-foot wide access at its southern boundary, and Lot 2 had two 15-foot wide access openings at its northern and southern boundaries. The map waived access rights along the rest of Lot 1 and Lot 2 frontages on El Camino Real. On April 27, 1998, a certificate of compliance was recorded with the County of San Diego as instrument number 1998-0238737. This document shifted the boundary between Lot 1 and Lot 2 by 45 feet to the north to create Parcel A and Parcel B. This shift left all legal access rights to El Camino Real on Parcel B, which total 30 feet, and to be relinquished, and new access openings will be granted per separate documents. On June 5th, 1998, a quitclaim deed was recorded with the County of San Diego as document number 1998-0338242 that relinquished access openings number 1 and 2 totaling 30 feet. However, Government Code Section 27281A states deeds or grants conveying any interest in or easement upon real estate to a political corporation or governmental agency for public purposes shall not be accepted for recordation without the consent of the grantee, evidenced by its certificate or resolution of acceptance attached to or printed on the deed or grant. No such certification of compliance or acceptance by the City of Encinitas was granted by the city nor attached to the quitclaim deed, rendering this quitclaim deed invalid. The result is that the access openings number 1 and number 2 remain. In 1999, Parcel A was developed with a 30-foot wide driveway access from Parcel B. However, the 30-foot access opening did not align precisely with access openings number 1 and number 2 per map 11909. On June 10th, 2024, the applicant, Pascal Larat Suter and Associates, on behalf of the owner, El Camino Encinitas LLC, submitted a plan to develop Parcel B using the existing access to El Camino Real that serves Parcel A. The applicant requested a summary vacation of waiver of access rights for a 14.5-foot wide access opening just north of access opening number 1 onto El Camino Real to align access rights with the actual 30-foot access opening that is currently in use. The existing 30-foot access driveway used by Lot 1 does not align with approved access openings number 1 and 2. As Parcel B is being developed, access will be provided through the existing 30-foot driveway used by Parcel A. The proposed development on Parcel B is currently under final review. The applicant requested a summary vacation of waiver of 14.5 feet of access rights to El Camino Real, so access rights are aligned with the existing access driveway, which will serve both of the lots. Staff recommends approval of this waiver so that access for both parcels will match with the access rights granted by the city. The subject property is designated as general commercial in the general plan and general commercial with a residential 30 overlay in the zoning ordinance. Lots 1 and 2 were legally created by map number 11909, and the 14.5-foot line contiguous to El Camino Real was created via the certificate of compliance recorded. Lot 2 is currently undeveloped. Should the summary vacation of waiver of access rights be approved, the allowable density and development rights for the property do not change. No additional density is gained as a result of the summary vacation. Staff recommends that you adopt the City Council resolution titled A Resolution of the City Council of City of Encinitas, California, Summary Vacation of Waiver of Access Rights to El Camino Real for the City of Encinitas, tract number 4255, Parcel B.
Thank you. So do we have a public speaker?
You do have one,
Donna?
Donna Westbrook. And one more, Dennis Caden.
Donna Westbrook, Encinitas. This involves more than just we're just going to let you use our parking lot, even though we got some of your land and we built on it. It was a subdivision at that time. There were more lots. And the lot that wants to be developed now by Brian Grover is below Lot 7, I believe. And the water, or however they did, you can see the map that you have to go back to the appeal. But apparently the lot was set up that it was a sediment basin. Now you can say, well, maybe that's for just construction. It's been like that for like 20 years plus. So it has become a water basin, basically. So whatever comes down goes on to that basin. Well, before, there was always a question, where did this water come from? Because it was called a wetlands. And there's a certain part on there that shows wetlands. They use the word emergent. And also the Coastal Commission uses that word. So you have wetlands on this piece of property that apparently, because of the drainage that was, the way they designed it, would then come down onto this property. Now, that in itself brings up a question that you're using a subdivision for a property that says they have nothing to do with a subdivision. It does. It's very, very obvious that it's part of the subdivision. And if he had to, do anything else with it, it would probably go back to the subdivision. The other question, which is really disturbing, is that Armstrong received 40, I think it was at least 40 feet, 45 it depends, although they said they didn't. So they got the property from B. Now B wants to use some of that property as their entrance. And they're talking about, well, it's only going to be like 15 feet. But what happens to Armstrong's property where you go in and part of it you park? And as you park in Armstrong's, you get to back up. So you're going to put a fence in between there and take that property away from them? I mean, that's what they want you to do. So I think this should be sent back and discussed in more detail, because if it isn't, you may have a question of how did Armstrong get shortchanged by the question that they want you to do real fast. And this is not a question that you can talk about quickly and then decide on it, because you do have a subdivision here and it is part of the drainage. At least that number 2, parcel is part of the drainage of the subdivision. If it isn't, then show it.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thanks, council members. Dennis Caden once again. So, 2 questions. How did this project even get approved without something like this being resolved in the beginning? And number 2, what does the city get reimbursed for if it's a right-of-way that is being used for a developer that's doing a minimum amount of high or low and very low income? So maybe we could do a trade-off for either increased low-density units or have them pay money for the use of it. It's our city property, is it not? Thank you.
That does conclude speakers.
Okay, thank you. I'm going to hop in here first. This is not a rehearing of the appeal. We heard the appeal, a month ago or so. This is about basically correcting a 1987 as-built problem. They had allowed for these lots to have two locations shared between their 3 lots, and each of the points where the lots meet, there was going to be a common exit. Well, it turns out in 1987 they built it in the wrong location. So, but the paperwork didn't catch up. And so that's what happened with this new project that we approved several weeks ago, is that basically they're moving the legal access to where it's actually built. No change to the concrete, no change to the sidewalk. It's the right thing to do. It didn't have to get corrected legally until now. It didn't have to get done before the meeting. So I think staff's briefed me enough on this. I'm comfortable with it. And you just got to understand, right now it's basically is a waiver of a relinquishment. That's a double negative. So it's actually allowing the access in the right place and not in the wrong place. So I don't have any problem with this. I believe it is the correct thing to do, and it's correcting a 30-year-old problem. So, Councilmember O'Hara.
Okay. Quick clarification, just for public's understanding, both the Armstrong property and the developer are all okay with this? They've all agreed?
Yes, they will be sharing access, the same driveway.
Okay. To that point, I think I expressed this to city manager and staff. I agree that this should have been accounted for before we voted on the project. I'd like to see a change in procedure across the board. We've discussed that at City Hall. There are some things that you hear tonight that we need to address. And I think opportunities like this in the future, it can work out here, but I think we need to make sure that if someone's building, they know where the driveway is, and they design it, and we address it before we agree. I did have a question. I see every week we're vacating land all over the place, easements and such. Is this an opportunity where we could just use an MOU with both parties and avoid vacating our land or space for the residents?
So there's no land associated with this. This is just access rights.
Okay. I'm good. I just want to make sure we're doing this the best way we can.
I think there was one area I forgot to mention, that would be the shared parking arrangement. Staff, if you could fill us in quickly on the shared parking and the fact that the project that was approved, the Encinitas, El Camino Real Gardens, or El Camino Real Apartments, I'm going to get it straight yet, has sufficient parking without taking into account the shared parking that's on their land. Just if you can confirm that, basically. I see a nod, yes, but.
Yes, the Armstrong Gardens is going to have their own parking to the north, whereas the apartments are going to have their designated parking to the south.
And when you say on the north, you mean on the north of parcel B where the new project is being built on that parcel?
North of the driveway.
Yeah. And they have a contract between those two parties, and we were aware of it and approved it, and it was taken into account for the past approval of the new project, the apartments.
Correct.
Okay. So I'll make a motion to approve this one. I've got, sorry, it looks like I've got Councilmember Schaefer here too, but I'll go ahead and make the motion.
Sure. Yeah, and during my staff briefing, I was confirmed that this is actually more of a benefit to Armstrong, making sure that Armstrong doesn't get basically ran over by the apartments coming in. So they get their parking. It's actually helping Armstrong more than it's helping the apartment process. So thank you.
And was that a second?
I'll second that motion.
Okay, thank you. Anybody else? I'll call the question.
Give me one moment. The system is frozen.
We're waiting for the computers. There we go.
That motion does carry unanimously. That takes us to item 8H. And we did have one speaker on that. That's Ellen Burr. Ellen, did you want a staff report? Yes, staff report, please.
Can it be abbreviated? No? Okay.
Good evening, Council. This is basically a grant acceptance from the California State Coastal Conservancy to receive $1,060,000 to basically support the continued maintenance, monitoring, and permitting effort of the Cardiff State Beach Living Shoreline. Cardiff State Beach Living Shoreline's essentially next to Chart House, south to Seaside Beach. It's an artificial dune system, basically protecting Coast Highway. So we have sunken revetment that is adjacent to Coast Highway, the paved area, and then it's buried with sand, essentially, with the native plants. Additionally, the trail that's next to it. We have a MOU that's between State Parks, Nature Collective, and the city to basically manage the facilities. That kind of helps with the dredging effort, as well as the maintenance of the trail, the parking area, and the access to the beach along that area. And so that's basically it. I'm here for any questions or clarification.
Ellen Burns, she does have a time donation from Bonnie Bobzian, who is present.
Good evening, Council, Mayor. Take those flower boxes and planters on Santa Fe and put them around the circle. I am here. I don't want you to turn this money down, but I am very concerned that we have fallen into a trap that mostly federal and state agencies fall into. And they can do that because they, used to have lots of money and people to take care of stuff. But we're a little town. So right now, I want a commitment from someone, somewhere, to say that they will be looking at all of the projects that we have money for, that we're currently involved in, that we plan to be involved in, that involve the beaches of Encinitas from north to south. And the reason I say this is because there are unintended consequences, and I'm not sure that the people involved, external and possibly internal to the city, are aware of unintended consequences and conflicts, which have serious results. One of those is the San Alejo Lagoon mouth. Well, Mr. Gibson isn't there anymore, but they were supposed to start a dredging project on Friday, but for various reasons they can't, because we have king tides today and tomorrow. They went ahead and bulldozed. My grandson would be very upset that I used the wrong term. Diggers, excavators, and front loaders to clear the channel. They ended up having to do it wider than they had anticipated because Mother Nature doesn't wait for you to get your channel built. So the water is just pouring out of there, which is fine. But the problem is caused not by stuff coming from the lagoon. It is all from beach nourishment, which we are doing north and south, and sand moves north and south. So I've been calling it a delta. It's not a delta. It's a tidal prism or a tidal wedge, because the sand that has built up in there and caused the problem is external, is coming from the ocean. And there's all kinds of different qualities and sizes of sand. So at this point, we are sort of paying somebody to come in and dig a hole, and we're paying somebody else to go in and put the dirt somewhere, the sand somewhere else, and paying somebody else to come in and fill the hole. So I would like to know that somebody has an idea of exactly what we are doing and what we are getting for it, because the San Alejo Lagoon has been essentially closed for a whole year. Yes, it opened up for a few months, but only for 2 times a day for a limited number of time. So yes, take this money, but please use some of it to try and deal with the problems that have been caused by all of these activities that are going on that are supposed to be good, but sometimes there are unintended consequences. And frankly, a lot of these things, the plans were done 15 and 20 years ago. Things have changed. So please, take the money, but see if you can't use some of it to coordinate what we're doing here. Thank you.
Thank you. So Deputy Mayor Lyons.
Thank you, Mayor. So, Ellen, I always appreciate your thoughts. We are often aligned and care a lot about the environment and our lagoons and our sand on the beach and our beaches and our shoreline. Thank you. I look at this a little bit differently, and I want to just point that out, that what we need to make a decision on today with this item is to say yes to this money for the purpose that is outlined here. But you call to a point something very important that I've already talked to our city manager about and the mayor, and recommending that we have an informational item come before us in a future meeting, hopefully very close, very soon, about what's happening in the lagoon and about the dredging and where that sediment is going to be put and what the overall plan is for not only the health of the lagoon and who's paying for it, but how that interfaces then with what's happening along our shoreline. I think your questions are really valid, and under a separate effort, I think we'll talk about whether we can come forward with an informational item that goes down into the details. The Nature Collective has a really informative website on this, and I know our staff is really very well aware of what they're doing in the lagoon. They are a little bit later in getting the dredging done than they anticipated. Some of it has to do with the dredge is coming from another state. But it goes into all this detail on their website, so please look at that for more questions. But I think for more answers, but I think your question is more like, what's the big picture and what money is being spent where and how does it all react together and do the best we can for our city. So in this case, this is state money, and we have been accepting this money for the maintenance of this shoreline project. It's been so successful, we do want to continue to accept it, and I would like to move for acceptance of this item.
See, Councilmember Schaefer.
Yeah, since we're here, I was just wondering if staff has any input on the questions that Ellen brought up. If just a quick, you don't have to answer in full detail like Deputy Mayor Lyons is asking for the future, but just since we're all here and we heard it, I know you're a professional and you have a lot of good things to say.
Sure. I mean, so yeah, basically the inlet was opened obviously today, and that was in anticipation of the rain events. The dredge, as you stated, is on its way. It is actually here in California now, but we're waiting on parts specifically. And that'll be an aquatic dredging effort that will likely be launched behind the Plastino Building, Kai's area, into the waterway itself to basically excavate about 65,000 cubic yards of sand. So that dredging effort will then be pumped south of the chart house. So similar to what we've seen back in 2018, 2020 when we did the freeway widening. So a similar effort to that.
Is it going to be one of those things, like you said, is it we're digging it here, it's going out, it's going right back in, and so we're just kind of in this cycle? Is there a long-term plan for that? Or again, we don't have to go too far into it right now, but is there a long-term plan for that?
Yeah, there is a long-term plan as far as managing the lagoon, and that's what Nature Collective essentially heads up. The city partners with them on this project, which is a living shoreline, and that is a recipient site of that sand. It's kind of the nexus between those two projects. So,
thank you, appreciate it.
I'm up next. One of the things as far as long-term strategies questions, I'm going to put a plug in. February 24th and 25th, we have our strategic goal-setting session offsite over at the Senior Center starting at 8 a.m. We will take public comment there, so I'm sure we usually see Ellen there. We'll probably see quite a few of you there, but that's a good place to ask these kind of bigger picture questions too. And then I think we have a motion. Did we get a second?
Second.
Okay, I got a motion and a second. I too went on the website and the Nature Collective website, and it was quite thorough. I also asked for the annual report on the status of the dunes and got that from, I think the year was 2023. It was released in 2024. It also was very informative about what they're doing here. So I don't know, where is that available on the website? Anybody's website?
No, not necessarily yet, but we could make it available.
Yeah. Could send us an email. We can get it to you if you're interested. So we've got a motion and a second, and nobody else speaking. We'll call the question.
Motion carries unanimously. That does complete the consent calendar and takes us to item 10A.
So I'm thinking we do a 10-minute break, be back at 5 after, and then we power through it. Any?
May I make a statement before we break?
Yeah, absolutely. Why don't we do that?
So I just want to make the statement on item 10A, and I've done this in the past when we've considered 10A. I am officially recused from this item. The reason for that recusal is the firm that I work for, which is the IDS Group, is contracted by the developer for the landscape architecture for the streetscape portion of the design. And I am an associate principal with the IDS Group. And I'm not only recused from this meeting, but just for your information, I have been recused from any dialogue with either constituents, staff, or my colleagues ever since I've been on City Council for this same reason. Thank you.
Thank you, and we'll be back at 5 after. I do need Tarquin here.
Yeah.
We'll start in another minute or two. Oh, yeah, or maybe another minute or less. You can leave it going. Okay, if we can come to order and everybody take a seat. Okay, now on to item 10A, which is the public hearing to consider two timely filed appeals on the Planning Commission approval of a density bonus design review project and coastal development permit authorizing the demolition of on-site structures, and I'm just going to paraphrase, at Kristen Court and Quail Meadows Drive. So this public hearing was continued from November 20th, 2024 City Council meeting to a date certain of today, February 12th, 2025. We left the public hearing open so we could take public comments. We now have 20, how many people to speak?
Approximately 20.
Approximately 20, some with time donations. So at 3 minutes, that ends up, it's going to end up over an hour. And, but, you know, so we're, the real question is, what's your appetite for spending that extra half hour and to 20 minutes over and above what it would take if I went 2 or 3 minutes? My personal preference is to spend the time, give everybody, both sides, full due process. I'll look to my council colleagues. Is it okay to go the extra, maybe an hour and a half total for public comment? We'll try and do it like we've done and keep people moving so we can do it in close to an hour. Any preferences here?
Let the people speak.
Okay, so I think, I hear any I hear thumbs up. Okay, so we'll go full 3 minutes. If you've heard it already, and just say ditto or something, anything we can do to move this through quickly, but I want due process served for both sides. I think we all do. So next step is staff report? Yep. Okay.
Is that what'll happen? Do you want me to read out the whole script?
That'd be great.
So what'll happen is, first will be the staff report will be given. We will then ask the city council members to disclose any information they've received other than that is included in the staff report. Council will then have preliminary questions. Next, we'll hear from the two appellants. Each appellant will have 10 minutes. Following the appellants, then we will have the applicant who will have 10 minutes. Then we will have public speakers. Next will be rebuttal by the applicant, and then rebuttal by the two appellants. And the applicant will have 5 minutes, and then each appellant will have 5 minutes for the rebuttal. And then council discussion and action and closing of the public hearing.
Very good. With that, we'll start with the staff report.
Good evening, Mayor Ehlers and council members. I'm going to go ahead and run through the same presentation because we have new council members. I'll go as quickly as I can through it. We're all familiar with the project site located along Quail Gardens Drive and surrounded by single-family residential to the west and northeast, duplexes to the east, an existing church to the north, and the Sunshine Gardens housing element site and existing office buildings to the south. The project includes a density bonus, design review permit, and coastal development permit to demolish remnant agricultural structures for the development of a 448-unit multifamily residential unit apartment complex. That's including 358 market rate and 90 low income. The Planning Commission held 3 hearings regarding the project, where the project before you was ultimately approved on October 3rd, 2024. As mentioned, 2 timely filed appeals were received and is the subject of this presentation. The prior City Council considered the appeal on November 20th, 2024, where staff provided this presentation and both appellants and the applicant presented. At the November meeting, the City Council voted to continue the item to date certain to tonight, February 12th, 2025, and requested SAFER and the applicant return with additional supporting information regarding their stance on the California Environmental Quality Act, or CEQA, moving forward, exemption. As mentioned, the public comment portion remained open. Starting with the SAFER appeal points, the appellant's position is that the coastal development permit is a discretionary action that is not exempt from and is subject to CEQA. The appellant states that all information necessary to complete an environmental review is required, and further states that the project may have significant unmitigated impacts. In response, as provided in the order of the San Diego Superior Court issued on December 12th, 2018, the City of Encinitas Fifth Cycle Housing Element Update 2019 and actions necessary for its implementation are exempt from CEQA. Pursuant to Government Code Section 65759A, an environmental assessment was prepared, or you'll hear me say EA, to identify and mitigate where feasible the potentially significant environmental effects from implementing the housing element. This EA was incorporated by reference into the city's general plan upon adoption of the housing element and related documents. Although the project qualifies for a CEQA exemption, several site-specific technical studies were conducted to demonstrate compliance with the EA. The project was then conditioned to comply with the recommendations of those technical studies, and the technical studies concluded that there were no environmental impact that would exceed what has already anticipated during the housing element review cycle. The city's certified housing element has been certified by the California Coastal Commission. In addition, Government Code Section 65583.2H and I allow for by right approval of housing developments that meet certain criteria, including providing a minimum of 20% of the base density units as affordable and does not include a subdivision. The project provides 25% affordable of the base density units and does not include a subdivision. Also noteworthy is that 13 of the R30 housing element sites are located within the coastal zone. Several of those sites have been approved that were exempt from CEQA and included a design review permit as well as coastal development permit. Those housing element sites that did not meet the conditions specified, such as those requiring a subdivision or included commercial components, were not exempt from CEQA. The appellant's next position is that the project is inconsistent with the city's local coastal program, or LCP, as you'll hear me say this moving forward, as it relates to density and waivers. The density bonus regulations, including the allowance for a density increase, waivers, concessions, and incentives, are incorporated within the city's adopted LCP, which has been certified by California Coastal Commission. This conclusion was also reached by Coastal Commission staff as referenced in correspondence between HCD and Coastal Commission staff within a memo provided within the attachments. The project meets the objective policies and standards of the LCP, and the findings to grant waivers consistent with the city's density bonus regulations and state density bonus law were made by the Planning Commission. As referenced in the previous response to the first appellant point, the city and Coastal Commission have approved density bonus projects including allowances to exceed density and approved waivers, concessions, and incentives. The appellant states that the project's impacts on biological resources are not adequately addressed and mitigated. Their specific reasons include that the diversity of species on site is underestimated and that associated field surveys were inadequate. Additionally, the appellant states that the consultant failed to analyze the project impacts due to habitat loss, wildlife movement, window collisions, and that the dog park was not analyzed. The appellant states that the additional mitigation measures are available and must be required to reduce the project's impacts on biological resources. In response to the appellant's point, the professional biologist provided a response that included a biological resources report that was prepared in accordance with the industry standards, practices and standards, and that the report complies with local and state protocols. Through the analysis, it was determined that the project site is not critical to wildlife movement. The biologist further states that arguments for the loss of bird nests are not applicable as the fledging estimated used are from a 1948 study in Wisconsin. In response from the biologist further states that the birds that are using the site are urban adapted and the habitat restoration for the project will provide higher quality habitat. In addition, the response states that using the San Francisco standards bird-safe building to address window collision are not appropriate as this project is 4 stories. The biologist also states that using a comparison of the project with a rural, undeveloped road in Northern California for vehicle collision is not an appropriate comparison. In reference to the dog park, the response from the biologist is that it is located within the development footprint and enclosed. The dog park, as well as the project, is subject to drainage and stormwater treatment measures to contain runoff on site to capture and clean runoff prior to conveyance to storm drains. Appropriate biological mitigation measures are in place for the proposed project within the resolution. Because the project avoids waters of the state, no standalone wetland delineation report was required. In addition, 3 site visits with wildlife agencies and coastal commissions have been conducted, and those site visits are documented within the biological report. The appellant's position is that the air quality and greenhouse gas emission impacts were not adequately addressed or mitigated. They state that project design features should be incorporated as mitigation measures, that construction and operational emissions are underestimated, that the consultant uses Rule 67 paints in its modeling incorrectly, the CaliMod construction inputs are unclear, incorrect application of Tier 4 final emission standards, and operational area-related mitigation measures. In response, LDN Consulting prepared a detailed response in Attachment 9. In summary, they state that the project design features are integrated directly into the project description and are foundational components of the project, and that they will be required to comply with them. It further explains that the actual construction practices typical for the project of this scale and type were collaborated with the project team. He states that specific parameters, such as those for architectural coatings, required adjustments due to CaliMod's standard assumptions, which often do not reflect realistic construction timelines or methods, and the analysis conducted represents the project's expected emissions. LDN stated that utilizing the appellant's suggested method of Rule 67 paints would be misleading and not reflect a residential project of this nature, and also stated that the applicant is committed to using Tier 4 final emission standards equipment. And the professional consultant also confirms the project's compliance with the climate action plan through the greenhouse gas analysis. Moving on to ECRD's appeal points. ECRD's first position is that the project is inconsistent with the city's general plan and the Housing and Community Development, or HCD moving forward, guidelines for housing density. State density bonus law provides that density bonus for a project qualifying under the law is a density increase over the maximum allowable gross residential density, and that's in quotes. Since 2017, the city has consistently used gross acreage to calculate base density for density bonus purposes. This calculation methodology is consistent with the formal direction that we did receive from HCD. And then we have a memo here from Barbara Kautz, who's to my right here, was included within the agenda packet, which provides further background on the origination of the gross acreage calculation requirement. ECRD's position is that the project is inconsistent with the city's Hillside Inland Bluff Overlay Zone. Planning Commission Resolution 2008-11 dated March 20th, 2008 approved a subdivision map for 33 residential lots and the construction of 33 single-family residences for the same project site. The approval included the determination that the project site was not subject to Hillside Inland Bluff Overlay Zone based on the on-site agricultural history and resultant man-made and disturbed slopes. The city's third-party geotechnical consultant concurred with this determination. The appellant's next position is that the project is inconsistent with the city's circulation element, including making statements regarding the mitigation measures and their effectiveness, as well as the concern for lack of signal timing controls. The local transportation analysis was prepared by CR Associates in accordance with the industry practices and standards. Attachment CC10 includes CR Associates' response to the appeal and additional information. CR notes that Section 4.5 of the traffic study documents the expected operations, including delay of level of service, both before and after implementing the recommended improvements at the intersection of Quail Gardens Drive and Encinitas Boulevard. The intersection operations were evaluated using Synchro version 11, which is the accepted traffic engineering software in the city of Encinitas and the San Diego region. Further, it states that these improvements include a right turn overlap at the westbound and southbound approaches, as well as signal timing optimization. ECRD states that San Diego County Department of Health Quality Soils Remediation Report lists contaminated soils on the project site, and that those contaminants are located within the wetland and conservation areas. The claim ECRD makes is that the Coastal Commission deemed the area off limits to any incursions, and that the project proposes removal of plants and concrete pads within the wetland buffer. However, it states that the San Diego County Soil Remediation Plan calls for no soil disturbance. The appellant makes claims that the city planner states that the removal and replacement of the failed 48-inch corrugated metal pipe in the wetlands will occur so that slip lining the pipe in the wetlands can be done. The appellant further claims that the slip lining on the drainage plan is inconsistent with the agreement between Baldwin, California Coastal Commission, and the United States Fish and Wildlife, that there be no incursion into wetlands. In response, the applicant states that the claim that wetland buffers are off limits to any incursions is incorrect, and further states that activities considered development, including the proposed habitat restoration, are permitted within the buffers with a coastal development permit. The applicant states that the project was designed in coordination with Coastal Commission staff who support restoration efforts in these sensitive areas for their ecological benefits. The Coastal Commission staff authorized habitat restoration within the 100-foot wetland buffer and correspondence included in attachment CC12. To minimize environmental impacts, the applicant proposes leaving impacted soils in place to avoid the disturbance that excavation and heavy equipment would cause to the wetland buffers. Sorry, I'm going really fast and I need more water. Trying to get through it. Okay.
You're doing great. Keep
Thank
going.
you. If I'm going too fast, let me know.
Nope.
Let's see here. The applicant states that the approved soil remediation plan prepared by Geocon Incorporated clearly demonstrates that the impacted soils within the wetland buffers are intentionally left in place to avoid further disturbance. And this approach was explicitly endorsed in the approval. As noted by Geocon, the proposed habitat restoration within the wetland areas should not be classified as soil disturbance, given that no soil will be removed during the process and disturbance would occur within the upper surface. The applicant states that this plan, along with control measures to safeguard public health, has been reviewed and accepted by the Department of Environmental Health and Quality, ensuring that all soil management and mitigation efforts are in full compliance with DEHQ standards. The existing CMP is not being removed and replaced. Instead, it is being slip-lined, which is a trenchless construction method that will rehabilitate the pipe. ECRD states that the approval by the Planning Commission is inconsistent with the public safety element, and the drainage study fails to address risks related to drainage and stormwater. Specifically, the appeal claims that the drainage plan relies on the existing 48-inch CMP and a historic head wall of uncertain integrity of functionality. ECRD further states that the drainage assumptions are flawed and are based upon 2008 models, which results in improper drainage modeling, and that the pipe's estimated capacity is only 18% of the peak flow rates from 2008. Additionally, ECRD states that removal and replacement of the CMP is inconsistent with the California Coastal Commission and U.S. Fish and Wildlife requirements. Further, the appellant claims that the approval by Planning Commission of the CDP was inconsistent with the LCP and the agreement between the applicant and the Coastal Commission. The appeal states that high residential housing with subterranean garages should never be built in a flood zone. In response, the drainage study and stormwater quality management plan were prepared by Rick Engineering Company, Rick prepared a response to the issues raised in the appeal, attachment CC14. The design engineer hydrology and hydraulic calculations are based on industry standards and accepted methodologies. They are calculated, certified, and reviewed by professional civil engineers licensed by the state of California. Rick notes that a new 84-inch storm drain line will be installed and that the existing 48-inch pipe will only be used for low flow events. Larger flows will surface flow over the northern part of the site until they reach the new box culvert, which is appropriately sized at 7 feet tall and 12 feet wide and is located just outside the 100-foot wetland buffer. From the culvert, the newly installed 84-inch drain will connect to the existing 84-inch storm drain line at the south end of the project site. These improvements are shown in the project plans and drainage report prepared by the qualified licensed civil engineer and have been reviewed and accepted by the city engineering staff. And the project site is not located with a flood hazard area. With that, staff recommends City Council adopt City Council resolution denying the appeals, affirming the Planning Commission project approval. And we have staff here from engineering, traffic, and then I'll introduce Barbara Kautz with Goldfarb Lippman, who's here with us tonight, and we're happy to answer any questions.
Okay. I think the next item is to ask for any disclosure of other information any of the council members may have received that's not included in the staff report. Councilmember San Antonio.
No, I have nothing to disclose.
No disclosures.
I spoke with Kathleen McDowell, who phoned me to explain the ECRD, their points on their application of the appeal. She explained to make sure that I was thoroughly understanding their side, clearly gave me all the information I needed, and from there, we hung up the phone, and that was it.
Was there any information that she disclosed to you in that call that wasn't already in the packet in front of us?
No, everything is here in front of us.
Okay. I disclosed that I met with Kathleen McDowell on January 27th, but we actually talked about other subjects and other city-type subjects, and we purposely did not talk about this. The last thing I'd like to add is, I don't know whether this is disclosure or not, but this is really more describing what's in the official public record. Any information received after February 5th, there's a 7-day submission that all the applicant, the appellants both met. Any information after September 5th will not be considered tonight in the public record. There were some late-breaking emails and whatnot, and that would be potentially a violation of either side's due process if they didn't have enough time to review it. So those will not be included in the public record. Most of the information and stuff we have gotten in comments is already included in the 1,937 pages of reading we've done for this. So just so you know. Anything else the city attorney would like to add to that comment?
Quick question.
No, Mr. Mayor.
Okay, very good. With that,
Quick question. There was a form that came across my desk today that said Hamilton Biological. There was a question of the most recent form that came across the desk today. I read that form. That information on that was received in the original appeal. So it is not new information. I just wanted to clarify that for everybody.
yep, and that's a good example of so whatever's in the original appeal submission package is good, but there were some other emails that came in from other parties that had potentially new information, but I don't think they'll come up anyways. So let's move on to preliminary questions. Do you have any preliminary questions? If not, we can.
Directed
to staff. And as the clerk said, we'll go from there into the appellant going first for 10 minutes each. Then we'll have the applicant go for 10 minutes, and then we'll have public speakers, and then we'll go with a rebuttal for the applicant, and then 5 minute, and then a 5-minute rebuttal of the appellants too. So.
During the, I'd like to question staff during the follow-up after the rebuttals.
Okay, very good. So with that, the appellants, Safer will go first. and you have 10 minutes. Oh, hang on. I feel like mine is really sensitive tonight. I hear the reverberation coming back, so you might want to keep the microphone just a little away.
Can you hear me now? Okay. Good evening, Council. My name is Kyla Staley, and I'm an attorney with the law firm Lozo Jury here on behalf of Supporters Alliance for Environmental Responsibility, or SAFER. In November of last year, former Mayor Bass requested that SAFER provide the City Council with arguments solely on the issue of whether the project is exempt from CEQA. First, I just want to emphasize that the question here is whether the project complies with CEQA, not whether the project complies with the Housing Accountability Act. And furthermore, the Housing Accountability Act does not trump nor does it supersede CEQA. With that, I will now discuss why the Quail Meadows project is not exempt from CEQA. The Planning Commission determined that the project was exempt from CEQA under Section 65583.2 of the Government Code, and this section only applies to by right projects, which is specifically defined as a project that is not subject to any discretionary decisions other than design review. And whether a project is by right is not determined by a city labeling it as such. Thus, a project can only be exempt from CEQA review under this section of the Government Code when the only discretionary decision being made is that of design review. That is not the case here. This project requires more than just design review. This project requires a coastal development permit. There is nothing in Section 65583.2 of the code that exempts that discretionary permit decision from triggering CEQA. The code simply just does not provide any exemption for this type of discretionary decision, and if you read the code in the plain language, this is clear, this is evident. And as a reminder, CEQA only applies where, one, the project requires a discretionary decision, and two, where the city has authority to deny or modify the proposed project on the basis of environmental consequences. The project's request for a coastal development permit easily meets these two requirements. Here, the Planning Commission's own staff report from October of last year explicitly lists the coastal development permit as a discretionary action. And the Commission's subsequent resolution made specific discretionary findings for the coastal development permit. Thus, there really can be no doubt that the project's request for a coastal development permit is a discretionary decision triggering CEQA. This is true even regardless of the project's by right label. The project also requires a density bonus under the state density bonus law, which is another discretionary decision that triggers CEQA. Although a density bonus and waivers can be ministerial in other contexts, the project's location in the coastal zone where the Coastal Act applies renders them discretionary for this project. Thus, there are two discretionary decisions beyond design review that apply to this project, meaning that the Government Code Section 65583.2 does not apply to this project, as it does not meet the code's definition of by right. As a result, the project must undergo CEQA review. For these reasons I have discussed here and in SAFER's written correspondence, SAFER respectfully requests that the City Council grant the appeal and refrain from approving the project at this time. Thank you.
Thank you. And now ECRD.
Can you put slide 1 of our presentation up, please?
Kind of makes you yearn for the old days with foils. You just throw them up on the overhead.
Just want to confirm that this is what you're referring to?
Yes.
Okay.
That's
No.
I'll let-
Is this?
Thanks, Kathleen.
Let's see if we can translate to, because it was in the packet, right?
Oh, yeah.
Okay.
It should be dated 02-12.
We're waiting for a download, sorry.
Yeah, it'd be attachment 18 for those of you following at home.
See attachment 18?
That's the updated one. Yep.
Oh, no. Yes, thank you. Wait, no. Hold
No.
on. Because it should say continued. So it should be 21F.
21F?
ECRD continued appeal presentation.
So 21F, you said? That's Kathleen McDowell from the audience speaking. Because it's not picking you up on the tape, so I
There
want
we
to make
go.
sure.
That's it, thank you.
Or we could have said move to page 1,845. No.
Yeah. It currently, it's on the web in about 25 or 30 files.
Yes.
That, yeah, with quite a few pages. So, okay,
Thank you.
you're good to go.
Good evening, Mayor and City Councilman. My name is Steve Gherkin, and I'm the head of the Encinitas Citizens for Responsible Development, a nonprofit community group that seeks to strike a balance between neighborhood preservation and responsible development of affordable housing. We're appealing the Planning Commission's approval of the Quail Meadow project with the aim to require the project to be consistent with the city's general plan, local coastal plan, and the municipal code. And I'm pleased to see that all parties cite that the city's certified LCP allows for issuing a coastal development permit when the project can be found consistent with the LCP. We'll present multiple facts to show this project does not comply with our LCP, nor with our general plan, nor the municipal codes. And as we only have 10 minutes, we'll speak to just a few of the many ways this project does not comply with the LCP. And we're prepared to discuss all the ways this project is not compliant. If you'll stop the clock, I'll say that Attorney Craig Sherman will be presenting next, followed by our regulatory specialist, Kathleen McDowell. And now they'll present their information. Thank you.
Good evening, council members. My name's Craig Sherman. I've been retained. I'm assisting ECRD in relation to the project and their appeal. There's two principal issues I want to address with you this evening. One is that the city council, under delegated state law, has the authority to deny the project for non-compliance with the LCP. And then secondly, as you heard from counsel for SAFER, the other appellant, CEQA applies to the project under that Coastal Act trigger, the fact that this city council is implementing state law. So I'll start out by saying that all parties agree that the project must comply with the LCP. City councils receive correspondence from multiple sources, including the Coastal Commission, its own outside counsel, and everyone agrees the basic point that this project is required to comply with the local coastal program. I'll reference a Goldfarb-Lippman letter at pages 3 and 15, the letter from HCD, attachment 22 at page 3, and then Baldwin's, the applicant's counsel, Alan Matkins, at attachment 19, page 6. Encinitas Municipal Code, section 30.16.020 C7B, is specific that development within the coastal zone for any requested density bonus, the waivers shall be consistent with all applicable requirements of the certified Encinitas LCP, with the exception of density. So it must be consistent. So all aspects of the project are required to be consistent with the LCP, except for the density bonus exception. So this was the clear understanding as well from the Coastal Commission planner, Stephanie Leach, in the communications with regard to the project in their correspondence at page 16. So compliance with the LCP is not altered by or reduced by density bonus law, and the applicant is incorrect in attempting to limit the required compliance with the LCP. The attorneys are arguing that you can only consider it with regards to objective LCP standards, but that is not accurate and correct based upon what the state legislature did when they enacted the codes. And the arguments by the applicant are incorrect, mischaracterization of the law. The EMC or Encinitas Municipal Code and the current government code 65915 subdivision M recognize the black letter statement of law that the DBL shall not be construed to supersede in any way or alter the application or effect of the Coastal Act considerations in the LCP. And the state legislature did not change this in the clear statement made in Assembly Bill 2797. So the applicant's attempting to, mischaracterize and supersede those Coastal Act and LCP considerations. And the Public Resources Code 30604 also subdivision B support that the agency reviewing the delegation that's been allowed to the local agency is retained, but that's under a state law basis. That's why CEQA applies. That's why it's discretionary. CEQA also doesn't. There's no blanket exception to the CEQA exemption. So, and I don't want to repeat the issues by Safer's counsel and the other appellants, so I'll defer and we'll incorporate those. So lastly, based upon the location and the design of this project, making these LCP issues both applicable to the and appealable to the commission are state issues for which you need to consider and have discretion to grant the appeal due to the lack of study. You'll hear the reasons why from the next speaker, Ms. McDowell, that are supportive of the basis for the denial. Thank you.
Thank you so much. All right. Well, when we met last November, we showed that there's a well-documented history of surface water flows along the project site, from historic USGS maps, current USGS and FEMA datasets, and 2007 application by this same developer. Additionally, we reminded Council that the land use policy 8.6 requires preservation and incorporation of natural drainage courses and riparian areas. Today, we submit irrefutable evidence of the stream's identification as a significant water resource. Could you go to slide 6, please? Okay. The city's final EA, which assessed preliminary impacts from all potential housing element sites, identifies this project as Site AD2. Both the biological and hydrological resources sections identify surface water flows along the project site, or waters of the state. A direct quote from the biological resources section states, candidate sites 11, AD1, and AD2 are adjacent to or contain a stream. Within the hydrological resources section, Cottonwood Creek is listed as an impaired water body under the Clean Water Act, one that exceeds contaminant limits for certain EPA thresholds. Once a water body is placed on this list, it remains there until water quality standards are attained. And if it was unclear, Cottonwood Creek is listed as flowing through this project site. The city acts as a custodian for waters within its boundaries and is responsible for ensuring the health of Cottonwood Creek is not further impaired. Downstream impacts may further affect another listed water body, Moonlight State Beach. Next slide. Oh, sorry, wait, not yet. The biological report for this project does not even identify the stream, despite its identification in the final EA and several other authoritative resources. Failure to do so means an inadequate assessment of water quality impacts, which is also inconsistent with several LCP policies. The project also has not secured authority to divert this flow from the California Department of Fish and Wildlife. Please go to slide 9. In addition to being cited in the R30 overlay, providing 20% minimum low-income units and compliance with the Subdivision Map Act, a project is only considered by right when it is compliant with local laws and ordinances. We argue the project is inherently not by right due to a violation of the city's building code and use of historic headwall and corrugated metal pipe. As presented in November, these structures were installed after the effective date of the Coastal Act, and no coastal development permit exists for these structures. In order for a project to qualify for its building permit, EMC Section 23.24.230 states, "It shall be the condition of every permit that the applicant shall comply with the provisions in Chapter 20.08 of this code." The project's use of this unpermitted illegal structure, even to accommodate low flow volumes, is prohibited under our EMC Section 20.08.070. Next slide, please. Additionally, the project is not by right, as it does not conform with several general plan policies, many of which are part of the certified LCP. Several inconsistencies of the project related specifically to Cottonwood Creek are provided on this slide. Please go to slide 12. To approve a coastal development permit, a project must conform with the certified LCP and CEQA. We have demonstrated that the project is inconsistent with several LCP policies. The final EA, a CEQA document, asserts that developments would still be required to adhere to federal, state, and local regulations, including the general plan. It also identifies that a significant impact exists where a project would substantially alter the existing drainage pattern of the site or area, including through alteration of the course of a stream or river. By not incorporating this segment of Cottonwood Creek into the development, the project is inconsistent with several LCP policies. Additionally, by omitting its identification, the project's water quality impacts have not been studied. This project does not qualify for its coastal development permit. Slide 15, please. We do want to reiterate that it is not our goal to prohibit any development at this site. However, the facts are clear. This project is not by right and should not be approved for the following reasons. Cottonwood Creek is a significant water resource requiring preservation under our General Plan, LCP, Coastal Act, and Clean Water Act. The project is inconsistent with several General Plan and LCP policies and does not qualify for its coastal development permit, and its use of an illegal structure is not permitted under Encinitas Municipal Code. We urge you to consider the dangerous precedent set if we are to approve a project as by right if it does not qualify as so. Thank you.
Thank you. Now the applicant has 10 minutes.
Nick Lee, representing the applicant for the project. We'll keep this kind of short. We've been working on this project a long time. We were involved in the original housing element, Measures T, Measure U, to get which sites were going to be a part of the program, and our site was selected as one of them. We've worked with the city to put together a package that is approvable, and I think I can't do a better job of explaining why it is approvable than what staff already did in their terms of addressing the appellant's issues. But I will say we have worked with the city and even the community to try to dial this project in. We had a project that was 6 stories and received extreme community pushback. So we went and we redesigned it at increased cost of the project and a reduction in units. We went from 485 units to 448. And that actually was a reduction in 55 market units because at the same time we reduced the total units, we increased the total of affordable units, the low income affordable units. As far as all the issues with Coastal Commission, I don't know about what every site does, but our site, we have walked to the site with the Coastal Commission and with the city staff to look at the resources, to review what's out there, and to put together a plan that they were supportive of, that avoided the areas that they felt were most sensitive on the site and clustered development in the south portion in the area that they thought was appropriate. So we feel like we've done a lot to get to the project to where it is now. We do, again, appreciate staff's effort in dealing with the appeal and identifying the correct response to each of the points. And then we point to the HCD letter and then the letter from your own outside counsel on why the project is by right. So thank you very much.
Thank you. With that, we'll go to public speakers. We're going to go with 3 minutes, and I would ask the same as before. If you can come up, and if you're not up, you're next up, come up right next to the table over here against the wall, and to speed up the changeover. So first speaker.
Yeah, I'm going to call 4 of you at a time. First speaker is Ted Elliott, followed by Tracy Elliott, then Von Chang, and then Glenn Johnson.
Hi, my name is Ted Elliott. I'm a longtime resident of Encinitas, born and raised here. I live off Quill Gardens Road, which I am shocked still that we have a 1 mile stretch of a skinny 2-lane road with a skinny bike lane, and we're considering 450 units with Quail Meadows, soon to be Concrete Jungle, 140 units of Sunshine Gardens apartments, 202 units for Moonlight Apartments, 250 units or condos for Fox Point Farms. So we're talking about 1,000 plus units in a 1 mile stretch and a skinny 2-lane highway, which makes zero sense. There are plenty of issues. I'll highlight a few of them. One is traffic. The builder says they did a study, and it's not an issue. Well, they did the study in the middle of COVID when people weren't on the roads. No, people were working from their house, kids weren't in school. Of course there wasn't an issue. Parking. We have every side street of Quill Gardens is going to be full of cars. An example, we have Fox Point Farms that is approximately, I'm guessing, 60% done. I have no idea exactly what it is, but based on the look of it, I'd say 60% done. Cars are already lined up and down Paseo de las Flores, which is a quarter of a mile away or half a mile away from different parts of that development. Wait till we get these other 800 units in there. Where are all these cars in a park? They haven't even abided by the city code of what the recommended number of parking spots are. The other thing regarding traffic, the builder says it's not an issue. Have you all driven along Quail Gardens Road lately, or Encinitas Boulevard for that matter? And so we're going to time the traffic lights to alleviate that problem? I don't think so. This is an eyesore of a project as well. Regarding Sunshine Gardens Apartments, it has 2 stories or 2.5 stories built so far. Looks like a monstrosity. And that's not even halfway done with 140 total units. Quail Meadows is going to be 3 times that size. My recommendation for this builder is to go to Irvine, Spectrum, or Mission Valley. It'll fit right in there. This is a Newport Beach developer that doesn't care about Encinitas, well, other than how much they can make off the city or their project. A previous speaker who spoke this evening, speaking about a different issue, asked that we respect the character of the neighborhood. This clearly is not respecting the character of the neighborhood. Please deny this project.
Thank you. Yeah, if we could, cue, who's next after
Warren.
Tracy?
Van Chang, then Glenn Johnson, and then Natalie Satoon.
Hi, my name is Tracy Elliott. I'm his wife. I just had one more thing to add to that. In the presentation that staff gave, they went kind of quickly through this thing that said we don't have to do certain things because we have 20% affordable units, or because 20% is required of affordable units. But hey, this project has 25, and I don't understand that, because 20% of the total units is 90, and that's the number of affordable units that they're saying that they're including. So where are they getting the 25%? I know where the 25% is. It's 25% of the market rate units, because 25% of 358 is the 90. And maybe that is semantics, but it appears to me that staff is trying to sell the council on this by using an inconsistent methodology of calculating these percentages. So if you're just going to take what they say, 20% is required, but hey, this project has 25, yay, let's go. That's not true. So I would urge you to, dig a little bit into what the staff is telling you. Thank you.
Thank you. You're next, Glenn, after Van.
Hi, I've lived in Encinitas for more than 20 years, but specifically at Quail Point Lane for the last 14 years. Just to let you know, right now across the street, I'm right across the street from the Sunshine Gardens development, and it's ridiculous. They only have 30 to 40 construction workers, but they park all along the Christian Court and Encinitas roads, and that you're not even talking apartment dwellers right now, just construction workers. It's overwhelming. On another point, I've raised several times where the previous council, in their wise judgment, decided to bypass Encinitas noise. You know, we're not supposed to have noise between 7 p.m. and 7 a.m. Well, it's bypassed. Every morning now, even at Saturday, 6:30 a.m., they start bulldozing. And we can't do anything about it because previous council allowed it. I was asked by Steve Gherkin to specifically speak on this point, though, which I do want to talk about, is that many neighbors who have lived in that part of Encinitas for more than 50 years have said that it's terribly flooded. And myself, back 4 years ago, I saw how bad it was. The flooding was so bad that the businesses that were on Sunshine Garden area went out of business. As a result, I believe that this is found in the public records that the city of Encinitas and the Baldwin Group had lost a lawsuit by the flooded juice business, and the city of Encinitas had to pay $100,000. The Baldwin Group had to pay that juice company that went out of business $180,000. So my question is, who pays the next time the property's flooded? And also, lastly, as a medical doctor, I just want to ask this question. What's going to happen when the waters fill the underground parking garages with more than 1,000 people living there and hundreds of cars underneath them? The flooding and liability issues need to be studied more before our city writes any more checks. Thank you.
Next speaker is Glenn Johnson, who will be followed by Natalie Satoon, Danton Brown, and then Maria Ardance with 2-time donations. Melissa, are you here, Melissa? And Bonnie Bobzian, who I see, and then Jean Keys.
Hello, council and neighbors. My name is Glenn Johnson. I live on Christian Court, right off of Quail Gardens Drive. My concern is traffic. Right now, every morning of the week, traffic on Encinitas Boulevard is backed up from I-5 as far as Pacific Serena houses. It doesn't matter that the signal timing will be changed because you're driving into a gridlock if you're driving from Quail Gardens Drive. You'll be going very slowly. So the standstill traffic is a problem. However, the issue that I have in mind, as a dirty word here, is evacuation. My father used to live in a little community up in north called Paradise. He lived out his days there, and now he's in the biblical Paradise. But a fire went through Paradise. People were unable to get out of town. They were cooked in their cars. Terrible disaster. And I thought, well, that's a onesie. Something like that's never going to happen again. That's just a one-time fluke. However, in January this year, Pacific Palisades and Malibu burned from the hills to the beach. And if the wind were down here instead of there, that fire would have gone through Rancho Santa Fe, Olivenhain, New Encinitas, Old Encinitas, and burned out to the beach. We have to worry about how are people going to get out if a disaster comes. And I think this is urgent enough that the city council should put evacuation on the future agenda. Now, there are other concerns here. Traffic, maybe we could get shuttle buses or something instead, but the number of cars that this is putting on the streets is going to be a real problem for all of us. I don't know how I will get out if there's a fire. Should I go south on and fight Encinitas Boulevard, or should I go north and fight Leucadia Boulevard? Because what needs to be done, it has to be done by Caltrans to make traffic get in and out of the town faster. The traffic study from the applicant just covered traffic to Encinitas Boulevard. It did not worry about the rest of the city, and that's bad. Thank you.
Thank you. Natalie?
Mayor and council, thank you for your efforts with this project, and I know that being stewards of our land is an irreversible impact, and I know you spent a lot of time on this, so thank you, and I too have spent some time looking into this, and like Rachel discovered earlier today, I discovered something as well. I'm requesting that this council vote to sustain the appeal. The project appears to be riddled with improprieties from the initial meeting. Planning Commissioner Dalton believed he had a financial conflict of interest, therefore recusing himself during meeting number 1. Commissioner Dalton reinstated himself per the opinion of Assistant City Attorney Porter, stating that there was no conflict of interest for him to serve. However, when our City Attorney Preziosi was asked to produce the Assistant City Attorney Porter's vetting of this decision, leading to the conflict of interest, whether it was inherent or actual, no such vetting evidence could be produced. How can Attorney Preziosi confirm that this has been properly vetted to even make a determination that meetings 2 through 5 are not voidable for the entire matter? As of today, City Attorney Preziosi still fails to reveal or produce the source of Commissioner Dalton's conflict of interest. This is sufficient information for a court to recognize the entire process is tainted. The entity who is not awarded due process here tonight is actually the city. Secondly, the applicant contributed to campaign donations earmarked for Tony Kranz's election. It's interesting to note that at no point in the November 2024 meeting under Mayor Kranz did City Attorney Preziosi comment that tabling and continuing this appeal to February 2025 would result in an automatic approval or risk of litigation with HCD. It appears that the city attorney and assistant city attorney failed to adequately counsel the city, and that the subsequent planning commission meetings should not have moved forward without this vetting. Thank you.
Good evening, council. The applicant continues to claim that this project is by right, all facts be damned. They even got a group of lawyers together to write a letter threatening severe consequences from the state HCD for not bending to their will. The important factor in that letter and all previous arguments in support to date is an assumption that the project complies with existing local ordinances, which it does not. The HCD memo and both currently submitted legal memos all agree that in order to be considered by right, the project must be consistent with the local coastal program. The appeals have demonstrated that this project clearly does not meet our expectations and requirement under the LCP. At least 9 points of noncompliance have been found. Most egregiously, the complete continual omission of Cottonwood Creek running through the site. It's interesting that all the info and bioconsultant analysis the developers have presented continue to blatantly ignore its existence, while several other credible independent analyses have pointed to its clear and historical presence. Even Dudek, one of their consulting engineers of record, in a different report regarding the Sanderling School, identified tributaries to the Cottonwood Creek on this site. Though that is slightly incorrect, as our city data calls Cottonwood Creek running right through it, it's interesting that Dudek forgot that piece of information for this client's report. Letting developers spin facts for their own needs hurts the residents of the city and shows the character and selfish, greedy motivations of the people asking to build in our neighborhood, threatening we will be your neighbors on our terms or else. We should be demanding the developers stick to what our city has planned, our general plan, our coastal program. What are we doing if we ignore our state-approved local coastal policies in favor of a forced housing element because of veiled threats? We should use the legal defense provided to us in these legal memos and require the project will align with our coastal program as the law dictates, or as a shield to definitively prove it is not by right. Thank you.
What was your name, sir? Your name?
Danton Brown.
Danton Brown.
Maria Ardance is Gene Keys, Thomas Drosky Jr., and then John Gillespie.
Good evening. As the city has implemented its housing element, we've felt the glaring difference between developers who have taken into account the safety of our communities by proposing mindful developments and those developers who are willing to cause irreparable harm and inevitable unmitigated disaster to our city by taking care of predatory practices. Now, I'm not an expert with CEQA, but CEQA guidelines identifies some exemptions which may disqualify a project from using categorical exemptions, including cumulative impact, location, and significant effect. We know that Baldwin property contains a wetland, is part of a floodplain, and contains a well-documented seasonal stream that runs through the center of the Baldwin property, which was documented even before Baldwin purchased that property many decades ago. In the introduction of this city's most recent housing element, it specifies that while providing housing, Encinitas must also plan to provide the infrastructure needed to maintain existing levels of service and to ensure that residential development will not degrade the local environment. During the November 2024 council meeting, Baldwin Rep. Maria Miller stated that Planning Commission approved this project because they could not find any reason to deny it. That's highly misleading, as a majority of the commissioners expressed serious concerns with the project because of the cumulative impact to the community due to traffic, public safety, infrastructure, and the environment. Before I get into that, I do want to mention something seemingly concerning. During the October 2022 Planning Commission meeting for this project, Commissioner Dalton recused himself from the meeting due to what he called a potential conflict of interest, and was clarified by Counsel Scott Porter that it was due to Mr. Dalton's source of income interest because he's done work with one of the parties who may financially benefit from this project. Leap forward to October 3rd, 2024 meeting, when not one person at that meeting spoke in support of this terrible project. Commissioner Dalton stated, "We didn't do this time, or last time. Sorry, let's start over. We didn't do this last time, but are there any disclosures on the project?" Then Mr. Dalton's only personal disclosure was, "I think we've all been there several times, and I was there this morning." Now, jump back to February 1st, 2024 Planning Commission meeting. In fact, Commissioner Doyle asked if there were disclosures, and Mr. Dalton stated, "I have visited the site, and that's it." Let that sink in. Not only did he not recuse himself from the subsequent planning meetings, but he falsely claimed no disclosures were made at the February 1st meeting. Mr. Dalton did not update the public to his previous recusal if any conflict somehow no longer remained. Mr. Dalton has an implicit bias related to this project, regardless of whether his source of income interest is in the past or still active. And under direction of Chairman Dalton, this project was recommended to the council for approval. Should there be an investigation into this conduct? Because ethic violations in this process would put this city at risk. Anyway, back to Commissioner's stated concerns about the project. Dalton said, "Difficult project, most concerning about the flooding." Commissioner Sherrod's cons list included safety, the big one, height, density, traffic that our infrastructure was never, ever designed to handle. The fact that the road is single lane and we already have several approved projects with multiple units. I do not feel comfortable with the project being so tall. And the safety aspects are very concerning. It's an environmentally sensitive site and it's threatening. Commissioner Sherrod expressed both environmental concerns and the public safety issue of building in an area where infrastructure cannot support it. She's talking about cumulative impact. Commissioner Whitaker's concerns include, this is a heavily used corridor, and I think aside from the flooding issue, which is a concern, it has to be public safety. It has to be that traffic. It really sticks with me how difficult it's going to be. It's going to impact that area. Not as much, I suppose, with accidents with bikes, but access for emergency vehicles. That is an obvious concern for that area. And not having provided traffic studies that addresses those comprehensively, that's a real sticking point for me. Commissioner Whitaker is pointing out the cumulative impact to safety that can't be measured at this time. So it's impossible to assess that until after
fully occupancy of the new density units are reached. Let me remind you that Quail Gardens Drive was built for very low traffic volume. There's a quantifiable, measurable safety issue in the fact that it is immeasurable until full occupancy of the other density projects on a 1-mile corridor has occurred. Furthermore, there's no freeway analysis. On page 21 of their filings, Baldwin claims since the proposed project would contribute less than 50 peak hour trips to the I-5, freeway analysis was not conducted. Baldwin wants this council to believe that with over 1,000 residents in their proposed monstrosity, that there will be less than 50 peak hour trips to the freeway. With an estimated 2,500 vehicle trips per day, they want you to believe that less than 5% of the residents will be using the freeway during peak times? Really? I did point out that to the Planning Commission, but curiously, that was overlooked. When Bella Vista project made that claim, that was believable for that size of project, but I don't believe anybody can reasonably believe Baldwin's assertion is true. And this is too dense of a project not for them to be held accountable for a full analysis of this already overburdened area. Back to the planning commissioners. Commissioner Prendergast, who I believe is here tonight, said, I feel uncomfortable given the safety risk associated with this project. Under the state density law, I believe the city can look at the project based on safety, health and public safety, and maybe Scott can provide us with the exact language. Council Porter told the commissioners they needed to state the specific language. Respectfully, isn't he the council? Doesn't he have the experience for the legal standing since they were the ones who expressed serious concerns? Shouldn't he have done that? Anyway, Mr. Prendergast went on to say, public health and safety for all of the citizens of Encinitas. People from all over the city use this corridor. Fox Point Farms, Sunshine Gardens, Moonlight Apartments, and this. It is a risk to public safety. The issue of safety, public safety, we have the right in this commission to address public safety. The overriding concern I cannot get past. Density of this site and of the other sites along Fox Point Farms to the flawed intersection. So, Westlake, or whatever, yeah. Commissioner Prendergast could not get past the cumulative impact to public safety. And it appears that there is an exemption from awarding density bonus to projects, specific adverse impact to public health and safety standards. Okay, during the October 3rd, 2024 Planning Commission meeting, a fire department representative asked if our city could properly support the project. Now listen to the words carefully that the fire representative said. As of now, yes, we do have the capabilities. Obviously, with the influx of sites, that is going to have to be evaluated in the future. And if we are going to have to add apparatus and staffing to support those capabilities. But we can't assume anything until they go in. And we actually see variations in response time and lack of service of resource availability. As of now, we have the resources, but only before the incoming density of nearly 600 already approved units are at full capacity. He stated it can't be measured until that time. That is your measurable safety standard that is threatened. Cumulative impact cannot be measured at this point in time. And I don't believe the state requires quantifiable standards in order to make it impossible for you to deny projects. The state mandate for housing clearly states that there must be equitable distribution of housing element throughout the city for this reason, not 40% along one country road corridor. They require equitable distribution throughout the city to avoid the risk of one area being unsafely overburdened. They essentially instructed cities to avoid excessive cumulative impact to the environment and safety. And with all due respect, I feel like this is an epic failure on the part of the past council, planning commission, respectfully the staff, who have all not weighed all aspects of the housing element and public safety when they identified these sites for the housing element. This inequitable distribution of high-density projects is compromising the city's public health and safety. And there is an illegal, unpermitted stormwater drain on this portion of the project. Baldwin & Sons recently has been fined $6.6 million by San Diego Water Board for failure to stop illegal stormwater discharge.
Thank you.
Please approve the denial. Please approve the appeal and deny. Thank you.
Next speaker is Gene Keys, followed by Thomas Drusky, John Gillespie, and then Jeff Miller with a time donation from Holly Castle. Holly, are you here? Thank you.
Hi, I'm Jean Kais. I live in Encinitas Ranch, and I appreciate you making this the only action item, although we did have a lot of other discussion here tonight. I'm here also to question the traffic situation, specifically the validity of the CR Associates traffic study that was prepared for Baldwin and Sons and used by our Planning Commission to justify approval of the project of 448 units. And a lot of the points have been made, but currently there are 8 neighborhoods and 1 apartment building that are only accessible from the 2-lane Quail Gardens Drive, just the 1-mile section south of Leucadia and north of Encinitas. So that's over 500 homes and 60 apartments. Sunshine Gardens with 140 units, plus Quail Meadows with 448 units, will more than double the amount of units that only have access and egress on Quail Gardens Drive. And other points have been made about the cumulative effect of that has not been included in the study. So the traffic study done by CR Associates in 2024, in April 2024, it cites that currently the intersection at Quail Gardens Drive and Encinitas Boulevard is at the level of service E, which is inconsistent with the circulation element policy. That's currently. And then the study claims that minor traffic mitigations will improve the intersection to level of service D with the addition of 448 units, and that's just not plausible. Also, Appendix B lists the existing traffic counts they took to support these assumptions. 2 of the traffic counts for Quail Gardens Drive were on April 9th, 2024. The San Diego Union High School District was on spring break then. So there's a significant impact of school traffic on Quail Gardens Drive that would not have been included. Not to mention all the other cumulative effects that were not included that other speakers have brought up. CR Associates that has done this traffic study, on their website, they market that they have a track record of completing complex and
So if you can finish up,
Oh, okay.
like one sentence.
They have a proven track record of completing complex and controversial traffic engineering studies, which says that what they do is if there's a project that has
Thank you.
sound objections, that
Sorry, Gene,
they're
I can't, if I'm not, I got to be fair to everybody. So, sorry about that.
Hello, Thomas Drosky from Leucadia. It's raining. We've heard a lot of concerns about flooding with this project. Out of concern for flooding, yesterday I went to the city planning parking lot to pick up sandbags. This is the lot, Cali Magdalena, behind the In-N-Out. I did not take my bike because I was picking up sandbags. I'm not in that good of shape. But when I was done, it was about 5:30 p.m. when I was done, and I was going to go to the Thai food restaurant up by the sheriff's department. It's 2.1 miles. It passes by right by where this project's going to be. I left at 5:30. I got to the restaurant at 6:07. That's a bit of time for a 2-mile drive. That's my anecdotal story, but we live here. We've seen what the traffic has become compared to 5 years ago, compared to 10 years ago, and adding another 400 units in between the 2 points that I was at is not going to make it any better. That's a negative. We've heard a number of negatives. Affordable housing can be a positive To me, the positive factor for affordable housing is that qualified low-income families have an opportunity to buy a home, to build generational wealth, to get integrated into the community. That is not what's happening here. That is not the history of affordable housing in Encinitas. The history, as we've heard, there's been a ton of affordable homes. We're near what our requirement was, it seems. I have searched, I have asked, actually at a campaign event, I've asked the previous mayor for an example of an affordable home that was actually purchased, not by a real estate investor, with a deed restriction to be rented for 20 or 30 years to qualified people. I got one example. He thought he recalled somebody at the Clark Avenue, like actually buying one, but that was unclear. I have searched and searched online. I can't find one. I can find a ton of examples of real estate investors buying these properties for pennies on a dollar, and with a deed restriction, sure, these families will be renters for the next 20 to 30 years, and then what are they going to do when that investor has $1 million property that they paid very little for, and it's no longer deed restricted? This does not seem to be the way to run affordable housing. I hope we go with the suggestion that I heard at the Chamber of Commerce meeting, which was to work with the lobbyists and bring control back to the local government. Thank you.
John Gillespie?
Here's Jeff Miller, right?
Oh, did I miss one?
John here? John Gillespie, it looks like. Okay, we'll go ahead and move to Jeff Miller, who had a time donation, and Holly Castle is present, followed by Jillian Frost with a time donation from, it looks like Joni Zettinger. Is Joni here? I'm sorry, you say they're not here?
She is right there.
Oh, right there. Okay, sorry.
Go ahead, Jeff.
And then followed by Andy.
I'm sorry, can you explain low-income units versus affordable housing when I'm done with this? Because they're used interchangeably, and I always thought that they were different. We need both. The Encinitas City mission statement is proudly committed to providing the highest level of service to our communities and the people we serve by protecting life, property, and the environment. I would like to talk about protecting life. Others, far more eloquent than me, have talked about the environment and have pointed out that there, among other environmental concerns, is a mapped blue line stream which appear on the project site, which appears on USGS maps, city maps, and then clearly, in which case it is clearly defined as a water of the state and requires review by governmental regulatory agency, and therefore this project is not by right. It doesn't matter if this is seasonal or if it flows underground, especially since the underground feature is illegal. It still requires regulatory review, and this project is not by right. This project is different than others that have failed to prove that environmental review is required because of that, among other things, blue line stream that's mapped. The applicant and perhaps the staff, I believe you, Nick. I believe that you walked that site. Other people here think you're an evil person. I believe you did that. I believe you walked.
If you could address the council, please.
Sorry.
And talk into the microphone so we get you on tape.
Okay, so I believe that that's possible. I believe that they walked it and they missed it, or they thought that this was non-trivial. Maybe it is non-trivial, but nonetheless, it has to be reviewed by regulatory agencies, and therefore this is not by right. But I want to talk about protecting life. A 2018 EA that analyzed the impacts of Moonlight Apartments, Sunshine Gardens, and Quail Meadows that no one's mentioned found, quote, despite compliance with the established regulatory framework and recommended mitigation measures, the project would result in significant, unavoidable transportation and traffic impacts. However, this analyzed reached its final number using base numbers from net acreage zoning laws and did not include density bonuses. So it's 50% undersized when it reached that conclusion. So what is it now? Unprecedentedly significant? Astronomically significant impact? What does this mean? Quail will add 448 family units at 2 cars per family. That's 900 more vehicles on the road on the very critical intersection of Encinitas Boulevard, on top of the 340 of the other 2 developmental projects, or 680. So consider this. First, in 2018, children on e-bikes were not a thing. Now they are omnipresent. The probability of fatalities or serious accidents involving children will be extremely high. For those of you that have children, even if it's not your child, if you prohibit them from an e-bike, please consider that. Now, the applicant's attorney will no doubt say, this is subjective, and you cannot deny a project on something that's subjective. However, if a child dies or suffers paralyzing injury, then there is a basis, but it's too late. So objectively then, please consider this. Transit time, both ingress and egress time for the EMS ambulance will certainly be significant and unavoidably impacted, as Encinitas Boulevard and Westlake Quail Gardens is a direct portal to the Scripps Santa Fe ER. I have said this in every meeting, and nobody has looked at those mandates that exist in the state. I can't find them on your city site. You should have them. This project will certainly violate those. Encinitas Boulevard is a direct evacuation route for many Encinitas Boulevard, for many, in the event of a natural disaster. I submit that a wildfire in Encinitas is a certainty in the future, not a possibility, as in the letter that was mentioned by Denton. Okay, it is a certainty. What's unknown is whether it will be at the same level as the LA fires. But certainly it is true that the conditions are the same. A recent Coast News article cited Larry Giles, the recently retired captain of the Encinitas Fire and Marine Safety Department, as commenting that the expected growth in cities like Encinitas, driven in part by recently approved housing developments, seems to outpace fire safety resources, and also pointed out that the plethora of new housing projects would likely complicate evacuation plans in a major disaster. The applicant's attorney will likely argue that denying the project due to the possibility of a natural disaster is not supported by the law, and previous lawsuits have supported this. He will probably say that. I would submit that the world is a different place now than when those lawsuits were brought. LA County, municipality, and townships are facing thousands of lawsuits because they did not do their due diligence or their duty and follow the spirit of the law and protect their citizens. We don't want to be in that position. We must act now to preserve public safety. I ask the mayor and city council to uphold the letter of the city mission statement by putting public safety and the protection of life first, and upheld the appeals and deny this project. Then let us band together for the certain lawsuit that will come from the applicant, and let's work to non-vague and support local communities, not big business, and bring local government back to Encinitas.
Hello, my name is Gillian, and I'm proud to call Encinitas my home. They say the road to hell is littered with good intentions. I would say this applies to the state of California's affordable housing policy. It's noble in its aim, but deeply flawed in execution. It gives developers mega density bonuses, allows them to completely disregard local regulations and lack of infrastructure, and it permits them to roughshod over hard-fought environmental regulations that protect our public spaces, wetlands, and waterways. And what do we get in return? Massive developments that are only a fraction affordable, few which cater to families, the majority of which are rentals, where all the income flies outside the community and the residents are perpetually beholden to a corporate landlord. This is not a good plan for affordable housing. We need our city to oppose not affordable housing, but the state's poorly directed mandate. And this 4-story, 448-unit development with an underground car park is to be built over a known waterway. Despite today's rain, it's been unusually dry this winter, but if there are any doubts of the existence of this stream, check the city plaque on Highway 101 where Cottonwood Creek flows into the ocean. It clearly denotes an above-ground stream on this property. Therefore, due to the presence of surface water flow of Cottonwood Creek and that the project's design does not incorporate this natural drainage channel into the development, it is inconsistent with several local coastal program policies, including Land Use Policy 8.2, 8.5, 8.6, 8.10, and Resource Management Goal Number 1, Policies 9.2 and 9.3. Therefore, this project is not by right and should be denied on a basis it does not qualify for its coastal development permit. We are also told that this development cannot be denied on the basis of public safety unless there is quantifiable and direct proof that this building poses a threat. And yet, has there been a thorough independent review on the cumulative threat to public safety on traffic of these 3 developments combined? No. The last one was in 2018, and it included only 516 units, not the 790 units currently planned. Therefore, how can we prove that this is a threat to public safety if a thorough study has not been done? It is negligent to approve this building without a thorough independent review and a clear evacuation plan that includes all 3 buildings and the surrounding neighbourhoods. Public safety should not be reduced to a question of mere legality and chance. The Los Angeles fires should present a clear warning. Wildfires happen quickly, and the evacuation of so many people down such a narrow traffic corridor presents nothing more than a death trap. Questionable also is Baldwin and Sons' ability to lease 358 units at market rate. There is no shortage of market rate rental properties in Encinitas. Indeed, Triton, Encinitas, the new 72-unit development on Vulcan, has a vacancy rate of 25%. If they cannot completely fill their 72-unit building within walking distance to the beach, what hope is there for filling Quail Meadows' 448 unit, especially if they are competing with an additional 342 units in very close proximity? This is an example of how the state's flawed mandate doesn't make a lot of sense. It litters our town with a whole bunch of apartments that we do not need. It sacrifices public safety and gives little in return. I urge the City Council to allow this appeal to move forward. What is put up in haste will last for generations. This building should not be granted by right status. There should be an independent, comprehensive review on the threat to public safety that these 3 large developments combined present. We also urge our City Council to stand up to the state's deeply flawed housing policy. Please, do what is right for the people that call this city home. And not only the people that call this city home now, but those who will call it home in the future, as they will either praise or curse us for the decision made today. Thank you.
Next speaker is Andy followed by Molly Hintlian with time donation from Jessica Pratt. Is Jessica here? And Lisa Provenzano. Is Lisa still here? Oh, there you are. Thank you. And then followed by Marco Gonzalez.
Okay, I'm winging it again. Let's see if they can hear me. Short here. Okay, so first, I am thrilled to see a whole room full of people standing up and fighting for their neighborhoods. I've only been begging for this since 2020, when most people just were hiding inside. And finally, people are outdoors again, and they're like, what the hell happened to my neighborhood? And so thank you, everyone, for coming here and speaking up. What these people either don't know or won't tell you is this has been planned for many years. I will state again, Rosa Corey, and I'll put this on here if this is going to be recorded, if people want to screenshot this. There's some fun memes on the back, like, do you realize that exposing the illegal things your government has been doing is illegal? You know, I mean, there's so much good info, but Rosa Corey has been exposing what has been going on with the homes, and this is a global government takeover. This is not you as citizens deciding what to do with this city. This is global. It's happening everywhere. Peggy Hall, and again, she's on YouTube as the Healthy American. She calls these stack 'em and pack 'ems, and because they're doing this everywhere, and it's just now it's been hitting Encinitas for a while. Rosa Corey has been exposing this so much. Jason Christoff, he's another person. Everyone, if you want to look at this in green, is the resources you can look up. In the green box, Jason Christoff, he's all about mind control and brainwashing by the government and what they put out there, and none of it's the truth. And I'm going to try to read a little bit about what it said about Rosa Corey. Sadly, she passed in 2021 and under interesting circumstances. She also worked for the government. Rosa Corey was a retired forensic commercial real estate appraiser specializing in eminent domain valuation. Her 28-year career as a district branch chief for the California Department of Transportation, expert witness on land use and value, has culminated in exposing the impacts of sustainable development on private property rights and individual liberty. And then there's a lot more about her. And again, I wish I was more prepared, but I cannot tell you enough. I've got tons of flyers, or if you want to copy this, people need to start getting together with one another, because your government is being paid for by the billionaire corporations with our money, but they work for the billionaire corporations, not for us.
So I'll remind everybody that when you come up to speak, it should be about this item, about the Quail Meadows apartments, so,
Sorry.
yeah.
I dog walk and house sit everywhere in Quail Gardens like crazy.
You had your 6 minutes, so thank you.
I drive everywhere, and
Who's the
every
next
stop, I'm like,
speaker?
Molly.
But I just want to stay on subject.
Molly Hintlian, followed by
There you
Marco
go.
Gonzalez, Karen Caden, and then Dennis Caden.
Good evening, Mayor, Council. I might be touching, I've got a lot of slides here, but they go quickly, and some of them are pretty pictures. My opening statement is that I'd like to request the City Council to approve the appeal due to Planning Commission's negligence. And it could be cited staff as well. And the failure to do due diligence with respect to CEQA, as CEQA applies to the vehicle traffic analysis. So I'm not going to try and read everything here. So my one statement is we've got a lot of new developments, and the overriding push is that everyone's going to ride their bike or take public transportation. But the Department of Transportation, their ITT data released in 2024 stated that 90% of Americans have one car, and nearly a quarter of them have 3 or more. I'm one of those. So we're a car-dependent nation. So as aspirational as it is for us to be biking, and that all these developments are deemed as affordable housing, that really luxury apartments with lots of luxury amenities. And while sunshine and moonlight are right on the bus line, they seemingly are fitting the bill. But next slide. When you look at these slides, next slide. So when you look at moonlight and sunshine, when you start stacking them up, so both moonlight and sunshine have egress on both Encinitas Boulevard and Quail Meadows. Next slide. And then Quail Meadows, their only egress and ingress is Quail Gardens Drive. So it's not an alternate route. It is just 200 feet different. So it has two entrances and exits, but they both pour onto the same part of the street. How is that fire safety? So I look at these stacked up, next slide. All three of them are within 50 feet and 100 feet. And I use the traffic analysis from Chen Ryan, which is also known as CRA and CRA. So all three of the developments used the same traffic analysis firm, just branded differently. Next slide. So when you look at Sunshine, it's nice. It has an Encinitas Boulevard entrance and exit, and then it's going to have an entrance by Quail Point. That's just like 250 feet from the intersection. Next slide. Then that is Quail Meadows, A and B. Those are their two egress, ingress. One of them's at Quail Point, and then the other one is at Kristen Court at a roundabout. That's going to be fun. Next slide. So when you really look at the two entrances, and in an emergency, because a lot of people have touched upon a lot of the points that I'm going to be showing you pretty pictures to, is that that's a fire safety hazard. That's gridlock right there without a hazard. 448 units is 5,400 cars. Next slide. Moonlight has two entrances, although I am concerned that their second exit entrance is right at the intersection for Encinitas Boulevard at Quail Meadows, that I'll show you in a picture in a bit, that's going to cause lots of traffic conflict. Next slide. Kind of shows you Moonlight at there's a fire lane right adjacent to where they're going to have their entrance and exit. A lot of this really should have been discovered at Planning Commission and from our staff. Next slide. So I'm going to talk a little verbiage here, because back in November when we had the extension, I was talking about level of service, because that's in our general plan. But somebody said to me, oh, level of service isn't relevant anymore. Well, actually it is. So I'm going to explain that Caltrans and Sandag and CEQA use a new variance called VMT. And I've explained it here. It's a lot of verbiage, but basically the shorthand is that CEQA's benchmark was to only apply to review of a project to determine impact of a roadway network from an environmental standpoint, not from a traffic standpoint. Further, SB 743 went into effect in 2020, and CEQA requires VMT analysis for compliance with state policies to evaluate projects. Next slide. So Encinitas goes by level of service. Many cities go by level of service. This is just a guide to understand when we hear what a level D is and what a level E and F. We're operating at E and F right now. And then there's next slide. There's a level of service for signal analysis, which starts to go into how much delay, which I'm not going to get into. And then, next slide. There's clarifying definitions of the methodologies. So further to the CEQA SB 743, the analysis has not been done. Our general plan is based on LOS, and it is still relevant. But Quail Meadows requires a CEQA VMT analysis for compliance. Next slide. So basically, it's an incomplete risk analysis, which many people have highlighted tonight. We've got 3 huge developments. One of the largest apartment complexes in Encinitas is going to go in to a landlocked street that is already operating below its service ability. The traffic data I mentioned from Chen and Ryan is outdated. Per Traffic Institute, traffic data must not be more than 2 years old. These traffic analyses were done in 2019 and 2020, and from the same company. So I actually, one of my slides, there's some, you can tell they repurposed the same side because I saw some typos in there with other references. Next slide. This is just my own accounting to reference all the other developments that utilize Quail Gardens Drive. And then I used the same formula that Chen and Ryan was using. And we are looking at over 27,000 cars utilizing Quail Gardens Drive. It's not designed for that. Next slide. Here are some pictures. This was taken in November 12th on a Tuesday, which is recommended when you do traffic analysis, not do them on Monday and not do them on Friday. And these were the cars stacked up beyond up to where Kristen Court is. And many of those cars wanted to take a left turn, but they couldn't because they were backlogged. Next slide. This was the traffic coming down Encinitas Boulevard. And in the traffic, oh, I'm out of time. I have a time donation. Am I out?
You had the full 9 minutes, so.
Oh, that was it?
just wrap-
So sorry. I didn't get through it.
Thank you.
Marco Gonzalez, Karen Caden, Dennis Caden, and then Patty Stottlemyre.
Did we have Lisa in there first? Oh, okay. Got it.
Honorable Mayor, members of the council, Marco Gonzalez with Coast Law Group. I'm here tonight not on behalf of a developer. I'm here on behalf of the Coastal Environmental Rights Foundation, local nonprofit of which I'm the executive director, concerned about housing and concerned about whether you're going to follow the law. I know that this discussion has been bandied about during the election and really for the last number of years since the litigation that happened around the housing element. I'm here to let you know that SURF now has standing and that in the event that our state housing laws aren't followed, SURF will likely be involved in litigation against the city. I would imagine that if you don't follow your environmental and housing laws, you will also end up being sued by the developer. And why do I say that? Not because I've sat here for the last 10 years telling you what I think housing law says or what Sacramento says, but because your own outside counsel, Barbara Couts, you solicited an opinion from her. And when I read her letter, honestly, I was like, man, I wish I'd written this because her opinion is pretty much the same as mine has been for the last 10 years. And then I looked at the letter from the developer's attorney, and no big surprise because, you know, I've been bringing a few of these projects forward, and they put up a lot of good arguments that I would have put up at the same time. But then, to me, the coup de grace is the HCD letter, right? Because it's not just that the state, who the courts would find is best positioned to interpret our state housing laws, says that you have to do something, but they go the next step and they say, what happens if you don't? What are the implications of you taking that risk of, dare I say, grandstanding on behalf of the NIMBYs, or standing on community character and standing on subjective issues of dislike, and finding against this? Well, the potential risk is that the housing element gets decertified. And I know there's people in the community who will tell you that's not a real risk. But you got the letter. You've seen what Bonta has done. You've seen what has happened to Huntington Beach. And I'm here to tell you, there is nothing more catastrophic to your interests, to the citizens' interests, to really everybody's interests than the decertification of that housing element. Because when that happens, what happens to us? The builder's remedy. And I can guarantee you the builder's remedy is going to be something worse than anything you've ever imagined. Just look at what's going to happen in Del Mar. You guys see the news today that the city of Del Mar, the mayor of Del Mar, kind of botched things with the fairgrounds, and now they're out of discussions to build their affordable housing? That means that the entire bluff that people have wanted to see not developed with affordable housing is likely going to get developed, and a builder's remedy is on the horizon for the city of Del Mar. Do you want to be in that position? Look, we've been through a lot of contentious discussions around these issues. At this very site, the Coastal Commission, the United States Fish and Wildlife Service, they went down on the ground multiple times. You can't ask for greater statewide involvement. The Coastal Commission's not standing here telling you that you're not complying with the LCP. The U.S. Fish and Wildlife Service isn't standing here telling you that your biology report and that the recommendations of staff are incorrect. Don't get yourself sued by the developer or by SURF. Approve the project.
Thank you.
Good evening, and I don't think any of us are NEBs, N-E-B, whatever. Okay. Welcome, Marco. You'll do a good job because you're going to represent all districts. Thank you for being here. Not all sites should have been approved at the housing element level. I've been involved in 2017, been watching, been talking, and HCD does not hear us. You are inheriting the past council's misjudgments who ignored potential effects to the existing residents of Encinitas. No by right. It should start at the Planning Commission level containing informative information, including the significant impacts with the assistance of an EIR, CEQA. I want to share that I have experienced the flooding on Sunshine Gardens because one of my family members owned a business there. It ran through her building. It was a mess, up to 6 feet to that pie and coffee shop that never got to open up. We've seen it. We've been there. We tried to help clean up. It was unfair, and we all know, even though you may construct water, it will always find its way around somewhere else, and it will destroy other homes or the Cottonwood Creek. I'm here because I fought Pariah's Point, and we learned an awful lot, and we really appreciate all of our neighbors and the friends here in Encinitas that is learning an awful lot of what has come down. And I'm here because I care about Encinitas. Not all improvements always work as well as they claim it to be. Impacts to the residents of Encinitas as a whole, we have safety, health, traffic, noise, air and light pollution, animals, birds, rare plants, wetlands, and some more to consider. Consider present and future. What about the strain on the supply of water, gas, electric, waste matter, and drainage water, and our road system? Also consider the sheriffs and fire protection. Can be overwhelming stress on our precious city. High-density development seriously overburden our beach town with big developers' industry with unjust rights. Government can be the good, the bad, and the ugly.
Thank you.
Please honor the appeal.
Following Dennis Caden is Patty Stottlemyre, Brett Morris, Carol Main, and then Jean Visser.
How many more?
How many more do we have?
1, 2, 3, 4, 5.
Okay, cool.
Hi, council members, Dennis Caden. Would the video people don't shine on my pretty face and go to the slide, because I want everybody in Encinitas at home enjoying their cocktail over this event to see this. Okay. Within the United States, both federal and state laws prohibit unfair and deceptive practices by those engaged in business and commerce. I think that this entire state housing element is deceptive. One of the things I learned is that we cannot specify, as we've always heard, this is for firefighters and teachers and healthcare workers. Well, believe it or not, it's against the law. You cannot, despite what we feel, affordable housing is trying to accomplish. The city cannot specify housing for any work group. Also, your income, once you qualify, can increase beyond the levels of low-income qualifiers. As your income grows, it is contrary to federal housing law to evict that person from low-income housing, even though their income grows. So rather than them moving out and then creating a space for the next generation of low income, that ain't going to happen. So who gets in? The city has little input as to who gets in, other than to monitor a waiting list of applicants. Once a city is notified by the developer that units are available, the city notifies those on the waiting list, and then they contact the developer. It's pretty much from that point on up to the discretion of the developer to decide who gets in. ADUs are not creating affordable units. We have issued over 400 ADU permits in Encinitas. One is deed restricted. And if I'm wrong, since that number, maybe we have 2. Yahoo-y. Developers are averaging, right now, 16% of their project units for low income. Therefore, Encinitas, to comply with the 6th cycle housing element, will be getting 16 out of 100 R30 units. So if I go to the slide, the current households in Encinitas is 23,000 plus. We committed to 838 units as affordable. Let's see, that means in order to get those 838, Encinitas will have an additional 5,720 units. We got room for those. Increase the total number of households by 24%. Sandag states it's 2.5 persons per residence, so that'll be an additional 14,300 people in Encinitas, a 23% increase. Now here's the best part. The entire thing will only generate 34,000 more trips per day in Encinitas. But here's the kicker. Right at that intersection of Quail Gardens Drive and Encinitas Boulevard, that's where you need to cancel this thing.
Thank you.
Sorry.
Oh, just, Patty, before you go, we have a little housekeeping. If I can have a motion to extend beyond 10 o'clock?
I motion to extend.
And a second? And then we'll vote on it. Thank you. Thanks for reminding me. And then, hang on, Patty, we got to do a vote, and then we'll let you go right after that. We just have to, you can stand right there. You're good. We won't start your clock till we get the vote done. There we go. Okay. You're up, Patty.
Okay. Well, I didn't even understand what that vote was. But
It was extending past 10 o'clock.
What?
Our rules say that we have to have a motion and second in order to go beyond 10 p.m.
Oh, okay. I want to thank everybody that's, wow, these extensive reports. Wow, I so appreciate it. Zillow 5 days ago said there are 209 apartment vacancies in Encinitas. Where is the market for 1,000 new units? Or are they going to do another attack and burn another area down to fill the apartments? And, everything's been touched on here. Oh, I want to give these for the overhead. Okay, So this was already brought up. Larry Giles, the Coast News. Firefighters in North County are raising concerns about the region's ability to handle large-scale wildfire with increased density and reduced car lanes, urging local leaders to take proactive measures. Would you put the other one on? So I think this is the main thing, is safety. And I don't live in Quail Gardens. But I think we should deny this because it's the safety of all of Encinitas. I mean, we have to have adequate evacuation. And this will not do it. So the number one thing is safety. Thank you.
Thank you.
Next is Brett Morris, followed by Carol Main, Jean Visser, and then Rachel Graves.
We good? Yes. All right, Brett Morris. I live on Quail Point Lane across from Sunshine Gardens. Full transparency, I am a developer. I'm not anti-density. I'm just anti-irresponsible development. I've done plenty of high-rise, mid-rise development around San Diego. I was in support of Fox Point Farms. I think that's a great example of responsible development, doing for-sale product. That's an investment in the community, taking half the site as green space, amenities for the community. Seems to be well-liked. I'm sorry the parking sucks because it's so well-liked, but that's what you get. I think that was an example of responsible development. I even supported across the street from my house, Sunshine Gardens, because we do need some density in the area, and that's it for the scale of the project. It's got to egress to Encinitas Boulevard. It's not a terrible project. However, the Baldwin site is a blatant example of irresponsible development, and you guys would be irresponsible to support it. I don't even take a raise of hands. I'm pretty sure that there's not one person in here that's not being paid by the developer that's in support of this project. So, or online or anywhere in the city. That's actually not common. I mean, I've done a lot of these, and I usually have at least a few people that come up and speak. We need housing, rent's too high. I haven't heard one person say that in the last 3 planning commission meetings or this meeting. I feel for you guys. You've been dealt a tough hand here. You have to decide to support your predecessors and the bad decisions that they made, or support the residents that put you in those seats. And I'm urging you to take the tough decision tonight. Luke, I know you can make tough decisions, so let's put your money where your mouth is here and make those tough decisions. Support the residents that you represent here, and maybe we can get some school buses. That would help with traffic, right? So I don't know why there's no school buses in Encinitas, but figure that out. Thank you.
Thank you.
Hello, I'm Carol Main. Lived in Leucadia for 54 years. Driven all over every street, know them all. Been there, done that, like many people here. But the thing that I haven't heard anybody bring up is that originally when the property was purchased, am I right, it was going to be 35 homes? Is that right?
I think we can
Okay.
answer that later.
Thank you. So we think so. So if they made $2 million on each house, which would be when they started some years back, maybe they would have made $1 million on each house. Maybe they're going to make $2 million. So they've got 35 houses they could make now and make a lot of $1 million. But that's not the way they work. This rental scheme of everyone just never owning anything and liking it is not cool. And it's only cool to them. It only benefits them because they will make, unless my calculator on my new phone is wrong, I can't use it very well, they will make, if the average rent is $3,000 a month, and there's 12 months in a year, that's a lot of money, times 448 houses, that's what my calculator says is $16 million a year. Now, how fast is that going to pay off that property? How fast is that going to go into their pockets? And nobody owns anything. And I just think that's despicable. I'm sorry. In 2020 or 2019, I was on the Arts Commission for Encinitas. And at the same time, on my street, Sanford Street, one of the last greenhouses the property was sold. And there was a plan to put a lot of houses there, and we fought for 2 years with the council then, the Holtz and everybody, and we got it down to multi-story houses and meandering sidewalks, everything different. We said no tract homes in Leucadia. This is wrong. It doesn't go with the general plan, and it's freaking ugly. So that's what we did, and if you come down Sanford Street, you will see how beautifully the variety of the houses are. There's granny flats, there's upstairs, single story, double story. It's really nice. That's what Encinitas is about. It's not about some horrible block building that is just ugly. It's just flat out ugly. And I just think you've got enough reasons to deny them and proceed the appeal. And I really hope you'll do it for the sake of the future.
Hi, everybody. Thanks for having us, and thanks for listening to everything that has transpired in the past that you're now dealing with currently. I don't have a lot of statistics regarding what everyone has brought to the table.
What's your name?
Oh, I'm sorry. My apologies. Jeannie Visser. And I live in Encinitas. I've been here 27 years. I live on T-Berry, so it is directly behind all of the new developments. And it takes me 20 minutes to get to the I-5 on a Monday, on a Tuesday. My neighbors are stopped going to boot camp at 5:30 in the morning on Quail Gardens Road and Encinitas Boulevard for 3 minutes, and there are no cars. Now, MIT did a study that said that if we all synchronized our traffic lights in the country, our carbon emissions would drop immensely. We've talked about that, but I'm curious as to why that isn't part of our regular planning in our department. You know, my dad worked in the planning department of the city of Camarillo, right? I grew up there. We burned. We never thought. I lived there. My mom's lived there 55 years. We never thought it would burn. It burned. It came close to the house. My personal financial damage, which has never been discussed, and it might seem totally off topic, but all of the gophers have decimated my entire yard. Thousands and thousands and thousands of dollars. We're graded, and the hill that I have behind me, I'm concerned those homes are going to fall into my backyard. But no one's talked about that. I don't know if that will ever be something in the future that someone will consider, but the animal life that is pushed in that does irreparable damage to foundations, I think should be brought to the table at some point. You know, for me, a garden in my backyard, if that development goes up, I won't get sunlight. I have health issues. I need to be able to get to the doctor in a timely manner. I want elderly people to not have to carry their groceries walk to the bus, get the groceries, go to Home Depot for the handyman that's going to charge an arm and a leg and get something cheaper. People can't do that. So as we shorten the numbers of spots for people to park and they age, they can't age in place. And that's discrimination. And I have a real problem with that. And there's a lot of statistical information that's been provided here today that, is this my time, 49 seconds? Yep. There's a lot of statistical information that's been provided today that seemingly supports appealing this. I don't see anyone with common sense, critical thinking, and social graces knows that when you stuff people together like this, you become an unhealthy society. You know, we're not just talking about low income, you know, safety. We're talking about health and wellness from every perspective, mental health, physical health, like capital gains. I bought my house at $135,000. Can I move as a single woman? No, I can't move. I can't get out of where I don't like. I don't feel safe here. The noise, you know, the decibels is in my neighborhood is 55 during the day and 50 during certain windows. And people are exceeding it all the time. Anyway, please help us.
Hi, I'm Rachel. I think the public deserves to hear the truth from Deputy Mayor Joy Lines. I'm going to hold this up. This is her conflict of interest and reason for recusal is not just that she's a principal of IDS. Joy Lines' personal seal with her license number and her own business logo, Coastal Sage, are stamped on the drawings for Quail Meadows project. Further, on her Form 700 that I discovered at 4 p.m. today, she not only lists her income from IDS, She also receives direct income from our good friends Baldwin and Sons. Notice a trend here? Do we notice a trend here? It's a problem. The only person who supports this project also has family members who are politicians at state level and makes money off these projects. The appellants and the citizens have not been given due process through this process. The state holds over your heads a 5-meeting rule, which the applicant has manipulated to his favor. We have a planning commission selected by at least 2 of these councilwomen benefiting from high-density projects. This commission favors high density, and they operated in a lackadaisical way, continuing meetings repeatedly, taking 4 meetings to reach a decision, and keep in mind, our prior council and mayor called a meeting for this project after losing their elections, a sneaky way to eat away at your last meeting available to these appellants. So now the appellant has 1 meeting to be heard. A threat from the state is upon you. If you consider any appeal that they have or try to make this project any safer, they will come down with their big bulldozers and further destroy our neighborhoods. Furthermore, the planning commissioner chair recused himself for a source of income conflict, and then he reinstated himself, and he has been unwilling, you guys know because I've copied you on my emails, to disclose who this conflict of interest is with and where he's getting his money. The voters elected you 3 and hopefully are supportive of appointing you because they want change. I need you to replace the commissioners who are appointed by compromise council. Lastly, the applicant has been extended extra meetings at his own request. He repeatedly says he will be a good neighbor and part of our community and that he wants to do right by Encinitas. Please ask the applicant if he will waive a meeting for the appellants just as he was given, and so that you may give the appellants the due process they deserve without overreaching Sacramento dictatorial threats hanging over your heads. Give the appellant the chance to be the good neighbor he claims he will be. I'm sure he will gladly extend the same extension that we granted him.
That does conclude public speakers, and then I had 4 individuals who support the appeal but did not wish to speak. Richard Stern, Holly Castle, Mike Metzger, and John Clausen.
Wow. Okay, so I want to organize how we're going to go about this so that we aren't bouncing around to different topics. Oh, wait, I've got 2 more things to do, right? Yeah, sorry.
Yes.
So we'll start with the rebuttal of the applicant, 5 minutes.
We have 2 rebuttals, applicant and the appellant.
Yeah.
I need a 30-second recess with Tarquin.
Okay. I'm okay with that.
Okay.
How about 3 minutes? Will that work? Or do you need that?
I don't even need that. Sure.
Okay.
Either way.
So stay here is the
Yes,
message.
please.
Go do it.
All right, thank you.
Turn everything back.
Hello? Can you
Can
hear?
you turn it on?
If we can cut down on the talking and come back to order. We've got,
Hold on. Let's need a restart.
Oh.
There you go.
okay. We'll come back to order here, and we have 5 minutes from the applicant, followed by 5 minutes from each of the, sorry, did I said that wrong? 2 applicants, followed by, I'm sorry, no. First, the applicant for 5 minutes, then the 2 appellants each for 5 minutes. We'll do the same order, safer than ECRD. So,
try to use way less than the 5 minutes. I just wanted to touch on a couple of the project features that are here. One, we did put in a roundabout, or are proposing a roundabout on Quail Gardens Drive as requested by multiple members of the community. So that is a voluntary action. It's not something we had to do. It was something that people wanted, some kind of better traffic control there. And that seemed to be the best combination of something that would allow easier movement from Kristen Court and from the project, but also do traffic calming. Because I know we've heard a lot here tonight about the traffic issues and congestion along Quail Gardens. But those of us who have been in multiple of these hearings knows that there's also a large contingency of people who are concerned about unsafe speeds on Quail Gardens Drive. So we thought that was a good feature, and it fit in with things that the city is doing at other locations. Storm flooding, we talk about the floodwaters, and it seems a little counterlogical to me that the solution to flooding is to not do anything. This project proposes a 7-foot tall, I'm 6 feet, so a little bit about a foot above myself, and 12-foot wide box culvert to handle all this storm flow. The owner of the Sunshine Gardens project, they submitted correspondence on the last hearing stating that they have reviewed the plans and are, confident that that system will protect them from future flooding, wherein without it, they are subject to it. Last thing, as far as being a responsible neighbor, we are leaving a healthy portion of the site vacant and actually restoring it, and they'll have a conservation easement over it so that it will never be developed in the future. It will be good habitat for the resources that are out there. As I've said, we've walked this site, and you don't have to take my word for it because city staff has been there with Coastal Commission. We've walked it with U.S. Fish and Wildlife. People have reviewed those bio reports and then actually seen how they relate to what's in the field. Finally, in a lot of development, you see people going for the maximum units. As I stated earlier, we've actually reduced our unit count in the same amount of time that state law has changed from when we first submitted, and would now allow up to 719 units on our site. We have not come back and asked for more density. We have planned a project that we think does fit in, that we think is appropriately scaled. We went through extra time at the cost of over a year to get a project that was 6 stories down to 4 stories, as I said, with less market rate units and more affordable units. So we have done things. We have not bulldozed this process by any means. We are the slowest project in the city's program. We've taken longer because we've gone back and made adjustments on 2 separate occasions. So I think we have worked to try to make this project as a successful project, one that will be good, one that will offer housing. And at the end of the day, it provides 90 low-income units. I don't know where that's happened in Encinitas in the past, and I don't know where that will happen in the future. So 90 is a lot of low-income units. So thank you.
okay, now safer for rebuttal.
Hello. Yes, so SAFER agrees with ECRD that it's not opposed to development at this site, but the simple fact is this project doesn't comply with CEQA, and so it should not go forward at this time. There is also a substantive reason for CEQA's application here. There are environmental impacts associated with this project that have not been analyzed, as you heard from ECRD. With the impacts related to the Cottonwood Creek have not been analyzed. You also heard from other community members who voiced concerns relating to cumulative impacts given other development projects in the surrounding area, traffic impacts, and CEQA is there to make sure that the environment is protected to the fullest extent feasible. And through the preparation of an environmental impact report or mitigated negative declaration, the public and decision makers would be presented with a clear analysis of the project's impacts. So I urge you not to rely on the Planning Commission's and city staff's mistaken interpretation of the government code. Again, this project does not meet the definition of by right under section 65583.2 because it requires discretionary decisions beyond design review. I also want to reiterate that the Housing Accountability Act, referenced by HCD and developer's attorney, does not supersede CEQA. Both are state statutes that are afforded equal dignity under the law. So compliance with CEQA does not mean non-compliance with the Housing Accountability Act. I also wanted to note that hearings regarding CEQA compliance, like the hearing tonight, does not count towards the 5 hearing limit requirement that is referenced in HCD's letter. Government Code 64905.5, the statute imposing this 5 limit hearing requirement, states that nothing in this section supersedes, limits, or otherwise modifies the requirements of the Public Resources Code, which is where CEQA lives. So again, SAFER respectfully requests that the council grant the appeals tonight. Thank you.
If you could stay there for one second, I want to use a little discretion from the chair here. When I look at both parties in your argument, your appeal, and the developer, and when I look at our council's opinion, there seems to be one fundamental difference in how you both recount. In particular, it's the case of Clennell versus the City of Los Angeles. Both our attorney and the applicant talked about the legislative action afterwards that would harmonize CEQA with California density bonus law. I noticed in your second submittal, your recent submittal, you didn't address that. Could you address that now?
I cannot address that right now, unfortunately. My colleague who was before the city council back in November is very well apprised of all of this. However, he is on parental leave right now, which is why I am here in his stead.
That's
but
fine.
I can surely follow up with that answer.
I will ask the same question of our staff when we go through that, and we'll hear what they believe. So, okay, thank you.
Thank you.
With that, if we can get ECRD, 5 minutes.
Good evening again, Council. Craig Sherman on behalf of ECRD. So you've been, in our opinions, you've been given the legal basis and reasons for granting the appeal, denying the project. And this is not about, housing element violation or the threat from HCD. This is about this project, problems with this project, the way it's been studied, and the holes there. So this is ratified by the things that you're hearing from ACD itself. It doesn't say it's by right if it's it's not by right if it's inconsistent with the LCP. So under the threat of litigation, I welcome that lawsuit, providing you make the proper basis for why this project should be denied and appeal granted. A couple comments that lead into those reasons why are you hear from the applicant that, well, we've walked the site with the U.S. Fish and Wildlife Service and Coastal Commission. I implore you to check your record. Where is it that they've made some decision or opinion that everything's fine with regard to this Blue Line stream? What you find is this record is devoid of any mention of it and study of it. So when you look to your LCP policies that you're weighing to decide within this legal context, and you heard we've listed them, land use policies 8.6, resource management goal 1, resource management policy 9.2, 9.3, and you heard prior speaker Jillian provide you the whole list of even further ones, but they're in the record here. But it's the record that's devoid of that information. There's a concept in both CEQA and land use decision making that if you don't have the information to make that decision, then you can't support the decision. In other words, it's the omission. And I don't think that there's much doubt that the Blue Line stream, it's a 303 impaired water body. These things have been sort of avoided by the applicant developer and swept under the rug. But what CEQA would provide you, and you've heard the reasons why it's applicable within the state regards and the state issues and coastal issues, is it provides you the analyses. You'll get those studies. You'll get the cumulative impact traffic studies to see if there is the significant public health and safety bases to deny this project. And you don't have those. You have an oil traffic study, but public health and safety is another one of the reasons that you have to deny the project, even under the HAA. So with that, you have the reasons, the basis. You can make the findings under multiple areas of law, and we implore you to grant the appeal, deny this project as it's currently presented to you. Steve?
Let me put my glasses on because I may not even be able to read my own writing. So. Okay. I've been working on this project on this site for 20 years, just like Nick Lee has. So it's not like we haven't been trying to get a good development on this site. We've been working on that for 20 years. The plan was stopped by the California Coastal Commission for leaving wetlands and protected species off the reports. Now we brought you facts, a stream that's again been left out of every report. The developer filed a report for the development, the approved development on the site that it had a stream for the 2005 application that was approved. So it's an omission. Omissions don't mean that it doesn't exist. The stream does. We gave you 18 facts. They're in the lists, in the glossaries of reasons why this wasn't consistent. This plan wasn't consistent with our LCP, our general plan, our municipal code, and our building codes. Any one of those gives you the right to not approve this project. 18 is a preponderance of evidence. Pick any one of those that you feel you can support, then you can deny the project. This gives you local control. We're only talking about the general plan, the local coastal program, which you administer, the municipal code, and our building codes. That is true local control for you to make a decision on. We ask that you approve the appeal and deny the project. I think in everything that we've told you, none of the facts have been disputed by the applicant. The stream exists and all the violations of our code are there. Not rebutted, not addressed. They stand as facts before you that you can accept as true. So do the right thing and please deny this project and support our appeal.
And I will ask the same question, and I don't know whether you want your lawyer up to answer the question about the CEQA and the applicability of the legislative modification to the, is it Clennell versus City of Los Angeles? If you could just address that. Because that to me is the point of law, and I want to hear it. I want to get the attorneys in here.
I don't have the case before me, can't give you the full analysis. It comes down to, as I mentioned in my prior initial presentation, Assembly Bill 2797 was in response to that case and followed after that case, and there was no change to that provision. So it just added the second part. So in other words, that legislation recognizes the protected rights. Like, the state responded after that court decision and didn't change, the provision that accepts, the local control for that aspect.
But they did try and harmonize density bonus law and CEQA, I think. But that's what I wanted to hear your opinion, and I will certainly ask staff. Well, hang on.
Yeah, I think that the response to the legislature didn't abrogate the point that we're trying to make, is what I'm saying. In other words, a point that it didn't change or address, although it could have, is considered sound or, ratified law. It's just a legal doctrine, I would argue.
Okay.
Okay.
I'll give you 1 minute, because I want to make sure, I will give the applicant's attorney similar, or, go ahead.
Yes. So after quickly just going back through our supplemental appeal memorandum, we did address the case you were referring to, Clennell Gardens, page 5 and 6 of our memo, to which I also agree with that gentleman over here that, to the extent that the density bonus law and the Coastal Act are harmonized, is that the Density Bonus Act does not supersede the Coastal Act.
But did you address AB 2797? I didn't see that in your package.
No,
Yeah.
no.
And that's what the real question's about. So with that, thank you. And I'd like to, just to keep due process, it's about fair for both sides.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I'm Jeff Chine. I'm with Alan Atkins. I'm the applicant's lawyer. Yeah, so immediately after the Calnell decision came out, and in that case, the Court of Appeal essentially said that the Coastal Act is up here and density bonus law is down here. And the legislature quickly said no. It rebuked, it overturned the Calnell case, and it said that these two statutes are on the same level, and they should be harmonized together. In other words, one is not above the other. I think, and I happily defer to your counsel, Ms. Couts, because the Coastal Commission also has weighed in on this, and it's weighed in on this in connection with this project, and it's weighed in connection with your density bonus ordinance, and has clarified and said that no. In fact, as long as coastal resources are being respected and protected, that there is no limitation to density bonus law within an area that's subject to a local coastal program. There is no evidence in the record whatsoever that this project harms coastal resources. In fact, this project preserves coastal resources at the request of the Coastal Commission. So remember, we had several buildings spread out over the site, and the biologist from the Coastal Commission came down and walked the site and said, there are no coastal resources down there closer to Encinitas Boulevard, but there are coastal resources up higher, farther to the north. We want you to preserve that site. And that's exactly what's happening here. So to point to the Calnell case or that legislation and somehow say that that supports the appeal is a complete subversion of the law.
Thank you. So with that, boy, quite a bit of testimony, 1,600 pages for just this issue. And I will turn it over if staff wants to comment too, but I wanted to kind of kick off how I would like to organize this discussion, because there's so many different topics. The one I just brought up, I thought it was very important to get the attorneys' opinions here and now while they were up here. But I think we should go through, and I'm going to throw it out, and if you have additional topics you want to go through, I think wetlands and flooding is first and foremost in my mind, and there's probably a lot of discussion there. We can go through traffic and circulation element, number 2. And then I'm going to let you hop in. Yeah, I'm going first. 3 would be the environmental assessment. And number 4 would be net versus gross, because I'm sure that'll come up. It came up. And then number 5, I think, is cumulative impact. And there's probably several others that are of lesser importance in my mind, but are there other areas beyond those 5? And
I think those are good areas. I'd like to start off with a question before we get that.
Like a question of clarification?
Oh, question for the applicant.
Okay. So like a clarification question?
Yes.
Okay. So if everybody's agreed, we'll go through topic areas. I'll wait till we'll go through topic areas, and then we'll go at the end and go by, probably do SAFER first, and then do ECRD, just to make sure we have a position on whether there is significant evidence to support the appeals in each case. But I think first we'll go by topic. So with that, I'll recognize Councilmember O'Hara. And I think you have a question for the applicant. And by the way, the public hearing is still open, so we can bring up. But other than that, I would appreciate if people are quiet unless we bring you up.
So I just wanted to go back and discuss the 5 hearings. And I wanted to direct a question to the developer, whoever the spokesperson for that would be, regarding the 5 hearings.
Do you want Nick Lee up here, or I assume?
Sure, if he's available to speak in this regard, absolutely.
Nick, if...
Let us see what the question is, and then I'll see if I'm the appropriate person to ask.
Okay,
Answer it.
thank you. First meeting was October 20th, 2022. It was continued to November 3rd, or it was moved on to November 3rd. At that time, the applicant, Bollins, asked to continue the meeting, which became the February 1st, 2024 meeting, correct?
Correct.
Then there was a meeting October 3rd with the Planning Commission, last City Council, November 20th. What I'm asking for is due process for the appellant, and I'm looking at the meeting of November 3rd, February 4th, October 3rd, as if that would be one meeting. Normally, if you had a continuation, it would be 2 meetings that equal 1 continuation. That would be 1 event. 2 meetings, 1 event. We seem to have 3 meetings equaling 2 events here. So I'm looking to see if, and I know you've talked to the residents, and I know that you want to give them the due process, and you've feel like you're wanting to work with them, according to your words. And so I'm wondering if you are interested, or if it is possible to consider this the 4th meeting to give the applicants their due process.
I think the due process is being held just fine here tonight. The reason we were continued at the last hearing was so that this could happen appropriately, and we could have the new council on here to do it. I don't see another reason for a delay in this. When we did ask for the continuance on that second Planning Commission meeting, that meeting has not counted towards the 5. We said that that was our request for the continuance away from that, so we did not count it. I think 2 council meetings is plenty for the due process to occur.
Okay, I'll keep that on the record, and we'll go from there. That was my question. Thank you.
Okay, so with that, let's start talking about wetlands. And let me get to my section where I have my, because to me, this is the largest issue in front of us, is what constitutes the wetlands. And if you look, this is the one issue that is appealable to the Coastal Commission. So the appellants may have another out there. So I guess I'd probably want to start with staff with the 48-inch pipe. To me, that is the key to this, is that it is conveying water. It, according to the testimony I read, both from the previous owner, Ron Martin, and from somebody who lived on the property when it was built back in the 80s, Ron Martin, the owner, said that there's no permit for it, that the head wall that starts it is just burlap sacks of concrete, as I recall. And so I guess the first question is, who owns the pipe? Is the pipe legally there? Are there permits for it? And if not, what ramifications would that have? So that question is to staff.
We did some research, and we could find no permits for either of those facilities.
Okay, who owns the pipe?
Again, I could find nothing on our systems as well for the ownership of those.
So does that mean that they're probably privately installed and therefore were privately done, probably without? But my point is, does the city own them, or did the county own them prior to incorporation? And I think the answer is no, from what you said.
It's hard to say. I couldn't find anything in the records that either the county or privately owned installed them, so I can't say either way.
That's correct, and I can add just a little bit more. We did look at historic aerial photos, and between 1967 and 1978, somewhere within that time frame, the greenhouses showed up on the site. But we don't know the exact timing. There's some records that possibly the pipes went in the 1950s, but we don't have any backing for that. So there is no data. So we based the information on what we had in front of us, which were the historical aerial photographs showing development there occurring in that area.
Now, when you say the greenhouses were there in 1978, does that guarantee that the pipe was underneath?
There wouldn't be a guarantee. That's correct.
Okay. Yeah, and if I remember the testimony I saw, it had a letter from, and I can't remember the Hispanic gentleman's name, who was employed on site, lived on site, and remembers it. And he started in the 80s, and that's why he knows it was in the 80s that the pipe was installed. Because and then the other, I guess it's secondhand information, is that somebody on the appellant talked to Ron Martin, and he testified that he built it in the 80s. So, and he even described what is very obviously the construction technique used, which was throw burlap sacks of concrete there and let them harden in place. And that so my question then going from there is. I think also in the appellant's package, it basically cited one court case that if something was not done with a permit, then the Coastal Commission should be able to, or should have to, I think is what they claimed, treat one of the conditions as though it was never installed. Why am I going there? What I'm questioning is the extent of the wetlands. The wetlands are very definitely in the northern part before we get to the head wall. And then we get a head wall where the low flow or even the moderate flow goes into the 48-inch pipe and doesn't flow on the southern portion. And if you have to consider the case where the 48-inch pipe was not there, then isn't it likely that the wetlands would have extended well over the entire project, and therefore isn't more of this project potentially appealable to the Coastal Commission? So if you can comment on that thought, that logic.
Yeah, so I would defer to a biologist to discuss whether or not the water would have been there, a wetland actually would be there. But that is correct that if in fact a wetland was there, then the buffers, if it was most likely a riparian buffer, which is similar to that at the north of the property, then it would require a 50-foot buffer.
50, and then we have 100-foot.
That is a voluntary buffer that the applicant has provided, and the work outside of the 100 feet is what is outside of the Coastal Commission appeal jurisdiction, is what we had received from Coastal Commission.
Okay, great. I don't know if anybody else wants to jump in talking about wetlands and.
Yep. And do we have any statements from LCP about the wetlands? Do we specifically referencing Mr. Sherman's comment that there was no specific comment saying that there wasn't a wetland in that location?
Let's see if I understand your question correctly. We do have LCP policies in our resource management element that discuss wetlands. Correct. And that's what allows us to review the projects. Those are the policies of the LCP. And they specifically say that if there are wetlands, if they're riparian specifically, that they require the 50-foot buffer. And then if they are U.S. waters of the state, then that is what requires the 100-foot buffer.
Correct. And with the maps that have shown that that's there, do we have a statement from LCP letting us know that this is not that?
I see. So what you saw in the housing element, I remember that the comment that was made, there are GIS maps and there's mapping that alerts staff to look into and request an actual biological report at the site. So those are maps that I believe one of our staff may have like how often they get updated. However, what we actually do is we refer to those first, and then you actually do a site analysis to determine what's actually on the site. So those are not to be relied upon that what is there is exactly there. You actually have to do further analysis.
And have we done that?
Correct, yes,
And
we
so,
have.
and so
That's
again, the question is do we have a statement?
from the Coastal Commission?
Correct.
I see. There was something in the record that said that there was an email from Coastal Commission staff, I believe it was, I want to say May of 2023, that responded stating that they had received the biological report and all of the analysis provided. We typically do not receive anything from the wildlife agencies or Coastal Commission in writing. We just ensure that we provide them all of the data. Typically, they will come back if they see an issue, and that allows the staff to keep moving forward with a project if they do not object to anything.
Copy. Well, in this case, with the severity of this case, I would expect that we'd actually ask for a statement, just for the fact that this is the largest development to ever come to Encinitas. That this is kind of not one of those typicallys.
Yes,
I would expect.
Yes, and I would say that verbally, one of our staff was at the site. He's no longer with the city, but one of our staff was at the site with the wildlife agencies and Coastal Commission, in which those discussions that were mentioned earlier that they were a part of. And that was a little bit more comfort, that knowing that they were on site with them, because they are the ones who are the determining factor of what is a wetland or not.
Yeah. Just given the severity and the weight of this, I would expect that we'd have that either in writing from the employee, find them. So, you see what I'm saying? We can't just.
Oh, absolutely.
We can't just be. There's a lot of I remember May of 23, or there needs to be a no kidding specific statement about this, because this is hinging on a lot of stuff.
Understood.
Right? That's kind of a big deal. Thank you.
Councilmember O'Hara.
Sure, I wanted to find out, get clarification on Mr. Gherkin's question as to why is the stream not on the 2005 report or listed anywhere? I don't know if it was Mr. Gherkin or the attorney for the appellant. Can I get clarification on that comment, please? Is it on the 2005 report or is it not?
Are you talking about a 2005 biological report, and it was that one that was completed by?
Can you clarify, please, which report we're discussing?
You want to bring, okay, if you go through the chair, I'll bring them back up. So, okay, Steve.
What's that?
I just want to procedurally make sure it's the chair calling people up, so that.
You're going to say, do I need a chair? No, I don't need a chair.
No, nope.
Thanks. You are the chair, thank you.
Yeah.
Am I okay to talk?
Yes.
The Nick Lee mentioned that they had a development already approved, and the map is still there. And in that, they incorporated the stream into the design of the project. So that's in the city records for a development that's still on as an approved development on the city records. So the applicant knew there was a stream there, and they didn't divert it. They ran it right down through the streets, and they didn't come back on this project with the stream. Yet so they knew it was there. How else can what else can I say?
Okay.
They knew it was there. They put it into their developments that were approved by the city council. Those 34 homes were approved.
And can the applicant, can I call the applicant up?
Yep. Yeah.
Can the applicant respond to that, please?
Cottonwood Creek and what makes it up consists of both above ground and below ground features, and below ground would be a pipe. You know that as it goes through Sunshine Garden and as it goes out towards In and Out, that is all still Cottonwood Creek and part of a channelized pipe, the 84-inch that we've talked about connecting into. On our property, it is in this 48-inch pipe that the stream is existing. So it is not a superficial thing that had to be done there. And that's why Coastal Commission, when they came out and you talked about getting their approval, they have said that it is outside of their appeal area because they have classified these areas other than the willowed wetlands as non-wetland areas.
So you can stay there. So I noticed that you mentioned the stream goes above ground and below ground. You mentioned the below ground being in the pipe. Why is there no mention of the above ground at this point then, if you mentioned there are both?
The biologist has responded to staff, and I think staff's probably better positioned to answer that question. But these are all
Okay.
issues that have been brought up multiple times during the process and that staff was alerted to and made determinations on the veracity of the report.
So did you not put the above ground on the report, or did you?
I will let staff answer that question.
Sorry, can you repeat that question?
I was asking him why he differentiated between above ground and below ground, and then only described the below ground but not the above ground in his response. In his first explanation and answer to my question, he said there were two flows, an above ground and a below ground. The below ground is in the 48-inch pipe. He did not mention the above ground. I'm asking what happened to the above ground.
And what happened, I mean.
Why was it not mentioned the second time when it was mentioned the first time? Does it not exist anymore? I'm looking for clarification on why he's differentiating between the two in one spot and not the other.
Yeah, and so I think in the reports, what I read is that it's insufficient to take the flood stage level flow. So that's when we see the above ground. There were plenty of pictures of.
Why is he not answering this?
He did.
I can speak to this.
He did by not answering it. So we'll leave it at that. Right. But the evidence, I want to talk about the evidence in the report. It's very clear.
I think
that
that's an
it
unfair
flows-
characterization. I am not a biologist. We had a biologist do this report. The report was reviewed by city staff and found to be adequate for the situation. And it's gone through multiple reviews of city staff. It was approved. It has been sent to the Coastal Commission. It has been sent to U.S. Fish and Wildlife, both of whom have reviewed the report and walked the site. Coastal Commission has sent numerous emails to the city stating that they have reviewed the report, that they have walked the site, and that they have limited where their jurisdiction ends. And they said their jurisdiction ends within the 100-foot buffer that we are doing, that we have provided. So they are on board with the end of the state-controlled stream at that point.
Hang on. Staff?
Yes, that is correct. When we were trying to determine what portion of the project would be appealable to the Coastal Commission, they did provide us an email stating that those limits of the habitat restoration and the slip lining were the only two within their jurisdiction, indicating that that was their wetland that is in their jurisdiction and no other place on the site.
Okay, but what about if as I was saying, that the unpermitted 48-inch pipe has to be treated as though it's not there, and therefore couldn't it be considered that the wetland would, in that case, have logically extended down further, and therefore it could be a much larger area? Also, have there been subsequent discussions that may have indicated that the larger project may be appealable, or more area within the project may be appealable? So 2 questions.
Yeah, I'm not familiar with that Coastal Act policy, but if that is the case, then that's, yes, you are correct. That would be, the larger project would be appealable to Coastal Commission.
Yeah, I think it was actually a case law cited in the ECRD appeal. And was there any further comments from Coastal Commission as far as the breadth, and is it strictly limited to just the parts that they walked and said that's where they found the indicator species, or is there a possibility that it could be bigger?
I believe that it would probably be a possibility it would be bigger if that policy states that the underground unpermitted, it would be considered a wetland, then yes.
Okay.
Just for basic, not to not clarify it, but the fact of the matter is I think we've heard testimony of people that have seen what the water does when it goes there. So we know even with the pipe,
Yeah.
when it gets overflowed, it's a bigger wetland, period.
Yeah,
I know we need to face it, but the fact of the matter is we have a number of eyes here that have seen it overflow, and the fact that the pipe is getting clogged would
Yep.
show you that it's a bigger wetland.
Well, there's
period.
photos too.
Yeah,
in the
exactly.
evidence.
I mean,
but what I was trying to get to was the legal recognition by the Coastal Commission, which actually has a pretty easy to meet criteria because it only requires one marker, one species in there, and they didn't find it as of today. And the argument that I was going down was, hey, there may be case law if they're right. Now, I don't have enough information on the case law tonight, but it could mean the appeal area is much larger.
And I would agree with you in the fact that, again, we're here in the static environment, but in the dynamic environment called life, out there, I think everybody in this room has seen the water.
Yeah.
And so the point is I in the lack of information, I would use the observation of the humans that live there. That would be a part of that understanding that the wetland. And again, I get that we're trying to figure out the exact case law and we're missing something, but
Well, I think the fundamental difference is water does not constitute a wetland. Just because water went across the street doesn't make it a wetland.
Right.
But the presence of certain marker species to the jurisdiction of the Coastal Commission does, if they're there, that makes it a wetland. And I'm asking a question about whether this other potential out could extend it without extend the area of the wetland without having the marker species there today, because the pipe took the constant water away and caused it to go into the ground for 90% of the year. But occasionally you get the floods that we've seen pictures of. They flooded Sunshine Gardens before they graded. And so that's where I was going with
This is a
that.
good conversation. For the fact of the matter is, if you go up the street to L7, there's a wetland there on the west side.
Mhm.
And you go further down and you go down to Cottonwood Creek, where when there was no roads here and there were no streets, the wetland continues down Cottonwood Creek. So the point is that entire gully was a wetland.
That's where you have to be very careful, because
I get it.
legally.
I get legally, but I'm trying to
Yeah.
say is if we're in the indifference.
But
of
we're
what's
here.
going on.
We're here. What the
Yes,
legalities are.
of
So.
course.
Okay. Anything else on wetland or flooding? Councilmember O'Hara.
Some confirmation. I know you walked the grounds with U.S. Wildlife, Coastal Commission. I want to confirm. You need U.S. Fish and Wildlife, California Fish and Wildlife, and Coastal Commission. Did California, just because I haven't heard it mentioned in this discussion, did California Fish and Wildlife also?
They did not take jurisdiction.
Okay. Any other questions, comments about? And then we'll go down each of the appeals, and I would want to move on to traffic
One
next.
second, I got a question for Steve. Can I call him up? He seems to have some clarifying remarks, or lawyer, and then you guys could get a rebuttal. McDowell.
So you have a question for?
Not for Steve. I mean, whoever
Yeah,
the
I
clarifying
spoke to the
remarks are.
stream, but the expert, we talk about bringing in experts.
Yeah.
Well,
I
we'll
didn't
have
ask
one or
Kathleen
the
to
other
speak.
talk. Who ask the question, and they'll decide.
I think I just wanted to make a point of clarification. Yes, there are wetlands on.
Can you let
sorry.
him ask the question first?
Can you
We're gonna
clarify?
try and keep control here.
Can you
I
clarify
apologize.
the wetland discussion that we were having between us?
Yes, I'd be happy to. So there are the wetlands on site, and that has been walked by the applicant and Fish and Wildlife and Coastal Commission. But we're talking about something different, something that extends beyond the wetland, and that's the stream. They started talking about it being undergrounded. It's only partially undergrounded, because what was written in their biological report is that the pipe is undergrounded. As we know, even in their own drainage report, surface water flows from the wetland and from upstream portions of Cottonwood Creek continue to overtop and go down the entirety. There is a portion of California Code of Regulations that says that anything within 100 feet of a stream, which is marked on USGS 7.5-minute topographic maps, which you have, which we've seen in the city-hosted data set, that is appealable to the Coastal Commission. So that's why I wanted to clarify. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. McDowell. Applicant, do you guys have any rebuttal?
One moment, please.
Yep.
I'll give him a chance. And Anna, after they're done, I'll ask if you have any clarification you'd like to add, or any staff.
I think staff did address this in the fact that they identified it as the blue line stream on the map. And as they've talked about, then further investigation is done. And that investigation was done to the satisfaction of staff. Staff has found it consistent with your LCP program.
Staff, do you have clarification?
Well, so that's correct. So based on what I said before, which was that a biological report gets submitted to us, we make sure that it gets shared with those other agencies because we want their eyes on it. And then we go have a site visit with them. And it is based on what is on the ground today. And so I'm not sure what would have been. It's speculative of what would have been if that pipe wasn't there. But that is correct. We were satisfied with the site visits, the eyes from all the agencies on the site, as well as all the documentation that was provided to them.
Barbara, you looked like you wanted to say something.
Yes, I believe the audience saw Mr. Chine give me a note. So I would like to, this needs to be in the record, so I can either read it or you can read it. I'll be happy to. Yes. I don't think notes should be passed around.
Appreciate that.
I'm not sure notes should be passed around. I'm also not sure that there should be a recess taken during a public hearing for one of the city council members to speak in private with the city attorney. So I want that on the record as well.
Okay.
So essentially what the note says is there's something called the Housing Accountability Act. And in the Housing Accountability Act, an applicant submits an application. And after the application is deemed complete, there's a certain number of days, depending upon the size of the project. In this instance, it's 60 days. So city staff has 60 days to notify the applicant if a project does not comply with any applicable policies or regulations, right? So it's so there's no hiding of the ball with the applicant. So that happened here. The applicant submitted its biological report, lots of visits to the site with resource agencies, everybody walked around, and the city did not conclude that the project was inconsistent with any LCP policies. To the contrary, the project as designed preserves coastal resources through the habitat that's being preserved, and in perpetuity it will be taken care of. So the law is very specifically written. If the city does not inform the applicant that there's an inconsistency between the project and a policy, then by operation of law, the project is deemed to be consistent. You see what I'm saying? So staff has made a determination. You've heard staff say that. It then went to the Planning Commission, and the Planning Commission agreed. At no point has anyone from the city suggested that the project is not consistent with a local coastal program. And so under state law, you may not this evening determine that the project is inconsistent with the local coastal program. And I know this is not something that city council members like to hear, especially in front of an audience like this. But you have no discretion tonight. You have none.
I appreciate the threat.
Hang on, Jim. Let him finish.
Yeah.
Okay.
Gotta let him finish.
If you believe that state law is a threat, then state law is a threat. Blame Sacramento, don't blame the speaker.
We do.
Okay.
Yeah.
So
just let him finish.
So my point is, and the HCD letter reiterates this, there are objective standards that you are applying to the project. Staff has identified no objective standards that the project is not consistent with.
And at this point, I would like to bring up a concept.
Still might.
Oh, sorry.
Yeah, Jim.
I appreciate, and that's it. I wrap up.
And if you're done, thank you.
What was the date you submitted that? So my job is to do due diligence. I'm going to give the people their due diligence. And so when I ask you these questions, it's so I can do that. It's not so I can rib you. It's not so I can get you coming back with a veiled threat. It's because I want to get everybody's information out here. And so I'm just asking what the date is of it.
Councilman, it's the threat is not veiled. I'm telling you what state law is.
Yeah.
Other folks tonight have threatened you. The applicant has never threatened you, and I've never threatened you. And I'm not going to do it tonight.
Cut it off there.
I just want to know what the
And
date was.
if you
and
want to
that's
know
it.
the
I don't
date,
wanna- yeah.
let's go to staff.
Okay.
I'm sorry, what do you want to know?
So I think I'll let Jim ask, but ultimately,
I'm
do
just
you
trying
agree
to-
with the argument in front of us?
He is correct about what the law states. The Housing Accountability Act, maybe just back up to say the legislature in the last 7 or so years has adopted over 250 laws whose sole purpose is to make it extremely difficult to deny housing projects by local government. One of the provisions of the statute is that within 60 days after an application of this size has been found to be complete, the city must send them a letter, provide in writing a list of any inconsistencies with any really city policy standard, not just general plan, not just zoning or subdivision, but really, could be public works standards, any standards like that. And then the statute goes on to say that if the city did not, identify something in this letter, which has to be provided in a very short time, the project is deemed consistent, with all these policies. So theoretically, let's see, I've worked with cities that have not provided this letter at all, and then whatever the developer submits is deemed consistent. Your staff does provide those letters. But that's one of the harsh rules that the legislature has adopted. There's been at least one trial court decision, I think, I believe in Los Angeles County, it might have been Orange, where this was an issue, where either the letter wasn't sent, and so the court agreed that it was deemed consistent.
Okay, so I've got Councilmember Schaefer next.
Yeah, and we haven't really broached this yet, but there's been a number of comments about our planning commission, about possibly our own council members being recused with a lot of connection. So I want to entertain an idea of, and I'm just going to talk to staff about this, but de novo, right? A de novo review is when an appellant court reviews a case without deferring to the lower court's decisions, because there may be some nefarious issues that with previous planning commissions and with a member that's not here right now. We need to see, and I'm going to ask you, Tarquin, if this is something that we can invoke right now, because the fact of the matter is we have enough information that's being brought up in a relatively short amount of time from within this week, that we need to be listening to this in a much different light, because some of the planning commission decisions and stuff like 60 days and not having some of the right information, or people misguided in the process could be failed or be invalid. And so now, again, we're now leaving our citizens without due process if we have an invalid situation where a chairman of the planning commission has any way in the wrong. And so we have to make sure that, and yes, that would be the case there, and if one of our council members. So the de novo, listening to this as a de novo case, maybe starting afresh in some level.
So you're asking the
I'm
city attorney to
asking the city
respond to
attorney
that.
what that would
Is
look
this
like.
a de novo case?
Possible.
Which would mean we can bring anything up.
So I interpreted your question as asking for the standard of review on appeal. Is this a de novo review? The Encinitas Municipal Code is not specifically labeled a de novo review, but the language of the code is fairly broad in what the city council as the appellate body can consider.
So we have discretion in approving this as a de
And I
novo.
can go further on that, because 20 years ago, We had an initial consideration process followed by a very bound, and it eventually got thrown out by Glenn Sabine, not thrown out, the council threw it out, and it essentially became the practice, I believe, has been de novo for quite a while, even though it's ambiguous currently in the code. And by the way, that's one of the things I'd like to talk about when we go through code review sometime in the near future.
Great.
So the question is, given, what I heard is that we issued the memo, probably, I believe, on the right time, within the 60 days, that we're limited in our ability to go outside of that. What I keep seeing is this is a bigger issue than ours. It's really probably more this issue, this one we're talking about now, is probably more a Coastal Commission issue than anything.
Correct.
So are there any other comments? It is 11:15. I want to get this full hearing. I actually appreciate the points of law. I'm sorry, this
No.
takes time.
Fine.
Can we move on to traffic or no?
Traffic.
Traffic, okay. So with traffic, I'm going to hop in first again. I don't understand how that mitigation works at all. And I thought Molly had the best picture. It showed the traffic all the way up the hill and an empty turn lane, if you noticed. And that's exactly, it's such a short amount, and we're not changing the turn lane. I don't see how this mitigation works, that suddenly it's going to clear up all the backup. Because the other thing is, and this is a question to staff, in the case of the traffic study by CRA, did they take into account the traffic backup occurring at Requesa and Westlake, that in the morning traffic backs all the way into this intersection and precludes the intersection going straight and unloading so that more people can make that right turn? I didn't think that intersection was included in this traffic model. Maybe it was. So question to Abe.
Thank you, Mayor. Good evening, Mayor and council members, members of the public. Before answering your specific question, I know it's late at night, but I do need to clarify a few things about how traffic studies are conducted for development projects. The standard practice, not just City of Encinitas, in the county and many cities in California, is that the intersections and roadway segments are evaluated separately. Intersections are based on the volumes at those legs of the intersection at the peak hour. That's what constitutes a level of service for the intersection. For the roadway segments, the level of service is average daily traffic, one single number for the day. And then these two different elements of roadway infrastructure, their level of service are calculated different. The level of service for a roadway segment is based on the capacity of the roadway segments, which is 90% plus correlated with the number of lanes it has. So a 2-lane road has a 20,000 vehicles per day capacity. A 4-lane road has a 30,000. If there's a median, becomes 35. I'm just throwing out numbers, but it's approximately 10,000 per lane, something like that to have in mind. The level of service for the intersection is analyzed based on the turning movements and the average delay of each vehicle, each individual vehicle suffering at that intersection. In other words, if there was nothing at that intersection, one single vehicle would pass in 2 seconds. Now that we have this signal system, this timing implement, there is a left turn pocket, maybe there's not a left turn pocket. There is a model, standard practice, the software is called Synchro, models the intersection and gives us an average delay in number of seconds per vehicle using that intersection. And then that number of delays per second per vehicle constitutes the level of service. To answer your question, Mayor, when they analyze that intersection, they go off of the volume of vehicles making different turns at the intersection. If the freeway is collapsing at that point, if Encinitas Boulevard is packed, this intersection individually being modeled is not affected by that, if that makes sense.
Yep.
And that's industry standard practice.
Yeah. So I think what you're saying is the adjacency of those two intersections in this turn analysis portion in the peak peak numbers would not be taken into account. So the fact that traffic is stacking up from one intersection to the next and holding up people making this free motion, the right-hand turn in this case, the extended right-hand turn, the model wouldn't take care of that.
If the situation was, I'm not saying that situation doesn't exist, but if this was a 1 hour situation, the volumes for the existing scenario that they would have used for their model would show 0 turns. The fact that they had existing numbers for that turn and existing westbound, eastbound volumes for Encinitas Boulevard for that peak period does show that the traffic was moving. Now, the number, as you said, because of the situation, might not be 100% realistic because there was a heavy flow on westbound Encinitas Boulevard going toward the freeway in AM peak. But if it was stopping, they wouldn't have any number to start. The existing scenario wouldn't show the level of service E that it's showing. The fact that the level of service E is presented in the report is telling us there was volume at the intersection.
Okay. So I'm not gaining a whole lot of confidence that this minor change is going to take us from level E to level D. So, but any other questions?
Yeah,
And
well,
I've got
it's
Schaefer
more of a
first.
comment along with the traffic and the cumulative, because the cumulative that we want to talk about in the future is kind of related to the traffic.
Yeah.
So, as Encinitas Boulevard's primary direction in the morning peak hour would be in the western direction for the freeway, that turn, it can't not be included. It has to be included in the study, that right-hand turn, because all of those people, or I would say a majority of those people, are making a right-hand turn to go to the freeway like the rest of the people that work in this city. So if it's in the cumulative effect that we're not getting a traffic study that incorporates all three of those developments at the same time, when we're seeing that not even one is done, just from a picture, along with another sheet that we saw that had 27,000 people, and you were saying 10,000 per lane, we're looking at 27,000 from this specific project.
To make sure I understand correctly, so a few things. One is that to your comment about the cumulative, this project, not obviously based on a decision from the traffic engineering division, this is considered by right, and this is the direction that we get from our attorney's office and our planning department. Because of that point, we are only allowed by our standard practice to go with the objective goals of our general plan. We currently have only 2 goals in our general plan that these projects are studied against those 2 goals. One is, it says, can I have those 2 goals for council? One of them says a level of service C is preferred for our roadway segments, but we understand that it's not always achievable. Something to that, not verbatim, but this is what it says. This has not been considered objective enough for us to enforce. The other code is objective. It says that no development shall allow a level of service to go beyond D. That is the only one that we're enforcing. Cumulative impacts or evaluating the project's impact at roadway segments, again, as valid as these concerns would be, were not in our purview, and we cannot just, as a traffic division, enforce these kind of concerns. Again, as valid as they be, we don't do that. So this project only analyzed the impact on the immediate intersection where it had a direct impact, and we analyzed the level of service and found mitigation for it. It's not us, but the developer found mitigation for it.
And to the mayor's point is that in the morning, going south on Westlake up to the stop sign, you're going to have an issue in that with a large portion of those eventually having kids that possibly go to San Diego or the like. So that street is already backed up by the stop sign. That's only whatever the distance is up there on a curving road. We're looking at I know that we're looking for an objective standard, but we need to have again a dynamic understanding, not just a static understanding of how it's going to live out, because we're seeing it actually play out. Even though we maybe like some of the developments that have come in at Fox Point, with the fact that they've only gone 4 over their total allot or their minimum amount, we're already seeing overflow of vehicles. So if we're not actually able to look at it in a dynamic standard, then we're putting our citizens at risk because we're not seeing the total safety issue. And another member mentioned that bikes being on the road. So if we're not taking into consideration all of these factors, then our staff is not giving us the information we need to make this decision completely. So I know we need to have those objectively, but I also need to see the value of what it's going to live like, actually, so we can make that decision.
Again, I don't disagree with you. I have to follow my guidelines and standards. If they're not sufficient, council is the entity to fix this. I know in very near future, our new mobility element is coming to City Council with new general plan goals and guidelines. We can add a lot of new goals and policies in there, which we would enforce after.
Thank you.
And Councilmember O'Hara.
Okay, so I want to dive into this traffic report. Circle back. So Abe, who controls the lights at the I-5 intersection?
It's Caltrans.
When people ask you about the backups on Encinitas Boulevard and they ask you to fix those lights, are you able to fix those lights?
The ones that are
who controls
by
them?
Caltrans?
Yeah, us or Caltrans?
No, Caltrans. They're
Okay.
owned and operated by Caltrans.
Is it true that northbound on-ramp at Encinitas Boulevard is impacted? Southbound ramp on Encinitas Boulevard is impacted? Same with southbound Santa Fe Drive?
By impacted, if you mean there are trips from the project that end up there, correct.
No, are they considered impacted, as in are they already pretty much considered full and slow in a traffic area in our city?
Again, in traffic world, we have very clear definition of significant impact. It's a change in level of service. I do know that there are trips coming from the distribution of the trips generated by the project at those two on and off ramps.
Just is it significantly impacted as is?
In the traffic world, significant impact means a change in level of service at those intersections. It's not to my knowledge. I don't think it is impacted. The number is too low. It was not analyzed.
It says 20 minutes during PM peak hours, 17 minutes during AM peak hours. Is that not enough to consider a mile stretch impacted?
What is that 20-minute, excuse me?
These are your notes. This is off the city's website. It says 20 minutes impact during PM peak hours, northbound Encinitas Boulevard at the on-ramp. I'm assuming that's over that mile stretch, 20 miles, that's 3 miles an hour. I would assume that's considered impacted. Is that not significant?
I don't understand. I'm sorry. 20 minutes of what?
We can come back to it, but the point is you've got it in writing here that the on-ramps are already impacted at Encinitas Boulevard and I-5.
That's Caltrans jurisdiction. I don't have any jurisdiction over on-ramp or off-ramp.
Yeah, so.
Okay, so that just proves my point. I appreciate that. I want to move on to Encinitas Boulevard. Encinitas Boulevard is rated what?
Is rated?
Yes. How do we rate Encinitas Boulevard?
I believe it's an arterial.
Level of service is what we're talking about, level of service.
The existing level of service?
Correct.
I don't believe it was analyzed as a part of this project, as said, because of the fact that the policy we have is an objective. I do know off of other counts that I think it's the level of service C.
This is from the Encinitas website, 2013-2021 housing element update. It has it listed as a level of service of F.
It's
correct.
I don't think it's existing. What is the column title? The title of the column where it says F, does that say existing?
Roadway segments, Encinitas, 2013-2021 housing element update. Yeah. Encinitas Boulevard, I-5, SB ramps to I-5, NB ramps, level of service F.
Oh, okay, so you're talking about the intersection, not the roadway segment. As mentioned, so there are two separate levels of service. There's a roadway segment level of service. We say level of service of Encinitas Boulevard.
So let me pause you. Let me go over all the segments that are F so you can confirm. Encinitas Boulevard I-5 ramps to northbound ramps. Encinitas Boulevard I-5 northbound ramps to Saxony Road. Encinitas Boulevard Quail Gardens Drive to Delphinium Street. Encinitas Boulevard Delphinium Street to Ballore. Encinitas Boulevard Ballore to Via Cantabria. What are those all rated? Level of service F, correct?
I don't believe existing level of service is F. The freeway segment might be, but Encinitas Boulevard west and east of Quail, I don't think currently is on F.
So our own website is incorrect.
I don't think those tables mention existing volume, but I can verify.
I think we have to be careful. That's being new evidence that, I'm not sure. What's your point, I guess, is where I'm going. And
I want to
if
go into
there's
the
any
numbers.
chance,
I want to
can
go into the numbers
can you
of
pull
this
the mic
traffic
just
report.
a little bit away from your mouth because you overmodulate when you do
Sorry,
that.
it keeps moving. I just want to go into the numbers on here. And so when we start to dive into the numbers, knowing that is already a level of service F, which F, for anybody who doesn't know, is just like in school, it's a bad grade, correct? When I dive into the traffic report, it says there's going to be 50 cars on the on-ramps, affecting the drive time or the ability to get on the ramps using the highway to go to during the peak hours, coming and going. 50 cars each hour, 150 approximately over the main section of that. Is that accurate?
So I'm sorry that these questions, the fact that I do know Mayor Ehlers has been on the Planning Commission and has seen traffic impact analysis. So I will explain just for 1 minute.
Report.
Correct. No, I want to say when you question accuracy of the number, I want to say where it comes from. So there is a standard practice in San Diego County that the trips generated by different types of land uses are calculated off of their size and a rate that's given to us by SANDAG. For example, for house development, for apartment development, for a restaurant development, for a fast food development, for each one of these different developments, there is a unique number that's the number of trips generated per, for example, square footage of the house.
What does this report that I would expect our traffic engineer to have read based on this being on the tonight say?
Correct. So the number of 6 trips per unit that's reflected in this report comes from that SANDAG guideline. Based
So
on the trip
it's
generation.
150 trips over 3 hours in the peak times.
Excuse me? What was that again?
So according to this report done by CR Associates, it comes out to 150 trips onto the highway per hour. People leaving the city to go elsewhere during peak hours.
So as I was saying, after the trip generation is calculated, the distribution of those trips, like how many percentage go north on Quail, how many go south on Quail, how many go east on Encinitas Boulevard, how many go toward the freeway, that percentage comes from the SANDAG regional model, which was reflected in the report that shows different percentages. Let's say this project, 400 units, whatever the number of units is, times 6 is the total trips generated, and then those percentages on that diagram shows how those trips are distributed, and then those are dropped at different intersections. The number that you said you consider is accurate comes from that distribution that we get from SANDAG. I have to rely on that as the most accurate number as possible.
So did
I
you
don't
put-
use my
Assuming it's
judgment.
true.
So did you put the numbers did you use the numbers to confirm the CR Associates traffic report?
Excuse me? I have a hard time hearing.
Yeah, because
Can I-
you're so close to the
Can I
microphone,
provide-
it way overmodulates.
Can I
So
provide
did
some
you use
clarification?
these numbers from SANDAG to corroborate the CR Associates traffic report?
The numbers that Chin Ryan has in its report comes from SANDAG.
So those numbers say 150 cars over those 3 peak hours. Let's do some math. The average household income in Encinitas is $207,000. It's a household income. Median income of a person is $130,000. 2.6 people in each house, each household means 1.5 roughly of those people are going somewhere to work. We don't have an economic or industrial complex in this city that is paying a majority of our residents $130,000. So they are going elsewhere to work. They're not walking down the street, riding their bike somewhere, or driving anywhere in Encinitas. They're getting on the highway and they're going somewhere. So when I go back and I do the math and I say 448 units, I'm really generous here. I say, you know what, the 90 people who live in the affordable units, I'm going to take them out of the equation. That brings us down to 358. Really, those people are still going too because those are $800,000 units. 358, I'm going to say 29% of those people because that's what the statistics say will work from home nowadays. That brings us down to 258 units. We'll multiply that. If we say we take away the 150, that gives us 108 people who are unaccounted for getting on the highway that we have to deal with, who slow us down. If we go by the bigger number, we get up to 1,290, 387. We take away the 50 per hour. That gives us 237 people if we're saying that 1.5, 2 people in every other household have to work. So we come back to this traffic study saying, oh, there's only 50 people getting on the highway, and just in this short conversation, we've proved it's flawed. It's wrong.
Your opinion, right? Based on your model.
My opinion.
Okay.
So I'm going to go a step further. I'm an amateur at traffic control. I'm not an expert. I've been asked for questions and answers. He hasn't been able to provide them all. So,
May I provide one just point of clarification
Yes.
for Abe? I believe what you're looking at is the housing element environmental assessment, and the level of service F that you see, the title of is roadway segment analysis, future year 2035 without project. So that's where I see it labels it as F.
I don't believe I am. This is environmental assessment 2013, 2021 housing element
Yep,
update.
that's the one. Yeah.
Okay.
So it's the future year 2035
There
when they
is not
analyze the
a-
housing element sites.
There's
Call
not
them,
a
that's why I asked for the call
list
time.
of that on the website, as that being the case. So I
So
don't.
is your claim going to be that because it's level F, that we can deny the project? I'm trying
No,
to get to
I'm
a
diving into
close
the
here.
study. I've got a lot to say on this, but I want to dive into the study as just, I'll get to it. So in this case where we've looked at level of service, state looks at VMTs, was there ever a time where you thought it would be prudent to make that transition to VMTs? Did you do that in practice?
As was brought up, the fact that this project was categorized as by right, CEQA did not we did not apply CEQA, so VMT was not analyzed. VMT is the way of analyzing the traffic for CEQA, and CEQA was not triggered for this project.
So we used level of service over VMTs. Never bothered to make the transition just in case. My last question, does this, or no, it's 2 questions rather. Does this study include the other 2 adjacent properties? I know the answer, but does it?
Similarly, again, the fact that this was categorized as by right, only the objective standards of our general plan goal, which were the 2 goals that I showed to council, level of service at the intersection. That was the only thing that was analyzed.
So it only precludes to this one property, not the adjacent properties in the cumulative effect?
Correct.
Okay. Do you know why the traffic report would only include one property instead of 2? I do.
By right.
No. Do you know why that would be the case? What would protect us from that?
Protect the city?
What would cause us to have to have? I'll just answer it.
Yeah,
The reason we don't is because our general plan has not been adjusted to do it. I believe that some of the negligence and things like that, where we could have adjusted our general plan to require a cumulative traffic study, were not done. Whether it was negligent or whether it was done on purpose, I'm leaning on extreme negligence on this. I just want to point that out.
Or extremely old. That's why we're going through.
So I've been here 2 months and I figured this out. We had somebody who was here 10 years and didn't ever address it.
My point is we haven't updated the circulation element. So as that comes to this council, we'll have a chance to do that. Do you yield at this point?
I yield. I believe I made my point.
Okay. So couple things. So it's pretty clear to me, and as Abe pointed out, I've done enough of these. We're being governed here by our general plan, not by CEQA, and that's the position of our staff right now. And general plan's very clear that we do it on LOS. You know, and that's the only, we can't use vehicle miles traveled. There's no legal basis to do it, so I understand that. I think what you were questioning is the accuracy and the validity of the model. I think I have a similar comment with the, but I don't know that I have hard factual substantive data that is enough to say I can't pick it apart that much. You did a back of the envelope type calculation, and that's one way to go. So I think I had one other area. Question I have is, was there a similar traffic study for Moonlight Apartments? And didn't it contribute to the very same intersection that is level, is operating at level E or F, right? Quail Gardens and Encinitas Boulevard.
The current level of service is E, before the mitigation proposed about.
Is what now again?
The current level of service is E.
E as in Edward, okay.
Correct. With the mitigation that was proposed, based on the modeling results, it goes to D, with the right turn overlap that's in there. With regards to Moonlight, I do believe each project submits a traffic study. I can check with the staff about.
Oh, so I'm curious why Moonlight, assuming that nothing's changed, because how long has it been? You know, less than a year since Moonlight was approved. One would have assumed it would be operating at level E also, and it would have required a similar mitigation for the same exact reason. Apparently that didn't happen. I don't know. There are too many holes for me right now, and I'm concerned.
Yeah, I don't have the answer to that off the top of my head. Maybe the impact that they had due to their smaller size was not significant enough.
But it wasn't your argument earlier that level E is the pre-existing condition?
So
and
true.
it's going to get mitigated down to level D through the change in the light.
True, but the way the general plan goal is written is that the development should not take it to D. If it's take it to E from D, because of the fact that it's standing on E, keeping it on E is not significant impact. There is a 2-second extra delay that's triggering the significant impact. So in other words,
So it's not the level of service, it's actually the incremental increase in the delay.
correct. If it went from D
That's
to
the
E,
answer.
it would automatically trigger significant impact no matter what the delay is because of our general plan goal. But if it's at E, then we have a study criteria. There's a threshold that an extra 2-second per vehicle delay on average constitutes a significant impact.
And so is the required mitigation for this to reduce the delay to less than 2?
Correct.
Okay.
Which in this case brought it even
That helps me.
lower than, more than 2 seconds.
And then in a basic high school math, you add 1 + 2 developments.
That's totally a valid point. As I mentioned earlier, the
Correct.
cumulative concern is legit. It's just we do not have the.
Correct. I just need to hear that. As long as it's valid and it's a good concern, that's all we need to hear right now, because there's more to come and there's more to talk about. That's just one part of a whole cumulative that we're going to get to. So just leave it
Councilmember
there.
O'Hara. Sorry.
I just want to touch on something that I just heard. So it's a current level E or F. We can debate that. It's not pertinent to this question. Adding 50 cars an hour, 150 cars, however many thousands of trips a day is going to improve it to a D with a right-hand turn mitigation is what I'm understanding in this report. Is that?
So keep going back. My apologies. Don't mean to be repetitive, but I just want to make sure that I'm not providing wrong information. The thousands of trips that you're referring to, if Anna could show the slide of the trip generation, I could explain more. But the number of units times 6, that's the trip generation, is the total number of trips in and out of the project in day. the number of trips that are added to the intersection at the peak hour is what creates the level of service at that intersection. So there are not 1,000
So-
trips. At the peak hour, the number is, I believe, about 50 or 60 at different turns.
So let me pause you. 50 or 60 additional cars is going to improve traffic, is what you're saying.
With the
That's what
mitigation,
this says, E to a D.
with the mitigation that was
But you can't
proposed.
fix Caltrans at the highway, so they're still backed up to that intersection and backed up beyond it. So how is a right-hand turn lane
See,
or a
we're-
right-hand mitigation going to
We're
fix
talking about
that?
two separate. So as mentioned,
We are, but we aren't. It's all a holistic thing. When you look at everything siloed and segmented, you get into this problem. I understand I've gone off base from the development because that is part of the general plan. But when you say, "Oh, well, we're going to fix this one intersection," and just disregard what's in front of you, what we saw up on the screen, which is every day. And you tell me that we're going to add 50 or 60 cars every hour and it'll improve it. I really have a hard time finding that logic.
I'm just talking about Quail and Encinitas Boulevard intersection. That's all I'm talking
So am
about.
I.
Yeah. But
So am I.
He's mitigating it with an action, a claimed action. Questionable. So, anybody else on traffic? And if you could use your buttons to punch in, it'll help me. Thank you. So, yeah, we want to get this done as quickly as possible, so less interruptions would be appreciated. Okay.
So are we going to
Councilmember
environment?
Schaefer.
Are we going to environmental or are we going to cumulative?
I think we should do cumulative because I think that is
Yeah.
traffic, and
Yeah.
that.
Okay.
But I think we've talked about it a little bit in that
Yep.
it's not in the general plan per se.
So I'm going to make a statement here, and this is the moment for me at least. So I actually want to say thank you to the citizens because this is I thought it was a phenomenal presentation by our citizens, and every single one of your concerns was a point of reference that I wanted to make throughout the evening. And every time we have a meeting, we get up here and we pledge allegiance to this flag, one nation under God. We take oaths, as our newest council member just did tonight, that to protect and defend our Constitution, our state Constitution, against all enemies, foreign and domestic. And the fact of the matter is an enemy can be defined as somebody as a conflict of wills, but it also could be something that is going to hurt you or could maim you unintentionally. It's still an enemy of you, whether it's attempting to do so or not. It's still an enemy of your state of being. So I'm going to take you down a path of currently in our state, just as of last month, I already mentioned this in our last month's meeting, that we have a new precedent of a fire that went out of control and burned 10,000 structures in the matter of a week. I think that is an absolute precedent for where we stand right now in this community. And as we look at Quail Gardens and we look at the cumulative effect of what's going on north, what's going on in south, and then we look at a citizen that has reached out as of recent this week, separate from this moment, that is losing, not being denied, but losing fire insurance in Encinitas Ranch, and there's others. So when I sit here and I say if we had a catastrophic moment, I think we have one of the best emergency services in the state, if not the country. Our firefighters and our sheriff are top notch. There's nothing to say I could say negative about them. Fact of the matter is they are superhuman, but they are not superheroes. They do not have some special power in a situation to minimize a fire. So if I'm going to use the basic logic of an insurance company that their entire job is to mitigate risk, and they're supposed to be there for emergencies in an emergency scenario or a continued emergency scenario, their job is to specifically mitigate that risk, and they're taking away fire insurance specifically because of county-owned land on the east side of Encinitas Ranch. So if they're taking away fire insurance, that tells me that there's a massive industry that is now currently taking away because they see a massive fire coming our way, as we've seen in 96, 03, 07, 13, and now this year just north of us. And our entire East County shut down preemptively so that they didn't have to have an emergency. This specific development is a massive impact. And it cannot be minimized, the fact that both of their exits are onto Quail Meadows or Quail Gardens, and that Encinitas Ranch, the ones that are losing their insurance. And our job, first and foremost, is not to the citizens that don't live here. It's to the citizens that do and their lives. And so, one nation under God, I cannot wholeheartedly deny this appeal and look somebody or anybody in the face, especially my maker, when the time comes, if there's a life lost because of a project like this. I have got to be understood that this is a first things first, and our citizens, and if any one of those families that just lost lives in LA had a way to save somebody, and this is one of them, they would give everything back. Yeah. Just for that moment. And so I have to take the safety and the life and limb of our citizens first, and that cumulative effect of what we're seeing of the compounding of the three other or the two other complexes, 3 total. We've got to step back, and we've got to make a major look. And I want to make a motion to approve the appeal.
Okay, which appeal? Both?
Wait, I'll make a motion for it.
So you're jumping ahead a little, but that, I understand. It is getting very late. Well, I think it's a motion. It's just, I don't know that we have a second yet. I mean, I just wanted to clarify whether it was both or neither. Now, you need to have findings. And the question is, based on, it sounds like safety, and if staff could comment on the threshold we need to meet in order to deny a project like this based on safety. I don't know, Barbara probably wants to take the lead on this.
The city has to make a finding that the project would have a specific adverse impact on public health and safety unless the project's disapproved. A specific adverse impact means a significant, quantifiable, direct, and unavoidable impact based on objective, identified, written public health or safety standards, policies, or conditions as they existed on the date the application was deemed complete, which was back in, 2021?
29 or 19.
No, when they
330.
submitted their preliminary application in July 2020. There's no feasible method to mitigate or avoid the adverse impact other than disapproval of the housing project. So that really means that there has to have been an objective public health or safety standard in effect in July 2020 that the project doesn't comply with, that the city needs to be able to identify the specific adverse impact on public health or safety, and that there's no feasible method to avoid the impact. So there have been...
The objective standard in this case would be the insurance company taking...
Well, it has to be a city policy. Can't be
Well, part of our policies is that we are required to have fire insurance. And, well, not part of our policies, but
I don't think the city requires...
Well, it's important for our citizens to be able to have fire insurance, and the fact that the insurance companies are taking it away, and the fact is the matter that we have to adapt to current standards. And so the state trying to hold us to a requirement that has since changed is absurd. And there has to be somebody out there that's willing to take this fight on, because the state cannot continue to put our citizens at risk if we deem so.
I mean, there've been at least, here's what the city encounters. There've been at least 3 trial court decisions where cities have tried to make this specific health and safety findings, and generally has to do with, fire risk, safety. In 2 of the cases, the court found that The city had no objective standards. City itself also criticized because the city could not make the finding that there was no way to mitigate the impact. In the third case, there was the fire chief stated that the project violated the fire code, and the court disagreed with the fire chief's interpretation. So I'm just talking about what a big uphill fight it is to try to make a specific health and safety finding. The city can adopt specific standards, that can be applicable for future projects, but unless you are able to point to, a specific standard, and I'm quite sympathetic with most of the comments that have been made tonight and people's concerns. I live in a fairly high fire risk area myself. But they've adopted this very, very tough standard.
Got it. And going back to the the understanding that our state currently is putting $50 million to not listen to our national level government. And I know that they're going against their own thing. So I'm here saying that if our state is going to keep putting our citizens at risk, I'm willing to personally go against them. If they're going to, I can't with good sense put our citizens at risk, period. So I get what you're saying, and I thank you, Barbara. But the fact of the matter is, it's inappropriate, and that's how I feel.
So, okay. So I think we're kind of getting more into general deliberation at this point anyways. I can see where it's going. I do have some comments that are along the same lines, and it really gets down to, first of all, why are we here? How did we get here? It's when I was first on Planning Commission 20 years ago, the housing was, we had to zone for capacity, but we did not have to build it because they were walking this line of, is it a mandate, is it not a mandate? And progressively over the last 20 years, we've gotten further and further to where it's become the state mandating the building of housing without providing funding. They took away the community block grant that used to fund affordable housing, 15, 20 years ago. And now it's an unfunded mandate. But our Constitution actually has a prohibition against unfunded mandates. And then this is a mechanism whereby they make it kind of not a mandate, but it is a mandate. And what they have essentially done is they've taken away progressively over 20 years, and especially starting in 2017 with the 250 plus Housing Accountability Act laws that they passed, they've taken away our zoning slowly but surely, and I'm here to fight and bring it back through whatever mechanism. Our Neighborhood Voices is a statewide initiative that I will be working hard with a bunch of people in this room to get that passed because it would put local back in local control. But what we've got tonight is a choice. I call it a Sophie's choice. And in one case, the state sent us a threat letter. Alan Matkins essentially sent us a threat letter and said, if you don't do this, the housing authority, the HCD, will decertify your housing element, and that has dire, I call it the nuclear option, dire results, which would be it's called builder's remedy, where the builders could basically submit applications. Multiple builders could submit applications and eventually get monstrosity projects worse than this. They could go back to the 7-story version, and they could very easily do that. So there are two possible scenarios tonight, and I'm kind of cutting to the chase here because it's getting really late. By the way, this is the worst choice I've ever had to make in 20-some years of being here. I'm Planning Commission chair, or city councilor, or now mayor, because of this builder's remedy, and it is just ridiculous. Who we vote for state senate, state legislature matters. Who we vote for governor matters. That's where it has to start. But so there are two possible scenarios. Number one, we can deny the project. And let's just play this out to think about what will happen. HCD has made it clear, crystal clear, that they will decertify our housing element. The example that I think Barbara told us about was the town of Portola. Without warning, HCD decertified their housing element. There's another example she told us about. They have 15 builders' remedies projects in process right away. This is the nuclear option. It would absolutely ruin Encinitas worse and would result in, at a minimum, this developer proceeding with this project. So deny it and basically support the appeal, deny the project, and in the end, they're going to do the same thing or worse. So the other thing is we could approve the project in front of us, and that would allow the project to proceed, but we wouldn't be decertified. So the question is this really a choice? It's the Sophie's choice. And for those of you that have never read the book or seen the movie, Sophie, upon arrival at Auschwitz, is forced to choose between one of her children, who would be sent to the gas chamber and killed. If she fails to choose, both would be killed, and desperately she had to choose Eva, her daughter, to go to the gas chamber in order to save her son Jan. And so I have to choose, we all have to choose tonight between denying or approving this project, and if we deny it and approve the appeals, the state will inevitably and most certainly go forward and decertify our housing element. I have no doubt that they're going to do that. You heard it from multiple lawyers tonight. And that would have thus killing multiple of my children, so to speak, to use the analogy, and approving one project and not losing the other. Fortunately, we don't live in Nazi Germany. And as the character Sophie did, and my second choice may have legal remedies, and one of the reasons I was laborious in going through the Coastal Commission options is that I believe that's where the most likely win is. I think I think the applicant has shown that in their staying completely away from the wetlands. So the question is, where are the wetlands? And that's really an issue for the Coastal Commission. And so we've got an administrative record in front of us tonight where we've talked about quite a bit. The appellant, especially ECRD, has put together one hell of a package. I appreciate it. I think it was a lot of work. And the record we forged tonight will prove critical evidence in showing the crimes committed by the state. This is truly something that has to be addressed at the state level through things like our neighborhood voices, through RENA reform, through Sandag RENA reform. We have quite a few things. That's why I'm up here. But unfortunately, this is a situation where I've got a Sophie's choice, and I don't like it. And at some point, I would go further and make the point that it really is not a choice, that we are being coerced and forced into approving this project, whether it's the 5-meeting limit or whatever, and that it is not a choice. And there may be legal action we can take on that after the fact. But that step that would occur where we get decertified is fatal and catastrophic across the board in Encinitas. We're such a lucrative market. We would have developers putting in builders' remedies. Multiple developers would put in builders' remedies and get maximum whatever they could get out of it because we're such an attractive market. So with that, I'd like to make a substitute motion. My motion would be under duress and under protest to approve this project and attach the following statement to that motion to approve. And it would be that this decision is based on unavoidable ramifications of state housing policies coupled with credible threats from HCD that will result in unavoidable and even greater harm to the city's environment, traffic, flooding, environment, and community character. Our discretion has been usurped, possibly illegally, by the state through forcing of unfunded mandates and threats of greater harm if we disapprove the project. We are approving this project under duress and only because the credible threats made by HCD and the state leave us no choice. A Sophie's choice is not a choice. I yield. Councilmember O'Hara.
All right, I'm going to follow this up by reading something for those of you that have not read it yet. This is from Gavin Newsom and the Housing and Community Development. In the sixth cycle housing element under Program 1B, the city commits to annual monitoring of sites zoned to accommodate lower income units to ensure viability of housing development. Under Program 3B, the city commits to an annual review of objective development standards and amending the ordinance to remove governmental constraints on development housing. Failing to act in accordance with this policy and programs included in the city's housing element may jeopardize its compliance with the housing element law, and that's what Bruce is referring to. Furthermore, we've been sent letters from the Housing Development Project, or Housing Development Fund, I'm sorry, and they have told us that California Housing Defense Fund submits this letter to remind the council of their obligation to abide by all relevant state housing laws when evaluating the proposed project. Furthermore, the project is statutory exempt from the California Environmental Quality Act, or CEQA, pursuant to Government Code 65583.2, Division H and I. Of note, recent case law of California Court of Appeal affirms the local government's error and may be sued when they improperly refuse to grant a project CEQA exemption. These are threats from the state. They are viable threats, to your point. How do we get here? I think this is important in this. We get to this point with a lot of help. We inherit a lot of this. And I'll go down the line right now, and I'll tell you how. The first meeting, October 2020, we have two commissioners who decide they need to leave the meeting rather than hold out the entire appeal because they don't want to miss their bedtime, and they cut the meeting at 10. They vote to cut it down. They didn't do their diligence. That gets us into doing continuations. That's where we lose a meeting. That's why this is the fifth meeting and not the fourth. In that same meeting, our planning chair of our planning commission calls himself and recuses himself from the project. The next meeting, he unrecuses himself for why we don't have an explanation. We don't have an explanation as to why. None of that has been provided. I'm going to request a 1090 government if we can find it. I'm going to speak with the attorney who allowed him to be recused, or to unrecuse himself rather. In the meantime, I've uncovered evidence that our chairperson on our planning commission does in fact work with a company that works on this project. I plan to follow up with the FCCP on this. FPPC, and go further into it. I look at who put these people into their position, and I look at previous council. And previous council at this point had, per their file 700, we're all made to file a form 700, which discloses everything. That two of them accept, as you heard earlier, a substantial amount of money from developers. The other one accepted or had a PAC, Political Action Committee, that was in his name, accept money from the applicant. And now we're here being threatened by the state. And I'm pretty sure if I were to ask Mick Lee if he spoke with them, he would tell me yes, but I'm not going to ask him. So we also get to the meeting on the 24th, a meeting that didn't need to happen that day, that got continued with the understanding that this would be the fifth meeting and that we would get this letter from the state at that time. So we've had a level of I would call it corruption. I'm not sure that's the right word, but we've had a level of people acting with the intention to bring this to the head to activate to activate the housing community development HCD to come after our housing element. I believe the previous council, as I said before, as we showed, didn't address the general plan. The general plan is supposed to be our bubble that protects us and puts the guardrails on these developments, these guidelines that come down across the board. I figured out in 2 months that our traffic, the way we do our traffic, doesn't protect us. They had 10 years, 8 years, 4 years. They all had more than 2 months. Were they negligent on purpose? You can ask them. But they certainly think they were negligent. So we get there, we get to this point where we are currently under threat of losing our housing element, and Bruce is correct. Our fallout from that is what would go from what we call R30 to R80. I don't believe that's the correct term, but you get the picture. I want to make a statement. You've got that information. You see how we got here. You see how actions of people in this building are responsible for getting us here. I think it's important. Our voters were right to trust their instincts, and it's incumbent on this council to do the work we were elected to perform. I call on all citizens to do their own due diligence and continue to use their own agency to help change these destructive laws and actions. This is beyond party preference. It's dependent on putting the best people in place to correct these terrible decisions plaguing our city, county, and state. Last November, the voters in Encinitas used their agency to vote in an entirely new council because they knew in their hearts that something wasn't right at City Hall. They started to feel the impact of decisions made and action taken they had no say in. They were not allowed to vote on major housing issues. They were being dictated over by unelected hand-picked committees, as we just proved, regardless of their pleas in this chamber. They were ignored and forced to accept decisions hoisted upon them from unilateral governing body. In a brief 60 days, I've already uncovered all of this. Going forward, based on the research, I've concluded the research is ongoing. The standard ways of addressing our city problems will not be enough for us as a community, a council, or a staff to fix. We can address our buffers and guidelines, but it is clear that more can and should be done locally and statewide, and maybe nationally. We will need to look inward and to the legislature to investigate corruption within and beyond our city. We will search for resources and allies to augment and strengthen our position and continue to connect the dots on local, county, and state levels to weed out fraudulent solutions like the state mandate and support those who are also under threat from this unconstitutional overreaching mandate. I promise I will provide more results from my research as soon as they become available. We have to do something in 2026. You are empowered to support people who will not let this happen to you. They will not let them take away your rights. I yield.
Okay. Marco?
Well, clearly I'm new. I just got sworn in today. But, I mean, like, just speaking of common sense, I mean, I read the data, I read it all. We've heard subject matter experts, we've heard from the attorneys. But, I mean, 3 projects in one corner, just common sense tells me that that's wrong. It's impossible that there's not going to be an impact. You go to a concert or school lets out, everybody's just jammed into one, trying to get out of that place. I can only imagine what that corner is going to look like. I know it's not based on fact. I know I'm just postulating, but I'm also just using my common sense. I mean, I drive these roads. I'm a businessman. I'm not a politician. I'm here. I just drive these roads. I'm applying what I know, my experiences in life. this is terrible. We're in a terrible situation. I read the memo. I got the memo. I read through it. The ending is just like Bruce said, builder's remedy. It's terrible. That's what we're left with if we don't stand and fight, or we don't make a change. Just as Jim said, there has to be something done at a higher level than what we're available here. I wish I had more to say other than this is just common sense, just to look at it without, the traffic situation. I mean, I'm keep going back to that because it's just so easy to see on that 2-lane road. My parents live over there. I mean, I know what it's like. I know what it's like to drive into Liebenheim and the stop signs. I get it. There's traffic everywhere, but it's just impossible to cover your eyes and not know or not see the writing on the wall if there was ever an incident over there. Like Luke said, we have excellent fire and sheriff. Our public safety is great, but they can only do so much. It's up to us up here to make that determination, how to best serve the public, how to best serve our citizens here. And just like I just took the oath today, I want to protect and I want to serve our Constitution. I want to serve my city. There's no way I could look somebody in the eye. I work here. My business is on 101. They're going to look right at me. They're going to ask me questions. I want to be able to hold my head high, be able to say, I'm doing the very best for what you have asked for me and what, I know I was appointed here, but I want to do the very best for the citizens here because I have to hold my head up high here. I'm a citizen. I'm a local. I've grown up here. I know way too many people here who I would feel ashamed if I didn't do what was right. Whether that's the right answer or the wrong answer tonight, it's the right answer in my heart. So,
you done?
Yep.
Okay. So we've got a motion and then we've got a substitute motion. We'll handle the substitute motion first. Neither has a second. Can I get a second for the substitute motion? So I think it's going to die for lack of us, or
The second motion.
you second the motion?
No, you're asking about the second.
My motion, the substitute motion you handle first, and then we'll back up and see if we can get a second for the first motion. So it sounds like I do not have a second for the substitute motion. So we'll move back to the first motion. And by
The first motion is the motion offered by Councilman Schaefer.
Yep.
He wants to
Approve the appeal.
approve the appeal.
And both appeals to be.
Yeah, and the understanding is, everybody set up here, is we have to remember where we started in this country. We started from a dictator from across the water coming in and telling us how to do our life. And the fact is if you're not going to you don't get to put in 448 homes and cause any death, any inconvenience, and expect that the next one is okay. If you pass one and one child or one individual gets hurt,
Yep.
I can't stand it. So the fact is
will this stop the project?
Well, there's a chance to fight, and I know that there's other. We just listed there's 4 other cities. Huntington just got their butts kicked by the same issue because they're fighting it by themselves. But it is going to take other cities and ourselves to make a stand at some point.
Yeah,
it sounds like Del Mar's got
But this
issue going.
stand actually will approve the project and many more.
Or it might require us to actually act fast and start to get the other cities that want to come with us. And the fact is at some point, somebody's got to stand there and say, "You're not on our property. You're not coming onto our property." And that's how this country was started, and that's what I personally have done that for that flag. This gentleman back here has done this for our flag. I'm just saying
you're
that.
willing to take on multiple builders remedy projects, and they're going to, before we can act in time, even if you can act in a day, in 2 days, 5 days, it will not take long to get one or more builders remedy deemed approved applications in place. That's the trigger point. That is the hook at which
I guess
they
what I'm
have
trying to
rights
say,
to move
Bruce,
forward, even if we do get back.
I'm willing to go stand there on the freaking property myself and say, not my property, not now.
Yeah,
That's
but-
who I am,
but you-
and that's
but you-
that's what I'm about. That's the whole. That's I
just
get it.
understand.
I am understanding what you're saying. I'm
Yeah.
willing if another man or another woman wants to come stand out there and say, you don't get to bring your trucks out here. I'm willing to do that. I know that's not how the court of city council works, but that's at some point there has to be people that are willing to pick up a rifle. That's why we get to have this.
Yeah.
We forget that.
But-
at some
but-
point, we have to be able to stop this specifically because you just said under duress. You said we're under duress. We are being attacked by an enemy, domestic, not foreign. It's our state.
The difference
Fact.
is it's a completely legal construct that they have put in place.
So in the legal construct, that same
and-
state is actually putting $50 million of our own taxpayer money to fight our federal government currently, right now.
Yeah,
Our
I
government
completely
just
agree.
did that.
Separate issue, similar.
Similar concept.
Similar at the next level up. Yeah, it's ludicrous that we're doing that. However, the federal government isn't sitting there with, we will come and force you to do crazy things in multiple places.
We just became a super sanctuary county, and the federal government just put U.S. Marines on our border. Yes, it is. It is
Again-
the case that they are just stepping right past them, and I get that.
We
But
are
the fact of the matter is
talking. We are talking about allowing builder's remedy in all likelihood, because the threat was so credible. I haven't heard anybody that knows this law say, "Oh yeah, the likelihood they'll do that." I don't know what we're going to do to stop it. And as soon as it happens, and as soon as those applications are deemed complete, which can happen in weeks, we can't stop them, even if we do get back in certification. And that is critical. And so I don't do this easily, but as the person one of the 5 responsible for our money, for our environment, for our traffic, this will do more to ruin Encinitas than these 12 projects that are going through the system right now. And that's what you're taking on with this. I can't agree with it. But this is critical. It may feel good to sit up here and say, hell no, but you're ultimately costing Encinitas a hell of a lot more and irreversible harm as soon as we make that decision. And that's the problem. So assuming I don't get a second for my motion, we'll go on and did I get a second on the other motion?
Well, I totally understand. I mean, like I said, I'm so new, but I read that memo and I understand completely what the builder's remedy is. I mean, I'm so new that I read it and I was shocked. So I understand. I understand completely where you're coming from, where this could go. I guess the hardest part is listening and looking at the citizens out there. It's the hardest part.
I agree.
So I sit here and I look at them and I say, hey, I'm here for you guys.
But the question is, are you giving them what they need?
I know.
Are we
So-
actually making it worse? And we are making it worse. And it could be a 7-story project like that. They've got their application ready. If they want to flip back to the old application because they make more money at 485, it'll be on this council that they get to do that. So if it'll be on them too, obviously. But I just want to make sure you understand, because I think it's crazy. I want to go fight, but I'm going to fight at the state level like I said I would. We're going to continue to fight. We'll get more fighting done at the Coastal Commission. We're more likely going to win. This is whether or not you think you can win on the path you are proposing here, Luke, in particular. I don't think it is a winning path. I think it's a losing path, and I think we're more likely to win with somebody appealing to the Coastal Commission. And as a private citizen, I may be part of that. I may go do that. So, we'll see what happens. So do I have a second on Luke's motion? And just one last statement is that I've got 20 plus years doing this. I think you guys don't know what you're dealing with. I really do, and that worries me. So, but do I have a second? And that's on Luke's. Or do we go back and have a little more discussion and decide where we want to go as a group?
I don't know that anything is going to change, and I think getting to voting is what we need to do, unless you feel
But I need
there's-
the second first.
Right.
Can't vote until it gets seconded, one of the motions, but from what I'm taking, I'll withdraw my what do you call it? Substitute.
No.
We haven't voted yet, no.
So
No, we cannot. We have to vote.
need to
Otherwise,
vote.
that would be forfeiting back to the planning commission decision.
Yeah, and maybe this is, I'm going to take a pause here and a couple of explanations, and I'll let the city attorney correct me, but well, since we only have 4, it takes 3 for an action on this, on an appeal?
Correct, because you're approving a resolution.
Yeah. Approving a resolution requires, by state law, requires 3 of us vote affirmatively. So we would go through a motion and a second, and then take a vote. If it's a 2-2, that's a no action, and the planning commission decision would stand, and that would be an approval of the project. It'd have to be a 3-1 approving the first motion to find for the appeal.
I understand.
Yeah.
If you just let me.
Well, if you, I'll call you up to the, I can't have you speaking from back there. Nobody can hear you. So, just so-
I'm always one to look for a compromise. I understand that if you adjourn and you don't vote, we've at the 5, and the project passes, and then we fight it at the Coastal Commission level. I understand that the people here don't want to vote in favor of this. I would suggest to you that you adjourn, no vote, we'll fight it at the Coastal Commission level. Thank you.
Good comments? We could, let me check with the city attorney. What are the rules there?
Failure to take action
Yeah.
will be considered a denial of the project. If you have a 2-2 vote, that would just be a no action that would go remand back to the planning commission. Their decision would stand.
So a motion to adjourn, which I think is one of the highest in Robert's rules, right? Highest priority. It would take precedence over any. Is that right? Am I remembering, or is that there's another? Calling the vote is like the top, and I forget the precedence in Robert's rules. But we use it as a guideline, so we're not that strict.
And to be absolutely clear, because we have our subject matter expert here, Barbara Couts, I would like her opinion on whether, if the city council simply refuses to act, if this would actually be a non-action on the project, which would act as a denial of the project.
Well, my subject level expertise is in the housing laws and not, I guess I have never encountered this, actually. I'll just be candid. I'm not.
Yeah. So.
Yeah.
But I think
I'm
we
sorry,
all
I don't know
agree-
what the answer is.
I think we all agree, if we adjourn without acting, that it defaults to the planning commission approval. If we vote 2-2, that's a non-action on a resolution, it defaults to the approval of the planning commission. If we vote 3-1 to approve, supporting the appeal, then we go forward with the appeal. Appeals, plural. Or we reverse the, set aside the planning commission approval. And then I suppose there are other actions we could take beyond that too, but we're going to run into the five meeting limit. And what is the ramification of, since this is the 5th meeting, doesn't it automatically get approved regardless of what we do? If we don't, no.
They don't have a deemed approved provision. What they say is if you have more than 5 meetings, but that's actually not what if you have more than 5 meetings, it's considered to be disapproval of the project. And then, in which case, you can be sued for not making the proper findings. It's the same as a disapproval. But there's not a deemed approved provision saying if you don't act in 5 meetings, it's deemed approved.
So I'm a little lost now.
Okay.
If we
If you were to
don't-
have
if we-
more than 5 meetings, that would be the same as denying the project, upholding the appeals and denying the project.
So we'd have to have a 6th meeting scheduled to do that, in essence.
You'd have to actually hold the 6th meeting, I
Okay.
believe.
So.
Yeah,
so-
but that's not, if the city council wants to uphold the appeals, you should just act tonight.
Yeah.
There's, anyway, the ramifications are the same
again, it's still
if you
public.
continue it to a 6th meeting without the applicant's consent. If you do want to deny the project, you should attempt to make the findings that are required.
Right. Okay.
So I think
I'm
we've,
going to call up the applicant, and I will give the, appellant, I'll give the applicant a chance to talk to.
Good evening, everyone. I just want to say thank you very much for the very thoughtful discussion that you've had. And I don't say this lightly. I just conferred with Steve. While this is very challenging and we don't come to this decision lightly, we do not want to put our housing element at risk. And we will continue to fight and take this to Coastal Commission. So I hope that you put that into your consideration. Thank you.
Thank you.
so
And-
I'm going to,
Wait. I want to give time.
I'm
First, I'm
sorry.
checking, I don't see
I'm
the
sorry.
other, no, I'm actually looking for the other appellant. She left, okay. So I want to give the applicant a chance to talk if you want to. No, you're good, okay. Yeah.
all right, I'm going to go ahead. We need to vote. I'm going to second Councilmember Schaefer's motion. And I want to let the public know that I will be deciding in the city's best interest and the appellant's best interest.
Okay.
I'll explain, I'm not going to explain what that means.
So any further, I think we got, okay, any further discussion, or should I call the question?
If I may, so this is the denial. Is there the finding for it? I just want to make sure for the resolution if that's where it's going.
It's yours.
Safety, for a cumulative safety effect for putting our citizens at risk if and when there is a future emergency, which will happen. And we're seeing, we've already seen it. We've had 3 years of 300-year storms previously. This year we're having, it's raining now, but we routinely defer to this as a drought location, but it's not a drought location, it's a desert. And we put water here. So the fact is we're putting our citizens at risk with higher density on a road that cannot handle it. And it's apparent. There's study after study. There's a requirement. There's a traffic obvious requirement that it doesn't make sense. It absolutely does not make sense from a professional safety officer at one point in my life. It is absolutely apparent that this is a safety risk.
So
that's my
there has to be, can you cite?
That's my finding. It's a absolute. I do not have a finding from what we have here because as we talk to traffic and we hear the inconsistencies of an ability to get a cumulative traffic effort, whether it's VMT or whatever it is, it's just it's inappropriate. And the fact is we're putting our citizens right here, right now, at risk.
So can you
Everybody
identify?
can see it, everybody knows it, and I'm just going to be the one that says it.
Yeah. Can you identify a written public health or safety standard, policy or condition? We need to name something. We should name something. Obviously, without that, I can't support this because we aren't even meeting the basic law.
Yeah.
Just let us finish with this. So we have to, we in order for this to stand in court at all, ever.
Like I said, I'll
has-
say it has to do with the fact that we have citizens in Encinitas Ranch that are losing fire insurance. And again, I do not have a finding from inside the current documents, but that specifically tells me that the largest industry, one of the largest public industries in the world,
but
is pulling out. And so I'm trying to
So
say I'm using that as.
So you're basically saying you don't have a written public health or safety standard or policy or condition?
I do not.
Okay. And that existed when the date the application was deemed complete on July 20th. And can you point to I think what you're saying, and I'm trying to get this down, significant, quantifiable, direct, and unavoidable impacts based on objective. So what are the significant, quantifiable, direct, and unavoidable impacts? And I think what you're saying
I think it's 10,000
loss of-
structures that we just lost in LA that just happened, and we live in a demographic exactly like it, and our entire East County was in danger. We have a modern precedent that has changed since we've reviewed this, since this whole thing's been reviewed. We're sitting here now with a new understanding that we have to be able to understand that we have to change when the world changes. The world just changed when we just had one of the largest fires ever.
I'm trying to get it down to something that fits this law.
Thank you.
So, what is the quantifiable, direct, unavoidable impact? You're saying it's the threat of fire similar to, let us finish here. We have to, it's threat of fire. I think you earlier said it's also loss of fire insurance?
Well, the fire insurance is an indicator from an industry that all their job is to assess the risk. And by them removing fire, not denying somebody fire insurance, removing it from a currently existing fire insured house.
Yeah.
They're removing it, and their assessment has got to be taken into value that their entire company, that's all they do, is assess risk. And they're removing and leaving, the entire industry is leaving the state. Is that, I mean, if the state.
I understand, and
And so
unfortunately, it doesn't meet the law.
The point is that their assessment is that there's a risk of fire in our state at such a level.
I think you hit it earlier in your
Yeah.
point. We need to go fight at the state level to fix these crazy laws. But ignoring them, we do at our own peril. And that's what we would be doing if we can't make a finding that fits into this. And I don't know the finding you could make because I don't know the written public safety or health standard. And so you got to be very careful here. We are headed straight towards decertification. It was such a credible threat. I mean, to the point where it's not an if, it is when. And they've made it amply clear. And that's why I made the statement I did and the motion I did is because that's the path to fight this most constructively and through exactly as the appellant. The only appellant here is saying they would rather we not do this. But,
How about this? I'll remove my motion and you can set a new motion. I can withdraw my motion. If you want to set a whole new motion and you want to second that, go for it.
Are you okay with that, Jim?
I agree with that. I think that's actually what I was going to suggest is that Councilmember Schaefer remove his motion.
It's removed.
I believe you have something to tack this to with your motion that we can move forward with.
And so I would offer up my motion again with the same wording, basically approve it under duress. So you can take exactly off the tape. I've got the wording here for the statement that goes with it, but it would be approval under absolute duress and coercion and mandate is the word that comes to mind. And if there's anything we can do subsequently as a city, as private citizens to fight this, we will, we should. And, whether it's Coastal Commission, whether it's changing the laws, whether it's our neighborhood voices, it's time. And by the way, we're not alone. I'm talking to mayors all across San Diego, and quite frankly, I'm on phone calls with mayors all across the state. There are many cities out there that feel exactly the way we do, exactly. But let's not do anything that would harm us worse. Let's minimize the harm and move forward to fight it as we got elected to do. So with that, I've got a motion. Can I get a second?
Second.
Okay, thank you. So we have a motion and a second. Do I have anybody else that wishes to speak? With that, I will call the question. Do you want to read back the motion? If you do the motion part, I'll do the statement part.
Okay, so the motion is, your statement, is to deny the appeal dash 007636-2024 and appeal dash 007638-2024 and adopt City Council Resolution 2025-10 titled, "A Resolution of the City Council of the City of Encinitas, California, denying appeals filed by Supporters Alliance of Environmental Responsibility, SAFER, and Encinitas Citizens for Responsible Development, ECRD, and affirming the Planning Commission's decision on October 3rd, 2024, approving a density bonus / DB design review permit, DR, and coastal development permit, CDP, authorizing the demolition of all on-site structures, the construction of a multifamily residential development consisting of 448 residential apartments, in parentheses 358 market rate and 90 low-income units, in 2 multi-story residential buildings with basement parking, a 2-story fitness / community building, private amenity and common open spaces, a new roundabout at the project entry at the Kristen Court / Quail Gardens Drive intersection, and grading, utility, and landscaping improvements, storm drain slip lining repair, habitat restoration, and the use of 3 temporary construction trailers at the site located at 185, 195, 211, and 225 Quail Gardens Drive, case numbers appeal-007636-2024, appeal-007-638-2024, multi-003751-2020, DR-003759-2020, CDP-003761-2020, APNs 258-131-10 and -21, that's Lot 1, 258-131-11 and -12, Lot 2, 257-020-37 and 258-131, wait, what am I? And 251, wait, excuse me, and 258-131-06 and 07, Lot 3, and 257-020-36, Lot 4. And this is affirming the Planning Commission's decision to adopt Resolution 2024-28, approving the density bonus, design review permit, and coastal development permit, and with the case number cited, multi-003751-2020, DR-003759-2020, CDP-003761-2020, with conditions.
And with the following statement included.
With your statement.
With the resolution and my statement to make it clear that this approval was made under protest and duress, and it is, this decision is based on unavoidable ramifications of state housing policies coupled with credible threats from HCD that will result in unavoidable and even greater harm to the city's environment, traffic, flooding, and community character. Our discretion has been usurped, possibly illegally, by the state through the forcing of unfunded mandates and threats of greater harm if we disapprove the project. We are approving this project under duress and only because the credible threats made by HCD and the state leave us no choice. A Sophie's choice, in quotes, is not a choice.
And do you want that at the beginning, or do you want that at the end?
It can be in the where is, probably at the end.
Well, I mean, like for the motion, do you want it to be that the motion was made, and do you want that statement first and then go
Yeah.
into deny?
Yeah, put it in first.
Perfect.
So with that,
To be clear to the new council, to be clear, because of a new council member, a yes denies the appeal, a no approves the appeal.
Correct. So the yes, project goes forward. So with that, call the question.
Yes vote is denying the appeal.
Yeah, and project goes forward.
Motion fails as a 2-2.
Oh. Oh. Well, that's, do we want to talk more? Do you,
No, I do want to take a moment to.
so we do lose the advantage. I do want to talk more.
Real quickly, in this process, I want to thank the participation of all the citizens who have worked very hard on their appeal. It's very clear, and that you came out with incredible results under different circumstances. I think we'd have a different solution for you tonight. I also want to thank the staff who helped us with our presentation and our preparation in this. I'm going to hand it back to Bruce.
Yeah, the only thing we lose by not approving the project outright, this is an approval too, right? 2-2 tie. If we agree that we're at an impasse, we're not going to move. We do lose the statement in the motion that we could possibly use for future legal action. So that's my one concern. And so with same result, but less that we can do.
Talk about your statement.
Yeah, yeah. That is why making it that it's under duress, that we've been mandated, essentially mandated to do this, is my whole point. And I think there may be, as we move forward on our quest to
Undo
a lot of the bad decision making that's happened, whether it's net versus gross or whatever. We're going to need tools. We're going to need justification. I chose this as the place to make a stand. Obviously, not the denial,
not the nuclear stand.
but because we're being coerced, and this is the biggest apartment building we've ever had in Encinitas. It is the marquee project. I think same reason you're both voting no, but I think we're actually hurting our argument going forward. If you would consider changing, we could do a revote. I could make the same motion. Wouldn't make the clerk read it again, I promise. So, but if anybody, if either, I think it's O'Hara and Schaefer that voted no. If you don't think that's a path we would pursue, any comments?
How is this going to move forward if we change a vote?
We need to start pushing back as a group, and again, not as a single city. We need to find other cities that are willing to look at what we're doing here tonight, who have similar arguments. We've heard from our council that there are other cities with multiple builder's remedy. They're going to be interested in pushing back on what is in essence a state mandate. It's going to take lawyers looking at it. It's going to take, but we need test cases to do it, and it's the same result.
Yep.
It just gets us there. Let us just. We're trying to get done before 1 a.m. So, I'll make one last appeal, but I think based on my 20-some years of experience doing this kind of stuff, this could be helpful. Is it an absolute path to anything? I don't know. But I know not doing it is not a path. So if I don't try, we're going to have to try a lot of different things, and we're going to win
All right.
some, we're going to lose some. But
We end up with the same end state.
we end up in the same position legally, or from a project approval
All
standpoint.
right, let's do it. Let's read a vote.
Okay. So I'll make the same motion. You don't have to read it.
So,
And do I?
Second.
Okay. And I actually appreciate the amount of angst that we all are having right now. I think that is one fundamental difference from this council, from the previous council. And I'm sorry, but we're trying to do, and I really appreciate the appellant making the statement you did. I think that helped immensely. So, we all care about Encinitas a lot.
100%, 100%.
And so, with motion,
All right.
I think we got a second. And by the way, this is what happens when you don't have it preconceived when you come in here. This is you're seeing sausage made, as the old saying goes. So there's
Schaefer, correct. Okay,
we're almost done.
save. Sorry, the system is freezing up, so I'm just going
That's
to.
probably after midnight.
I'm going to call a roll call vote.
Jeez.
Councilmember San Antonio?
Aye.
Councilmember Schaefer?
Aye.
Councilmember O'Hara?
Nay.
And Mayor Ehlers?
Aye.
Motion carries with Councilmember O'Hara voting no, and
Yep.
then with Councilmember Lyons absent.
Yep. Thank you. Okay. I think we're done with that. And we have just a few more things. And item 11 would be informational items. We have none. We have no council member initiated. Moving on to city council member reports pursuant to AB 123. Why don't we put that off to the next meeting? Yeah. City manager report. If we just got to finish up. If you can keep quiet for like one more minute. No report from the city manager. City attorney report? Nothing. Great. With that, we are adjourned. Thank you for waiting so long and being patient.
Can't get to it.
Well, that was hard. Well, welcome to your very first meeting.
In impacts to the city's general fund, which is used to pay for public safety